Chapter 269. Turning her head, Cecilia glared at Han Shuo with her eyes wide open. She said coldly, "Let go of me." Laughing awkwardly, Han Shuo withdrew his hand and walked away, pretending that nothing had happened. He said carelessly, "I meant well." Heh, the Valley of Sunshine has been quite chaotic lately, you'd better be careful. Don't worry about me, you despicable fellow. Cecilia said hatefully and rudely. How could such a despicable fellow be valued by Loreton? How strange. Han Shuo didn't pay any more attention to Cecilia and strode off, heading straight for the shop with the place of extreme water. He arrived 10 minutes later. Nothing had changed since they'd left. Apart from a few rooms filled with dust, the formation hadn't changed at all. The rich water chi in the place of extreme water was still the same. It looked like no one had lived here after they'd left. The materials needed to refine the water elite zombie were still a bit lacking and were currently being collected by Phoebe. Han Shuo knew that he wasn't in a hurry, so he casually sat down on a chair in the middle of the yard after walking around and waited for Loreton's arrival. When it was afternoon, Han Shuo, who had been studying a scroll of magic, suddenly put it away and narrowed his eyes as he looked towards the door. After a while, the boorish and strong bald man Loreton walked in alone with the sound of footsteps. Loreton's complexion wasn't too good, appearing a bit pale. His eyes were swollen and bloodshot, looking like he hadn't slept all night. "Thank you so much for last night." Loreton raised his spirits and forced a smile when he saw Han Shuo. The Cairo mercenary band had suffered heavy losses last night, and even Vice Chief Harris was still gravely injured. In order to prevent the three great powers from taking advantage of this opportunity to stir up trouble, Loreton had spent the entire night gathering all the experts of the Cairo mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine. He was being extremely cautious. Mr. Loreton and I can be considered friends. The Church of Light in Florida have a grudge against me, so it's only natural that I help you. Han Shuo was still lazily lying on the chair, his two hands tapping on the chair's handle unintentionally. He had a relaxed smile on his face and didn't mention the last time he left without saying goodbye. Loreton didn't pursue the matter. He took out a land deed and a crystal card from his space ring and placed them on the stone table in front of Han Shuo. With a stern expression, he said, "This is the land deed for this shop and an ownerless crystal card worth 10,000 gold coins. In addition, while the Cairo mercenary band is in charge of the Valley of Sunshine, I will allow the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to openly recruit experts anywhere in the Valley of Sunshine." These three things were what Loreton had agreed to yesterday, and were also the conditions for Han Shuo to help Loreton. If it wasn't for Han Shuo appearing out of nowhere to stir things up during the bitter battle last night, Loreton's group would probably have had a hard time leaving the valley alive. Loreton was a straightforward person, straightforwardly showing off his rewards as soon as he arrived. Smiling and nodding, Han Shuo stored the land deed, gold coins, and crystal card into his space ring. He looked at Loreton and said, "Last night, I killed Ferguson and heavily injured Adam Menlo. The grudge between them and I can no longer be resolved. Now that we have a common enemy, I'm afraid there will be many opportunities for us to cooperate in the future. Of course, I admit that I've always underestimated you. Only someone who can kill Ferguson and heavily injure Adam Menlo is qualified to truly cooperate with me, Loreton. As long as the Soul Destroyer mercenary band cooperates with me in this power struggle in the Valley of Sunshine, I guarantee that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will have great development." Loreton looked at Han Shuo with sparkling eyes, as if he knew the true relationship between Han Shuo and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. "Trunks will discuss this with you. I'm only his friend and have no right to decide on the matters of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band." Han Shuo stared blankly and said indifferently, As far as I know, the relationship between you and the Soul Destroyer mercenary band shouldn't be that simple." Loreton grinned and continued, "How about this, I'll use gold coins to hire the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to help me deal with the other powers. What do you think?" You can discuss this matter with Trunks, heh heh. Han Shuo said with a lazy smile. He then lightly exhaled and said, "Oh right, I just had a friend who may not have entered the Valley of Sunshine through the proper channels. I hope you won't find trouble with her for my sake." "No problem." Lorton immediately agreed and didn't ask any further questions. He then thought for a moment and stared deeply at Han Shuo, saying in a low voice, "You killed Ferguson and even used a terrifying corpse resurrection spell. I think that no matter how magnanimous the Church of Light is, they won't let you off. You're on your own now. Since I dared to kill him, I'm not afraid of their revenge. You can rest assured about this. In addition, we'll have the opportunity to cooperate in dealing with Florida. Oh right, I'm afraid that the House of Menlo will also be added to the mix. When the time comes, if I want to make a move, perhaps I'll look for you. Then you'd better act quickly. If you're slow, I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Thick killing intent overflowed from Lorton's bloodshot eyes. After last night's suffocation, it looked like Lorton intended to retaliate. With the strength of the Cairo mercenary band, if Lorton disregarded everything and launched a bloody revenge, it would definitely be extremely tragic. "Then I wish you good luck." Han Shuo didn't say anything else. After saying this, his eyes seemed to be leisurely basking in the sun. Seeing Han Shuo like this, Lorton knew that he no longer had any interest in talking. He nodded tactfully and said, "All right then, I still have matters to attend to. Goodbye. Take care, I won't see you out." Han Shuo replied with his eyes closed. Not long after Lorton left, Han Shuo suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the roof. He said faintly, "Since you've come, why don't you come down?" There was no sign of life, as if Han Shuo was talking to himself. His face darkening, Han Shuo said unhappily, "Lady Cecilia, do you want me to invite you down?" The area finally reacted when he said this. Cecilia's figure suddenly appeared out of thin air on the empty roof illuminated by the sunlight. She looked at Han Shuo with a face full of surprise and exclaimed softly, "Even Lorton didn't discover me, how did you discover me? All right, tell me what you're doing here. Could it be that your mission this time has something to do with Lorton?" Han Shuo didn't answer Cecilia's question and went straight to the point. Han Shuo had stopped talking with Lorton when he discovered Cecilia's arrival. Therefore, Cecilia had no idea what Han Shuo and Lorton were talking about. "Tell me, how did you know I was up there?" Cecilia looked down at Han Shuo from above and spoke with the tone of a superior asking a subordinate. "I'm sorry, you have no right to know. Even Lord Candide, who's in charge of me, doesn't have the right to ask about my secrets. Not to mention, you're not in charge of me. In addition, my place doesn't welcome you, so please leave." Cecilia's attitude displeased Han Shuo the most. When he saw her arrogant attitude, he immediately chased her away. You dare speak to me like this?" Cecilia was greatly shocked. She pointed at Han Shuo, her delicate body trembling with anger. It seemed that no one had ever treated her so rudely before. She was clearly shocked and angry to the extreme. She stomped her foot fiercely and said angrily, "I'm not leaving. Let's see what you can do to me." At this moment, a distant call came from the dark forest into Han Shuo's heart. This call from the depths of his heart was like the cheering of his closest family member. Han Shuo only stared blankly for a moment before reacting with great joy. He understood that the Wood Elite zombie in the Holy Land of Forest Troll had already been completed. He was currently using his own blood essence to call out to it. "If you're not leaving, then I'll leave." Han Shuo couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to Cecilia. He immediately stood up and hurriedly left the shop. He closed the door behind him and headed straight for the outside of the Valley of Sunshine. "You've gone too far, you've gone too far. A mere moon emissary actually dares to be so arrogant." Cecilia yelled furiously when she saw that Han Shuo had left without hesitation, as if avoiding a god of plague. It seemed that she had been greatly agitated. No one stopped Han Shuo when he left the Valley of Sunshine. The members of the Cairo mercenary band all nodded their heads in a friendly manner, displaying the utmost respect. An expert who could kill a light Grand Magus and heavily injure the patriarch of the House of Menlo, as well as lend a helping hand to their Cairo mercenary band. This kind of character immediately won the Cairo mercenary band's favor. They felt a strong sense of respect and gratitude towards Han Shuo. As soon as he left the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo immediately flew forward, fully utilizing the art of the demonic ninth heavens. It only took him 15 minutes to arrive at the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Trunks had fallen into a drunken stupor. Han Shuo had planned to give him some time to remold him, but now that the Wood Elite zombie had awakened, Han Shuo didn't have the time to continue waiting. Han Shuo didn't care that Trunks was sleep-talking and directly rushed to the cave he was in. He casually picked up a bag of wine that had been scattered on the ground and poured the rebirth pill into Trunks' stomach. Firmly holding the struggling Trunks in place, Han Shuo forcibly used his magical yuan to help Trunks refine the rebirth pill in his lower abdomen. He walked out and said to Grant, "Send him to the toilet. He'll end up like Odysseus and the others. You guys keep a good eye on him." Understood. Grant didn't know what was going on, but he understood that Han Shuo wouldn't harm Trunks. He nodded in agreement. "Gilbert, you stay in the mountain for now. Tanai will help Trunks. I'll come find you if I need anything. Don't give him any trouble." After instructing the Dark Dragon, Han Shuo impatiently flew out of the valley and hurried towards the Dark Forest. Chapter 270. The Dark Forest, the holy land of the forest troll. Under the scorching sun, a streak of rainbow light streaked across the sky, like a flying arrow tracing the passage of time. It didn't make any sound as it rapidly fell into the holy land of the forest troll. After 4 months, the originally lush and luxuriant place of extreme wood had undergone earth-shattering changes. All of the towering ancient trees had withered as far as the eye could see. There wasn't a trace of green life in the withered shrubs and weeds on the ground. The originally lush and luxuriant place of extreme wood no longer had a single green leaf. Plants didn't grow on the ground, revealing dry and hard soil. It was a scene of desertification as far as the eye could see. Due to the formation and the existence of the Wood Elite zombie, the yuan energy of Earth that had originally swirled around the entire area had all gathered towards the Wood Elite zombie in the center of the formation. The yuan energy of the plants that had absorbed a large amount of yuan energy of wood had flowed into his body under the influence of the Wood Elite zombie's energy, causing the plants to wither. Landing on the ground, Han Shuo used the Yin Demon's vision to see some forest trolls stationed in the distance. They were probably there to protect this holy land. An intimate call came from the roots of the largest withered tree. The Wood Elite zombie, who had Han Shuo's blood essence in his body, had already sensed Han Shuo's arrival based on the connection between the two. "Come out." Han Shuo followed the secret method and shot out rays of black light into the area where the Wood Elite zombie was hidden. Rumble, the ground trembled, and the withered old tree suddenly exploded. After the tree fragments flew in all directions, the roots revealed a dark cave. Inside was where the old tree's roots were buried. With a whoosh sound, a green shadow leaped out from the dark cave. The Wood Elite zombie was covered in green armor. This green armor seemed to be formed from tree trunks, sparkling with a faint green light. The Wood Elite zombie was tall and skinny, looking like a tree branch. His oily green eyes were filled with joy as he stared at Han Shuo. Following the Wood Elite zombie's appearance, a thick mist of yuan energy of wood followed. The yuan energy that had been tightly bound and absorbed by the Wood Elite zombie gradually dispersed bit by bit, injecting a fresh breath into the decertified area. Han Shuo understood that following the Wood Elite zombie's departure, the place of extreme wood would slowly return to normal. The withered plants here could also blossom with vitality again. In less than a year, the place of extreme wood would be able to return to its original lush state. After chanting an incantation, the little skeleton and the Earth Elite Zombie appeared at the same time. When the little skeleton saw the Wood Elite Zombie appear, he immediately walked in front of the Wood Elite Zombie with his head held high. He hopped on his heels and patted the Wood Elite Zombie's shoulder, as if he was a general inspecting his soldiers. Surprisingly, the Wood Elite Zombie seemed to be a bit afraid of the little skull. His oily green eyes sparkled, and he took the initiative to bend his knees to make it easier for the little skull to pat his shoulder. The simple-minded Earth Elite Zombie walked to the Wood Elite Zombie's side and foolishly touched the Wood Elite Zombie's shoulder, wanting to express his sympathy like the little skull. However, the Wood Elite Zombie glared at him with his green eyes. The Earth Elite Zombie was dumbfounded for a moment, withdrawing his right hand from the Wood Elite Zombie's shoulder and patting his own left shoulder in the end. It was a bit comical. "Let's go, let me see what you've mastered." Han Shuo turned his head to look at the Wood Elite Zombie, then started walking outside. After walking for a while, they left the place of extreme wood and arrived at a forest by the river. As soon as he arrived, the green light in the Wood Elite Zombie's green eyes grew unceasingly. The trees around him danced in the wind. The branches of the towering ancient trees were as soft as ribbons, following the green light in the Wood Elite Zombie's eyes like snakes. All the plants around Han Shuo seemed to be under his control, either dancing in the wind or growing rapidly. The Wood Elite Zombie, on the other hand, was like a performance, disappearing as soon as he leaned against a large tree. Han Shuo had long since known that the Wood Elite Zombie could manipulate plants. Then, a thought struck Han Shuo as he thought of the Druid Caspian's special ability. He felt that there were many similarities between the two, and couldn't help but feel a bit strange. With the Wood Elite Zombie's existence, Han Shuo's strength would increase again when he entered the dark forest in the future. In the incomparably dense dark forest, the Wood Elite Zombie was like a specter, able to control the plants of the dark forest at will. He could simply lean against a large tree and enter the trunk. If he attacked, no one would be able to catch him. If he retreated, no one would be able to catch him. Not bad, not bad. Alright, you three, go back. After watching for a while, Han Shuo nodded and left a dark seal on the Wood Elite Zombie, sending the three back to the other dimension. It's been 3 months, I wonder why the Fire Elite Zombie still hasn't recovered. Forget it, I'll leave for now. He'll probably summon me when he's better. Han Shuo thought for a bit and returned to the Cemetery of Death. He didn't plan on exploring the place of extreme fire. After all, the Lord of the Flames was in the place of extreme fire. He shouldn't recklessly charge in if he wasn't confident. After returning to the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave immediately. He once again walked deeper into the Cemetery of Death. The previous few times, Han Shuo had been obstructed at the entrance of the lower level because his mental strength wasn't enough. Now that Han Shuo felt that his strength had greatly improved, he decided to try again. He easily made his way through the passageway to the first level. When he reached the second level, Han Shuo tried to force his way through the invisible barrier. An inexplicable force abruptly pierced into Han Shuo's mind, and a heart-wrenching pain instantly spread. It was as if a whirlpool of sharp blades had appeared out of thin air. Han Shuo felt as if he was being pulled by the whirlpool of sharp blades and was being pulled into an endless abyss. It was a good thing that Han Shuo's willpower was now extremely tenacious. Despite the pain of being cut into pieces, he still gritted his teeth and gathered his mental strength. He circulated his magical yuan and forced his way in. With a crisp crack, Han Shuo's entire body fell down. Suddenly, the eye of darkness in Han Shuo's hand shot out a glaring green light. Under the illumination of the glaring green light, Han Shuo discovered that he had landed in the center of an oval altar. Under the illumination of the glaring green light, the entire altar was suddenly enveloped in a green halo. An enormous and strange force converged towards Han Shuo from the corners of the altar. These green lights were like ribbons, all pouring into the eye of darkness in Han Shuo's hand. A mysterious force flowed along Han Shuo's palm, flooding into Han Shua's mind like a flash flood. My child, to be able to enter the second floor means that you have at least the mental strength of an archmage. Then, let go of everything and accept this mental strength that will assist you in your growth. It will allow you to have the mental strength of a grand magus. The dark shadow that Han Shua had seen on the first floor slowly appeared above the altar and spoke calmly. Han Shua was overjoyed. He instantly sat down and opened up his mind, allowing the mysterious force to enter. As soon as this force entered Han Shua's mind, it directly merged with Han Shua's mental strength. It mysteriously blended together, giving Han Shua an extremely comfortable and wonderful feeling. The pain from before had long since disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Han Shua felt as if he was bathing in warm water with the radiance of the sun, enjoying the moisturization of the fine water under the sunlight. The entire second floor of the altar was enveloped by balls of green light, slowly converging into the Eye of Darkness in Han Shua's hand. With the Eye of Darkness as the center, the enormous, clear power merged into Han Shua's mental strength, rapidly changing in his mind that had been strengthened by demonic magic. This process continued for an unknown amount of time. Han Shua had forgotten everything and was immersed in the wonderful feeling of controlling everything with his mental strength. He didn't even know his own existence. Child, necromancy is the most miraculous and powerful magic in the world, but some people do not allow its existence. You, as the orthodox successor of ancient necromancy, have the responsibility to spread the mysteries of necromancy to the world, and tell the world of the glory that necromancy once had. When the canopy of necromancy shrouds the earth, causing the tremors of necromancers to spread to every corner, allowing the evil light of necromancy to spread. This is the heavy responsibility that you should bear. You cannot avoid it, and you cannot refuse it. As the strange power flowed in, the shadow's voice was slowly filled with a bewitching power. As Han Shua's mental strength continued to increase, another force suddenly erupted, attempting to invade Han Shua's soul and cause Han Shua's soul to fall into eternal evil. This force carried the power to forcefully alter one's soul. Once it fused with one's soul, Han Shua would become the most devout believer of evil, forever under the control of some evil god. Arg! Han Shua threw his head back and let out a long howl, his demonic yuan circulating wildly. With the demonic infant as the center, another surge of energy surged and spread violently, reaching his brain in an instant. It clashed with the imprint that was trying to invade Han Shua's soul. No, no. Han Shua's eyes were crimson red as he roared, panting heavily. His tenacious willpower came into play as he circulated his demonic yuan to its peak, forming layers of obstructions in his mind as he fought against the imprint of the evil god. In Han Shua's mind, it was as if a mountain torrent had erupted. With Han Shua's demonic infant as the main source of power, it desperately resisted this soul-invading force. During this process, Han Shua was in so much pain that he hovered between life and death. He roared and rolled around in the center of the altar, but the green light from the Eye of Darkness grew brighter and brighter. Chapter 271. Roar. On the oval-shaped altar in the second level of the Cemetery of Death, Han Shua let out a heart-wrenching roar. His entire body was shrouded in a dense green light, and his head in particular had a jade-like luster. It was so green that it looked like the most magnificent emerald. During this process, Han Shua's mental strength was still growing at a crazy rate. However, the evil god's imprint that came from an unknown place wanted to invade the depths of Han Shua's soul and make Han Shua have an undying belief in the evil god. This was a soul imprint, just like the one that Han Shua had planted on the Little Skull Earth Elite Zombie. Once the soul imprint was planted, Han Shua would no longer have a sense of self. This was absolutely not what Han Shua wanted. Even though his mind felt like it was being sliced by 1,000 knives, Han Shua still persevered with his eyes wide open. He roared like a madman, trying to relieve the pressure of the pain through this method. However, as the green light on the altar grew brighter, the power of the evil god's imprint grew stronger and stronger. In a trance, the figure of a 3,000-meter tall giant appeared in Han Shua's mind. The giant's pitch-black body shrouded the entire horizon. Its green eyes were like two enormous crescent moons, looking down on the weak ant-like beings with a disdainful gaze. An enormous pressure filled the space between heaven and earth, causing Han Shuo to be unable to breathe. That endless aura carried an aura of eternity, like the Milky Way and stars that had existed for hundreds of millions of years. Submit, there will be no pain, and you will obtain eternal life. A spiritual imprint suddenly rushed into Han Shuo's mind, repeatedly tempting Han Shuo. It seemed that as long as he let go of his soul and accepted this imprint, he would no longer feel pain, and would have endless life. No, Han Shuo howled mournfully as he clutched his head with both hands and rolled on the ground. Suddenly, the demon's lair edge hidden within Han Shuo's body abruptly released a terrifying killing intent. The negative emotions of fear, hatred, and destruction converged into a wave of energy and instantly surged into the demon infant's defenses. The demon's lair edge within Han Shuo's body shrunk into a streak of light, carrying with it all the energy in Han Shuo's body, and suddenly bombarded the 3,000-meter-tall giant in his mind. Pipa, the crisp sound of glass shattering rang clearly in Han Shuo's mind. The 3,000-meter-tall giant that had appeared in his trance shattered into specks of starlight and abruptly converged within the demon's lair edge. In just an instant, the heart-wrenching pain receded like a receding tide, and the crazy growth of the mental energy in his brain abruptly stopped. The green light screen above the entire altar also disappeared without a trace. The Eye of Darkness was no longer in Han Shuo's hand. In its place was a skeletal staff with a green handle and 3 skulls at the top. The skeletal staff was 1 meter and 30 centimeters long, and its entire body was made of a beautiful green jade-like material. The 3 skulls didn't look like human skulls, and were respectively yellow, blue, and purple in color. The yellow skull had 3 eye holes, the blue skull had a single horn, and the purple skull was covered with finger-sized holes. Although the 3 skulls had strange shapes, they were only the size of a fist, and each looked more sinister and evil than the last. The 3 skulls perfectly fused with the handle of the staff, facing 3 different directions at the back of the staff's head. Slowly, Han Shuo's panting gradually calmed down, and he actually fainted, collapsing on the ground and not moving. However, when Han Shuo fainted, the 3 skulls of different shapes and colors on the skeletal staff in his hand simultaneously shot out 3 rays of yellow, blue, and purple light. The 3 rays of light were like ribbons, landing at the corners of Han Shuo's mouth and nostrils. Due to the heart-wrenching pain, Han Shuo couldn't endure the blood flowing out of the corners of his mouth and nostrils. The wisps of boiling blood were guided by the power of the 3 rays of light, dripping into the 3 skulls of different colors. As Han Shuo's blood flowed into the 3 skulls grew brighter and brighter. Finally, the blood from Han Shuo's nostrils and mouth was absorbed by the 3 skulls. The radiant light from the skeletal staff slowly dissipated, and the skeletal staff also returned to normal. After an unknown amount of time, Han Shuo slowly regained consciousness. His entire body was sore and powerless, and his meridians and bones seemed to have been shattered. There wasn't a single part of his body that didn't hurt. On the contrary, his brain, which had experienced the pain of the explosion, felt very comfortable and clear. When Han Shuo lowered his head, he saw the skeletal staff. Han Shuo was shocked, his eyes filled with confusion. He had no idea where this skeletal staff had come from. Where's the Eye of Darkness? In the next moment, Han Shuo discovered that the Eye of Darkness that had been in his hand had disappeared, causing him to turn pale with fright. The Eye of Darkness was a tool used to enter and exit the cemetery of death. Once the Eye of Darkness disappeared, the only way to leave the cemetery of death under the boundary was through the transportation matrix. This would be very troublesome. Suddenly, Han Shuo glanced at the skeletal staff. He discovered that the emerald green color of the skeletal staff was very similar to the Eye of Darkness, and felt a very familiar feeling when he held it in his hand. With a thought, Han Shuo tried to use the skeletal staff in the same way he had used the Eye of Darkness. A green halo then shot out from the handle of the skeletal staff. Han Shuo immediately understood what was going on when he saw that familiar halo. After staring at the skeletal staff for a while, Han Shuo became more and more amazed the more he looked at it. However, when he recalled the incident of the evil god invading his soul, Han Shuo first stored the skeletal staff into his space ring with lingering fear. He didn't dare to test the effects of the skeletal staff when his magical yuan was exhausted and his body was extremely weak. Closing his eyes, Han Shuo carefully recalled everything that had happened before he fainted. He couldn't help but rejoice, thinking that this cemetery of death was indeed not simple. When the evil god's imprint invaded his soul, the image of the giant that had appeared was something that Han Shuo had never dared to imagine. Han Shuo was certain that the image of the giant was the appearance of the evil god. Han Shuo completely understood what the evil god's imprint wanted to do to him. This caused Han Shuo, who had finally escaped from the cleansing of his soul, to be more cautious of this cemetery of death. In the next moment, Han Shuo suddenly recalled the words of the shadow, "Let go of everything and accept this mental strength that will help you grow. It will let you possess the mental strength to become a grand magus." The ecstatic Han Shuo immediately released an ordinary skeletal summoning spell. 8 ordinary skeletal warriors immediately appeared above the altar. Feeling the smoothness and vastness of his mental strength, Han Shuo was overjoyed and immediately understood that his mental strength had received an astonishing increase. The same necromancy magic would have different effects depending on the strength of the mental strength. Generally speaking, the same magic could be divided into 5 levels according to the strength of the mental strength. Take the simplest skeletal summoning spell as an example. A magic apprentice that had just entered the Hall of Magic would have an extremely weak mental strength and could only summon 1 skeletal warrior when releasing the skeletal summoning spell. However, when a journeyman mage used it, due to the great increase in their mental strength, they would be able to release the second-level skeletal summoning spell and summon 2 skeletal warriors at once. This time, Han Shuo was able to summon 8 skeletal warriors at once. This meant that Han Shuo's skeletal summoning spell had already reached the 4th level. This was sufficient proof that Han Shuo's mental strength had received an astonishing increase. According to the understanding of necromancy magic books, Han Shuo understood that only a grand magus mental strength could reach the 4th level of the skeletal summoning spell. It's true, it's actually true. My mental strength has reached the level of a grand magus in an instant. Although this cemetery of death is strange, there are truly some miraculous places. Han Shuo was wild with joy. Although his body was still very weak, he still couldn't help but laugh loudly. Struggling to sit up, Han Shuo's eyes sparkled as he looked around. He discovered that apart from the oval-shaped altar in the center, the space of the 2nd floor was half the size of the 1st floor. The surroundings were completely empty, and there were no other special items. There were also no secret rooms to store any items. The altar beneath Han Shuo was the center of the entire 2nd floor. A mysterious magic matrix had been set up. This magic matrix alone occupied the entire 2nd floor. Apart from this, there were no other items. It seemed that this 2nd floor was for the purpose of cleansing the soul and instilling that powerful mental strength. After resting for a while, Han Shuo walked out of the 2nd floor of the cemetery of death. He sat cross-legged in front of the magic matrix in the center and slowly gathered his depleted magical yuan, slowly recovering his lost strength. After around 5 days, Han Shuo let out a long sigh of relief. He murmured in high spirits, "The invasion of this evil god's soul is quite useful. Not only did it allow my mental strength to break through to the level of a grand magus, but even my demonic arts have greatly improved." Han Shuo wasn't in a hurry to leave. He stayed in the cemetery of death and immersed himself in the study of necromancy magic. Although he had the mental strength of a grand magus, some necromancy magic still needed to be practiced one by one. Fortunately, Han Shuo had absorbed the memories of Archmage Clarendon last time. When he truly began to learn Archmage-level magic, Han Shuo's memories played a great role. Neglecting sleep and food, Han Shuo practiced necromancy magic in the cemetery of death as if he was possessed. He repeatedly released every archmage-level necromancy magic and only stopped when his mental strength was completely exhausted every day. Every time he meditated, his mental strength would increase by a small margin. After 10 days, Han Shuo had skillfully used several of the necromancy magic that Claude had mastered. However, there were 2 new necromancy magic recorded in the necromancy magic that he had obtained from the cemetery of death. Han Shuo understood that it would be difficult to master them in a short period of time. Therefore, he didn't waste any more time and left the cemetery of death through the transportation matrix. Chapter 272. Lancelot Empire, Asen City, Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Master Fanny, you're becoming more and more beautiful. Adept Mage Jean praised sincerely as he gazed at Fanny in the necromancy training field. Yes, Master Fanny, what's going on? Can you tell us how you did it? Lisa looked at Fanny enviously and asked in a sweet voice. Master Fanny, just what kind of herb did you use? Please tell us. Yes, I beg you. The surrounding necromancy girls all surrounded Fanny and chattered incessantly. For women, it was likely that what they cared about the most was their own beauty. Just like how forest troll loved to plunder, it was also a woman's nature to love beauty. No woman was an exception. How many times have I said it, there really isn't any secret recipe. It's just a natural change that happens when one's mood is comfortable. Don't make a fuss about it. Fanny explained helplessly. Although she understood that the students wouldn't believe her, she could only say it this way. After taking a rebirth pill, Fanny's entire being had been reborn. Her spirit, energy, and spirit had all been greatly improved. When she meditated, her mental strength progressed twice as fast as usual. Her mind also seemed to suddenly become clear, and magical knowledge that had previously felt difficult to understand no longer seemed so frightening. Fanny's skin became as smooth as a newborn baby's, filled with a faint white luster. Her cheeks were rosy and tender, as if she were a porcelain doll that had been exquisitely carved, sparkling and translucent, giving off a kind of unreal beauty. This kind of miraculous change had taken place over the course of 10 days. All the surrounding teachers and students had witnessed it. Even Fanny herself didn't believe that it was a natural change. Because of this, many female teachers had asked Fanny for advice. Even Dean Emma had asked what was going on. Only Fanny herself knew that this was all because of Han Shuo's Nirvana pill. When Fanny asked for leave for 3 days and had diarrhea for 3 days, she secretly complained about Han Shuo's prank. But 3 days later, when Fanny looked at herself in the mirror, she was stunned on the spot. She stared blankly at the mirror for dozens of seconds before she reacted with wild joy. She exclaimed, "Brian, oh Brian, you're such an annoying and adorable enemy. Teacher Fanny, Teacher Fanny." Xian shouted from the other side. Fanny was startled and looked at Jean in astonishment. "Master Jean, what's wrong? Class is over. I've noticed that Teacher Fanny likes to be absent-minded recently. You're often in a daze for no reason." Jean had been talking to Fanny during this period of time and often found that Fanny was ignoring him. Every time this happened, Jean would notice that Fanny was in a daze, her eyes overflowing with the light of longing. "Oh, class is over. Hee, thank you for the reminder." Fanny replied apologetically. She raised her voice to instruct the students and walked towards the laboratory alone. "That damned guy, he said he would come find me in 3 days. It's been almost 20 days and he still hasn't appeared. I'm often in a daze. I'm about to die from anger." Fanny clenched her teeth angrily as she walked towards the laboratory with her head down. Bam! Fanny, who wasn't focused on walking, suddenly bumped into someone. I'm sorry." As soon as Fanny reacted, she hurriedly apologized without even raising her head. But when Fanny raised her head to look, she suddenly froze and then flew into a rage. She immediately punched and cursed, "Damn it, you still know to come back. It's already been 20 days, don't you know that others will be worried? How could you be willing to die and come back?" As she yelled and cursed, she fiercely hit the chest of Han Shuo, who had an evil smile on his face. Fanny seemed to want to vent her emotions as she continuously described Han Shuo's excesses. Towards the end, her voice gradually became a bit strange, and there were even signs of tears. Han Shuo, who originally had a trace of playfulness, immediately hugged Fanny and leaped behind a large tree when he heard that Fanny's voice was strange and heard footsteps approaching. He hurriedly moved towards Fanny's fragrant lips and kissed her passionately. Ugh! Fanny's incessant cursing stopped abruptly and turned into a long moan. Her two hands were still desperately hammering Han Shuo's chest, but her fragrant lips passionately responded. This was a secluded path that led to Fanny's laboratory. There were rows of ancient trees around it. When Han Shuo heard the footsteps approaching, he knew that someone might be approaching. He was afraid that someone would discover them, so he hurriedly hugged Fanny and hid behind the tree. When Fanny fiercely responded, Han Shuo felt as if he was immersed in a beautiful dream. The wonderful feeling spread from the contact of their lips to the depths of Han Shuo's heart. This greatly reduced Han Shuo's vigilance, and he relaxed his body and mind, completely immersed in it. After a while, Fanny stopped hammering Han Shuo and wrapped her slender hands around Han Shuo's neck like a snake. She stood on her tiptoes and passionately kissed Han Shuo, completely forgetting everything around them and forgetting that they were outside. After an indeterminate amount of time, Fanny struggled to push Han Shuo away when she was almost out of breath. She rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and pouted coquettishly, "You deserve to die 1,000, 10,000 times over. Why do you never keep your promise?" Ugh! Fanny covered her mouth and exclaimed softly as soon as she finished speaking. Her cheeks instantly flushed red as she looked behind Han Shuo and cried out in surprise. Turning his head to look, he saw Lisa holding a magic tome and Jean standing next to her. Both of them were staring blankly at him with heartbroken gazes. "Master Jean, it's immoral to peek at someone else being intimate." Han Shuo was still relatively calm and didn't let go of Fanny as he slowly turned to look at Jean with displeasure. I didn't do it on purpose. It's just that Lisa's knowledge of magic isn't clear and I don't quite understand it either. That's why we came together to find Master Fanny to clear my doubts. I really accidentally saw it." Jean's face was exceedingly ugly, but he still stammered out an explanation under Han Shuo's displeased gaze. Because of the effects of the rebirth pill, Fanny's understanding of some difficult magic had already far surpassed Jean's. Due to the great changes in her family, Lisa was suddenly eager to learn and always seized every opportunity to learn magic. The two of them had been about to ask Fanny about a magic topic when they heard panting and came over to take a look. They hadn't thought that they would see such a scene that they shouldn't have. Who would have thought that you'd really be together with Master Fanny? Master Fanny, Brian, I hate you. Lisa said angrily and turned to run away sobbing. Master Fanny, I wish you all the best. Jean was older after all and could still hold on. He said these words in a low, pained voice and also turned to leave, his back a bit forlorn. Brian, go talk to Lisa. I know she's interested in you, but I'm afraid she can't take the blow. Fanny sighed lightly when she saw the situation unfold and said to Han Shuo. Shaking his head, Han Shuo said lowly, "Forget it, it's not appropriate for us to find her at this time. Give her some time, she's much stronger than you think. Let's go, I'll give you your credentials to prove that you've successfully graduated as an adept mage from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force." Fanny thought for a moment and didn't say much. She allowed Han Shuo to carry her to her lab and handed a notebook with a magical imprint to Han Shuo. "Keep an eye on Lisa for the next 2 days, I think she'll be able to come around." After experiencing such a matter, Han Shuo temporarily didn't have the mood to be intimate with Fanny. He put away the notebook and said to Fanny. "Brian, you're leaving again." Fanny started and suddenly hugged Han Shuo tightly. She lifted her head to look at Han Shuo and said unwillingly, "I've already officially graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Now that something like this has happened, I don't think I can appear in the academy for the time being in order to not make Lisa even more upset." Han Shuo also wanted to spend a bit more time with Fanny, but could only helplessly give up after thinking for a moment. "Then, where should I go if I want to find you? I don't want you to disappear for a few months without any news of you." Fanny frowned and hugged Han Shuo tightly, not letting him move. It seemed that she was insisting on Han Shuo giving her an answer. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo said with a headache, "It looks like I really need to find a mansion in the Empire. How about this, I'll give you my address in 7 days at most. I promise I won't disappear for too long this time." "All right." "Oh, that's right, my father might come to Asan City in the near future. I want you to meet him at that time." Fanny nodded, her cheeks flushed red as she lowered her head and said softly. Han Shuo stared blankly, thinking that his relationship with Phoebe and Emily was still there. If Fanny or her father found out, something big might happen. However, Han Shuo couldn't refuse at this time. He braced himself and said, "All right, I'll meet him at that time. Forget it, things will eventually sort themselves out. I can only take one step at a time." Han Shuo thought inwardly and said, "All right, I'll be leaving first." That's right, thank you for the pill. That pill was too miraculous. Do you have any more? I want to eat a few more." Before Han Shuo left, Fanny's eyes suddenly lit up as she said excitedly, This kind of pill is too precious. I only got one, just one is enough. There's no benefit in eating more." Han Shuo was sweating profusely. He was afraid that Fanny wouldn't listen to his advice and hurriedly left. Chapter 273. After leaving the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo directly went to Lawrence's house to find Lawrence. The two of them walked towards the northern city guard together. Asan City was divided into 4 parts, north, south, east, and west. Each part had a huge city gate and an independent city guard responsible for the order and security of the local area. When they arrived at a castle in the northern city guard, Lawrence said, "Although we're 10 days late, I think there shouldn't be any problems." The castle occupied an extremely large area and was completely built with sturdy rocks. There were a few armored soldiers in front of the castle who were in charge of recruiting new soldiers. Some tall and sturdy commoners were currently being inspected. When Lawrence brought Han Shuo over, Lawrence proudly said, "He's an adept mage who just graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. This time, he plans to join your magic army." A lackadaisical officer was lazily lying on a chair with his legs crossed, casually eating a plate of fruit. When he heard Lawrence's voice, he hurriedly stood up and smiled flatteringly at Lawrence. "Greetings, young Master Lawrence." Lawrence nodded and pointed at Han Shuo, saying, "He's my friend. He plans to join the Northern City Guard's magic army. We'll follow the proper procedures. He's actually an adept mage." The military officer was startled and his expression immediately became much more respectful. He looked at Han Shuo and said, "Can I see your identification?" On the profound continent, swordsmen, knights, and mages were the 3 most common professions. Among them, swordsmen had the lowest status, knights had a slightly higher status, and the rarest were the mages. For a country, a mage of the same rank could bring greater benefits to an army. Take an adept mage as an example. Whether it was a swordsman or a knight, at the level of a senior swordsman or a knight, no matter how strong a person was, he could only kill a few people in one move. However, if an adept mage released a spell with great destructive power, he could instantly kill tens or even hundreds of soldiers. The higher the rank of a mage, the more powerful the spell released. For a mage at the level of a sacred magus, a forbidden spell released could even destroy a city and kill tens of thousands of soldiers in a short period of time. It was precisely because mages possessed large-scale destructive magic that they were very useful to an army. Therefore, compared to swordsmen and knights, mages naturally had a higher status. Generally speaking, a magus who had reached the level of an archmage could be conferred the title of a noble in any country and have their own territory. Mages at the level of Grand Magus and Sacred Magus would be fought over no matter which country they were in. The king could even provide these powerful mages with any conditions they needed, such as wealth, status, and beauties. They could choose whatever they wanted. When he heard that Han Shuo was an adept mage who had graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, the officer's attitude immediately changed. For so many years, the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force had been the most outstanding academy in the Lancelot Empire. It had produced far too many talents for the empire. Many of the strongest people in various fields had graduated from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Of course, Han Shuo took out the evidence that Fanny had given him from his space ring and handed it to the officer. When he noticed the space ring that Han Shuo was wearing, the officer was slightly startled. An adept mage who possessed a space ring was certainly not an ordinary person. Therefore, the officer was even more respectful. He took Han Shuo's document and gave it to Han Shuo with both hands, saying sincerely, "No problem. Our Northern Guard welcomes you to join us. You will become a member of the Northern Guard's Magic Department. Please follow me, I will help you with the documents." "I'll go with you." Lawrence smiled faintly at Han Shuo and followed Han Shuo into the castle. The officer seemed to recognize Lawrence and didn't stop him from following. The three Yin demons circled around the castle in advance. Han Shuo discovered that the castle was divided into several parts. The rooms at the bottom were for ordinary soldiers, which could probably house close to 1,000 soldiers. The second floor was for ordinary officers, while the third floor was for high-ranking generals and the members of the magic department. Han Shuo noticed that there seemed to be a storehouse for weapons and rations underground. Although this castle was within Asan City, its defenses weren't weak. There were soldiers stationed in every direction on the 10-meter-tall walls, and there were also some heavy weapons for defense. There were even 3 magic towers. This was the headquarters of the Northern Guard, but most of the soldiers were scattered outside. The scattered Northern Guard was divided into 3 parts. The majority of them were training in a dense forest, another was responsible for defending the Northern Gate, and another was responsible for patrolling the northern part of the city to prevent private fights from happening within the city. Before coming here, Han Shuo had already understood the relationship between Lawrence and the highest commander of the Northern Guard, Count Boris Karlin, so he wasn't worried in the slightest. The military power of the Lancelot Empire was in the hands of the nobles. For example, Lawrence's uncle, Boris Karlin, was a count of the empire. The Karlin family was also considered a large family in the Lancelot Empire. Lawrence's father in name, E.V. Karlin, was Boris Karlin's older brother, and was a marquis of a higher rank. Because of his relationship with Lawrence, E.V. Karlin was the closest to the emperor's light faction. On one hand, it was because of his relationship with E.V., and on the other hand, it was because Boris Karlin truly possessed extraordinary military talent that he was able to sit in the highest position of the Northern Guard. Lawrence had arranged for Han Shuo to be in the Northern Guard naturally because his uncle was here. The soldiers here knew of the relationship between Lawrence and Boris, so they were so respectful to Lawrence. Even Han Shuo received the same amount of attention. "Oh, my adorable Lawrence, you haven't come to see me in a long time." As they walked towards the 3rd floor of the castle, a 1-meter 80-something tall soldier with a rough appearance and a large beard stood on the stairs and called out to Lawrence from afar. "Hi, my dear uncle, aren't I here now? Heh, you've even brought an outstanding talent with you. Look at how well your nephew treats you." Lawrence smiled all the way as he pulled Han Shuo towards Boris. Boris laughed heartily, his voice extremely resonant. He swept a glance at Han Shuo and said, "This must be the Brian you've mentioned to me many times. Haha, he has such a strong physique, to think that he's actually a magical mage. How incredible. Due to practicing magic, Han Shua's height had already reached 1 meter 90 centimeters. His spine was as straight as a javelin, and he naturally gave off an extraordinary aura. Although he was wearing an ordinary magic robe, his figure couldn't be concealed at all. Greetings, Lord Count Boris. I hope that Lord Count will take good care of me in the future. Han Shua knew what he was doing and bowed with a smile. Well said, well said. Boris laughed heartily and turned to the officer leading the way, saying, Jaranka, help Brian with all the procedures. Lawrence, Brian, come. Come sit in my room for a while. Boris waited for Lawrence and Han Shua to walk up the stairs before he enthusiastically grabbed Lawrence and Han Shua and walked straight to the largest and tallest room on the 3rd floor. Along the way, he faced the soldiers outside the city and couldn't help but salute to Boris. Boris's large hands were as coarse as old tree bark. Han Shua could feel that Boris should be using a heavy weapon. When he heard Lawrence say that Boris was an Earth Rider, Han Shua had a rough idea in his heart. It was a spacious and bright room made of huge stone. Apart from some simple furniture, there weren't any special luxuries. It seemed that Boris wasn't a person who liked luxury. All of you are dismissed. Don't let anyone in for the time being. At the entrance, Boris gave an order. 2 senior swordsman-level guards left the entrance without saying a word and went to a place further away to stand guard. After sitting down in the room, Boris went straight to the point, Brian, due to your relationship with Lawrence, I won't say too many polite words. Since you've joined the Northern Guard, I will help you obtain a title as soon as possible. Lawrence said that you have boundless potential and will become a good assistant. I believe in his foresight. Thank you, Lord Count. Han Shua nodded and smiled in thanks. Don't mention it. Helping you is also helping Lawrence, and also helping myself. You'll be hanging in the Ministry of Magic for now and won't have any special position. However, once you make contributions to the Northern Guard, I can help you apply for the title of Baron due to your identity as a mage. In the future, your title will gradually increase according to your contributions. Boris looked at Han Shua and slowly explained. Uncle Boris, as long as Brian can quickly obtain the title of Viscount in your Northern Guard, it'll be fine. It won't be easy for me to advance through the Northern Guard. I have my own plans. Lawrence already had plans for Han Shua's position. With the Northern Guard's power and contributions, it was likely that Han Shua would only be able to obtain the title of Viscount. After all, even Boris was only using the title of Count. Therefore, it would be too difficult for Han Shua to continue staying in the Northern Guard. You brat. Alright, I just happen to have something to do here. If Brian can do it well, your contributions will be recorded and I can help you apply for a title of Baron. Boris first glared at Lawrence before speaking to Han Shua with a smile. His heart moved. Han Shua asked with interest, what is it? Chapter 274. The Imperial Munitions Factory has recently developed a new type of war chariot that can continuously fire bolts 1,000 meters away. This secret factory is located in the wilderness to the north of the city. It was originally under the protection of our Northern Guard, but on a night half a month ago, a group of assassins suddenly sneaked in and killed the guards of the Northern Guard as well as a dozen or so manufacturers. They also stole the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot. When His Majesty heard of this, he flew into a rage and gave me a deadline of 1 month to capture these people at all costs and retrieve the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot. I've been worrying about this matter. If you can be of use in this matter, I guarantee that you will receive the title of Baron. Boris seemed to be extremely worried when he mentioned this matter. His hearty laughter had long since disappeared. Yes, I'm also thinking of a way to deal with this matter. If I can't capture those people within a month and retrieve the manufacturing blueprints for the war chariot, it may affect my uncle's career. Lawrence sighed lightly. He was also a bit worried. To Lawrence, Boris was someone he could rely on. Whether or not he could distinguish himself in the struggle for the throne mainly depended on the strength of those who supported him. Among them, first Prince Charles currently held the most power and also had the most supporters. Lawrence was the weakest because of his identity as an illegitimate child. If even his relatives lost their power, it would definitely affect Lawrence's future position. After thinking for a while with his brows furrowed, Han Shuo opened his mouth and said, "It's been half a month, could those people have already left the imperial capital? If they have left the imperial capital, trying to capture them would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. That shouldn't be the case. I reported this matter to His Majesty at the first instant. Lord Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, is also paying attention to this matter. The 4 city gates are strictly guarded both openly and secretly, not letting a single suspicious person leave. The culprits shouldn't have been able to leave Asen City yet." Boris had a solemn expression as he spoke in a low voice. "So it's like this. Then did Lord Candide tell you who was responsible for this matter?" Some of the high-ranking officials of the empire were well aware of the existence of the Dark Mantle. Among them, Candide was the most mysterious and the most difficult to contact. Han Shuo understood the rules of the Dark Mantle. For such a major incident to occur, it must have been done by an enemy nation. It was impossible for the Dark Mantle to not send someone to deal with it. That was why he asked. Boris shook his head with a wry smile. "I only know of Lord Candide's name, but I have never had the opportunity to meet him. This information was also given to me by the higher-ups. They told me to do my best to investigate, but I didn't know who was in charge of this matter." Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "I understand. I'll do my best. I'll go see Lord Candide later and ask him what's going on." Boris was shocked. You know Lord Candide? "I forgot to tell you, Brian's other identity is in Dark Mantle." Lawrence explained to Boris and then said in a similarly shocked tone, "Brian, I only know that you're in the Dark Mantle. But don't tell me that you can directly meet that old monster Candide. I'm directly responsible to him." Han Shuo nodded with a smile. Lawrence's face was filled with ecstasy when he heard this. His gaze towards Han Shuo was full of excitement. "I didn't think that you'd be doing so well in the Dark Mantle, directly listening to that old monster's orders. It looks like my choice was right." "That's great." Boris was also overjoyed. He looked gratefully at Lawrence and said to Han Shuo, "Then, I'll leave this matter to you. As long as you can accomplish this, I'll take care of your Baron title with your Adept Mage qualifications. I'll do my best." Han Shuo didn't dare make any promises. After all, he didn't know the specifics of this matter. Although the Dark Mantle's network was incomparably vast, it wasn't omnipotent. "All right, Uncle Boris, Brian is just a nominal member of your magic department anyway. You don't need to arrange anything else for him. He won't come to the Northern Guard if there's nothing important. We'll be leaving first." Lawrence stood up and didn't beat around the bush with this uncle, getting straight to the point. "Don't worry, I know what to do. Helping him is helping you, and also helping myself. I know what I'm doing." After learning of Han Shuo's identity in the Dark Mantle, Boris naturally wouldn't keep Han Shuo in the army to do miscellaneous things. He also understood that Han Shuo had come purely to accumulate military merits and would only use the Northern Guard as a springboard for promotion. He definitely wouldn't stay in the Northern Guard for long. After leaving the Northern Guard with Lawrence, Lawrence asked Han Shuo, "Are you confident in this matter?" "This matter concerns my uncle's future, I'll leave it to you. I'll try my best. After all, I don't know the specifics yet." Han Shuo replied. Just as he was about to board Lawrence's carriage, he suddenly frowned and said, "Lawrence, be careful on the road." Suddenly startled, Lawrence asked in a low voice without batting an eyelid, "You mean, someone wants to kill me? You board the carriage first. I won't leave with you, but I'll protect you in secret." Han Shuo nodded, indicating that Lawrence shouldn't act rashly and alert the enemy. Alright, then I'll be leaving first. Lawrence said loudly. With a smile on his face, he walked straight to the carriage as if nothing had happened. As soon as Lawrence boarded the carriage, Han Shuo turned and walked towards another street. After walking a few dozen meters, he arrived next to another carriage parked at the corner of the street and said in a low voice, "Chester, why are you here?" Chester, who was dressed as a coachman, turned his head when he heard the familiar voice. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Brian, why are you here?" Suddenly, the carriage was lifted by a pair of slender hands. The charming Emily suddenly covered her mouth and exclaimed in joy, "Scoundrel, what are you doing here?" It had been a long time since they'd last met, but Emily was still as beautiful as ever. Her long hair was coiled up high, and she wore a long purple dress. She appeared so graceful and luxurious, and there was even a hint of inviolable holiness in her eyes. She was completely different from the flirtatious temperament she'd had when she first met Han Shuo. "I went to the Northern Guard to handle some matters. I just saw Chester looking around, so I came to take a look." "What are you two doing here?" Han Shuo frowned and hurriedly asked. "The Northern Guard lost the blueprint for the war chariot. I'm in charge of this mission, so I sent someone to understand the situation." Emily's relationship with Han Shuo allowed her to speak of the mission that should be kept secret without any misgivings. Overjoyed, Han Shuo said, "So it's like a fairy." "Huh, we're really fated. I'll go to the Dark Mantle stronghold in the northern part of the city tonight. I'll talk to you in detail then. I have some matters to attend to now, see you tonight." After saying this, Han Shuo didn't wait for Emily's questions. He nodded at Chester and quickly disappeared into the night. "Lord Brian is becoming more and more mysterious. I heard that he's made a great contribution again, and the Dark Mantle is spreading his deeds." Chester couldn't help but say in admiration when he saw Han Shuo disappear in the blink of an eye. He only knows how to act mysterious. Why isn't that guy back yet? Let's quickly finish up our business and return to the northern stronghold as soon as possible. Emily couldn't wait any longer when she saw Han Shuo appear. She inwardly complained about her subordinates who'd gone to the Northern Guard to ask for information. "Be careful, it's not safe on the way back." Sitting in the carriage, Lawrence lifted the curtains and spoke softly to Earth Rider Kino beside him. "Don't worry, we'll definitely protect young Master Lawrence." Kino rode on a warhorse, his silver armor glistening as he held a shining silver spear in his hand. In short, be careful." Lawrence was still relatively calm, but he still repeatedly exhorted. After working with Han Shuo in Valen City, Lawrence understood that Han Shuo possessed some miraculous abilities. He firmly believed in Han Shuo's warnings. With a group of experts in the open led by Kino and the old assassin Lucky as his bodyguards, Lawrence wasn't too worried. In addition, Han Shuo had already said that he would protect him in secret before he left. Lawrence was even more confident based on his understanding of Han Shuo's strength. After all, he truly witnessed Han Shuo's frightening strength. When they reached a long alley, a mournful howl suddenly sounded. The ground shook as spikes 2 to 3 meters long abruptly pierced out. Lawrence's carriage and the sturdy warhorses of Kino and the others were all struck by the spikes. Kino's group and Lawrence's warhorses were all shot to death in an instant. It was a good thing that Lawrence and the others were already prepared. The instant the ground shook, they were immediately prepared. They hurriedly jumped off their warhorses and carriages and landed in an area that hadn't been pierced by the spikes. On the roofs of the long alley, several archers released sharp arrows that whistled towards Lawrence and the others. Kino's group of knights tightly surrounded Lawrence and raised their round shields in defense. "Polak, continue to release the spikes." A black-robed mage stood on a rooftop and yelled in another direction. "I'm Brian of the Northern Guard's Magic Department. Whoever dares to behave atrociously within my jurisdiction must be tired of living." Han Shuo walked out from that direction with a cold smile on his face. He held a bloody head in his hand. "Polak. The black-robed mage was shocked when he saw the head in Han Shua's hand and immediately called out. Chapter 275. There were a total of 10 assassins this time, 3 mages, 4 archers, and 3 swordsmen. Of the 3 swordsmen, one had the strength of a swordmaster, and the other 2 were senior swordsmen. Apart from the Earth Adept mage that had been killed by Han Shua, there was also a Space Adept mage, as well as the black-cloaked Dark Archmage. The black-cloaked mage felt a sudden chill in his heart when he saw Han Shua appear with Pollock's head in his hand. Pollock had been right next to him, but he hadn't seen anything before being killed. This meant that the assassin's strength was definitely extraordinary. Kill this person first. The black-cloaked mage shouted loudly and was about to chant a spell. Suddenly, the large tree next to the black-cloaked mage started to sway strangely. The branches turned into sharp arrows and shot towards him like a peacock spreading its tail. He didn't have time to react before the dozens of branches pierced him like a hedgehog, blood flowing all over his body. The black-cloaked mage's eyes were still wide open even at the moment of his death as he looked at the tree that had suddenly turned into a murder weapon. He couldn't understand how an ordinary tree could become a murder weapon that could kill without batting an eye. The 2 senior swordsmen, dressed in black, jumped down from the roof, intending to kill Han Shua first. The funny thing was that 3 cracks had appeared on the ground where they'd landed. The 3 who'd been about to charge towards Han Shua were like flies that had walked into a trap. They screamed as they were swallowed by the 3 cracks. The few remaining people were extremely anxious as they watched the strange changes unfold. The assassin with the strength of a swordmaster said in a low voice, "Retreat." The 4 archers and the Space Adept mage felt as if they'd been granted amnesty when they heard the swordmaster's words. They hastily turned around to flee. "You want to leave? Heh, today is my first day on the job. I'm going to use you guys to make a contribution." Han Shua followed them unhurriedly and said with a smile. The swordsman jumped up and stepped on a small tree next to him. Unexpectedly, the small tree suddenly came to life. A few branches wrapped around the swordsman's ankle like snakes. More branches, like the tentacles of an octopus, slowly flew up and constricted the lower half of the swordsman's body. The swordmaster's face was full of fear as he brandished the long sword in his hand, intending to chop off the soft tree trunk. However, at this moment, the old assassin Lucky, who had been hiding in the dark, approached like a ghost, already aiming at the struggling swordmaster. Han Shua was about to attack, but when he saw Lucky go over, he knew that the swordsman wouldn't be able to escape death. He immediately turned his attention to the 4 archers and the Space Adept mage. "Brian, leave one alive." Lawrence was overjoyed. He had never expected Han Shua to be so miraculous. Facing so many experts, Han Shua was still so calm and unruffled. He didn't know what method he had used to toy with his opponents. Someone's killed someone. Close the door, close the door. Although this alley was remote, there were still people living in broad daylight. When they heard Han Shua shout, they opened the windows on the side to take a look. A few civilians closed the windows and doors tightly in fear and trepidation, afraid that they would be implicated. A group of cavalry rapidly approached from afar. Han Shua's ears were sensitive and he had long since heard them clearly. He chuckled lowly as he looked in the direction the 4 archers had fled. His body flashed, and like a stone shot from a catapult, Han Shua landed in the middle of the 4 archers in the blink of an eye. The demon's lair edge was like a specter, taking away 3 lives in an instant. Grabbing the remaining archer by the neck, Han Shua lifted the archer up with one hand. The archer was only about 1.70 meters tall. His legs flailed wildly in the air as he looked at Han Shua in terror, unable to make a complete sound. The pitiful archer's quiver had long since been thrown away, and his arms weren't as long as Han Shua's. Although he struggled with all his might, his arms and legs couldn't reach Han Shua. He looked extremely pathetic and laughable. "Child, be a little more obedient and you'll suffer less." Han Shuo grinned as he easily lifted the archer and walked towards Lawrence. Another space adept mage was suddenly shot in the back by a hidden arrow and fell from the roof after running a few steps. The archer who had shot the hidden arrow had come together with the old assassin, Lucky. Han Shuo had seen this clearly and wasn't surprised that the space mage had been killed. Who is it? Who dares commit murder in the middle of the street? After the matter was over, the cavalry in the distance arrived. The leader of the cavalry was a fully armored officer, and he shouted loudly. You city guards really can't be counted on. Lawrence shook his head and sighed. He didn't even look at the officer and only looked at Han Shuo with appreciation. Thank you very much, Brian. Alright, this person has already fainted from being strangled. Do as you see fit. Remember that I protected you this time, the Dark Mantle will record this merit. In addition, I maintained the security of the northern part of the city and prevented a malicious assassination. The Northern Guard should also record this merit for me. Han Shuo was proud of himself. He'd made 2 contributions in one go. What a great deal. Got it. Lawrence understood and said with a smile. There won't be any danger on the road. I'll take my leave first. Han Shuo said and walked out confidently. The officer who was supposed to stop him had already discovered Lawrence's presence. He didn't dare say anything when he saw Lawrence and Han Shuo chatting intimately, allowing Han Shuo to leave calmly. At the northern stronghold of the Dark Mantle City, Han Shuo arrived as promised at night. Emily had been waiting for a long time. When she saw Han Shuo appear, she immediately dismissed Chester and warmly chatted with Han Shuo. After separating from the Valley of Sunshine, the two told each other about their own situation, all the way to the theft of the Northern Guard's blueprint. Do you have any leads? Han Shuo asked Emily. I'm keeping an eye on this matter. I can be sure that those people definitely haven't left Asan City. That's because the Dark Mantle has been secretly investigating this matter ever since it happened. We've stationed our people at all 4 city gates. The people from other countries have been left behind in the Empire, so it's impossible for them to escape. Recently, we've discovered a few groups of suspicious people, but we can't be sure if they're the ones who did it. I'm doing my best to investigate this matter. As long as we can determine which party did it, not a single one of them will be able to escape from our Asan City. Wait for my news. Although this matter is troublesome, since it happened within Asan City, the Dark Mantle will definitely handle it appropriately. Emily's expression was solemn as she spoke in a low voice. Keep these 2 things well. They will definitely be helpful to your strength. Han Shuo took out a magic staff with 3 amethysts from Ermite Cotton, as well as the notebook he had memorized, and gave it to Emily. For me. Emily felt a bit dizzy when she saw Han Shuo give these 2 things to her. Emily was very clear on how valuable these 2 things were. Ermite Cotton's notebook recorded his understanding and feelings towards dark magic. It was a sacred object that no dark mage could ever hope for. There was also the magic staff left behind by Ermite Cotton. The dense dark element on it was extremely frightening. Its value was even more immeasurable. When Han Shuo described the instance where he left the notebook, Emily had a faint feeling in her heart. But when Han Shuo really gave these 2 priceless items to Emily, she still couldn't believe it. Her heart trembled violently. That's right. When you obtain these 2 items, she belongs to you. But regarding this magic staff, you have to prepare an excuse to avoid Candide's suspicions. Originally, Han Shuo had given the original notebook to Candide, but he had concealed the matter regarding the magic staff. This magic staff of Ermite Cotton would certainly have an extraordinary effect on dark mages. Han Shuo said this to Emily to prevent Candide from having any other thoughts. Taking a deep breath, Emily murmured, "The Dark Star Staff is the magic staff of Archmage Ermite Cotton. The dense dark element on it can help dark mages gather mental strength more quickly. Whether it is training or casting speed, this staff can increase by 5 times. For dark mages, this magic staff is a divine artifact. There is also Ermite Cotton's understanding of dark magic. If I can completely comprehend it, my dark magic will definitely advance by leaps and bounds and reach an even higher level. These two items are simply priceless treasures for dark mages. Don't be so emotional, I know their value. They belong to you now. Han Shuo saw that Emily was ecstatic and hugged Emily's slender waist. Eat this pill, it can make you everlasting youth and allow you to better study dark magic. When Emily heard the words, everlasting youth, she was so excited that her heart almost stopped beating. Today, a series of good things had fallen onto her head, especially these astronomical items that were all given out by Han Shuo. This was the first time in her life that Emily was so excited. This was enough to prove her position in Han Shuo's heart. Everlasting youth, everlasting youth. The only thing Emily cared about was her age. She was a bit older than Han Shuo, and this had always been a knot in her heart. Now that there was an everlasting youth medicine, she was willing to pay any price. She muttered to herself in a daze. Eat it, I'll help you dissolve the medicine. Han Shuo said in a low voice. He held on to Emily's slender hand and placed the rebirth pill into Emily's mouth. Without any hesitation, Emily swallowed the rebirth pill with a brilliant light in her eyes. Then, with Han Shuo's help, the bones in her body crackled as the rebirth pill slowly changed Emily's constitution. Just like Fanny, Phoebe, and the others, when Emily had the urge to go to the toilet, Han Shuo explained the side effects of the rebirth pill to her, and only then did he feel reassured and leave. At the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shuo walked in unhindered. In a remote training field in the Merchant Guild, Phoebe was wearing a pure white warrior's outfit. Her long hair was tied into a ponytail with a thin thread, and she wielded a longsword in her hand. In the training field, Phoebe's body was as fast as lightning, and a series of afterimages were created due to her high speed. Silver sword rays shot out one after another. The sword rays were extremely sharp, and the huge rocks in the surroundings shattered with a pa-pa sound. Suddenly, Phoebe seemed to have sensed something. She raised the long sword in her hand, and a spinning, cross sword ray shot towards a small tree. With a creak sound, the small tree broke into over 100 pieces. A black light flashed by, and a shadow behind the tree trunk advanced at high speed, passing through the cross sword rays. An enormous killing intent enveloped Phoebe, and a palpitation from the depths of her soul suddenly leapt into Phoebe's heart. In a split second, everything in the surroundings seemed to be bound by the killing intent. Phoebe suddenly felt her body stiffen, and she couldn't move at all. A deep fear arose in her heart. However, after the killing intent surged over, just as it was about to rush towards Phoebe's delicate body, it suddenly dispersed from the two sides of her chest. She actually didn't receive the slightest injury. When she felt her body relax and the killing intent was gone, a smiling Han Shuo appeared in front of her. Congratulations, you actually reached the Great Sword Master realm. For you to reach the Great Sword Master realm so quickly at such a young age, it is really very rare. Han Shuo looked at Phoebe with a smile, and congratulated her. Like a swallow returning to its nest, Phoebe happily threw herself into Han Shuo's embrace. A delicate fragrance mixed with the faint smell of sweat, instantly filled Han Shuo's mouth and nose. After Phoebe tightly hugged Han Shuo, she happily said, "Thanks to your Dan, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to break through so quickly. Look, what's the difference between me and before?" Just like Fanny, Phoebe had been reborn through the rebirth pill. Her skin was so tender and delicate that it would break at the slightest touch. Her beautiful face was so soul-stirring. "You've become a lot more beautiful," Han Shuo sincerely said. "Oh, I'm sweaty, I want to take a bath first." Phoebe lightly pushed Han Shuo away, and shyly walked towards her room. Halfway there, she suddenly stopped, and her voice couldn't be any lighter. "Come with me." Chapter 276. In a luxurious residence on the west side of Asen's city god's palace. The empire's crown prince, Charles, was currently pressing a voluptuous, beautiful woman onto the table. He was vigorously rocking her from behind. The beautiful woman's shining white buttocks were swaying, enjoying Charles's thrusts like a bitch. After a while, Charles's two legs trembled as he let out a loud cry. His entire body softened like cotton, directly lying on the beautiful woman's body as he moaned, "Darling, you're really charming. Your Highness the First Prince, please help me with my younger brother's matter." The beautiful woman didn't move as she laid there, allowing Charles to continue groping her body as she spoke in an affectionate and soft voice. "Don't worry, the entire empire will be mine in the future. These small matters naturally aren't a problem." Charles laughed lewdly as he took out a pill from his space ring, planning to swallow it and fight again. At this moment, a strange voice suddenly reverberated in the room. Charles's expression changed as he immediately withdrew the pill and quickly pulled up his pants, hurriedly saying, "I have serious matters to attend to, quickly leave." When the beautiful woman heard this, she hurriedly pulled up her skirt that had fallen to her knees and left through the side door without another word, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After the strange voice faded, the extremely tall and skinny Grand Duke Ashburn directly barged in. Looking at Charles, Ashburn unhappily said, "You actually still have the mood to be licentious at this time." "I'm sorry, uncle. How's the situation?" Charles appeared very humble in front of Ashburn. He lowered his head and honestly admitted his mistake as he asked Ashburn in reply. "We failed. One of the assassins sent by Shadow Ghost was captured alive while the rest were all killed," Ashburn said in a deep voice with a gloomy face. "How could this be? We investigated very clearly beforehand. Even if those assassins couldn't kill him, they shouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state." Charles was startled, not understanding how Lawrence did it. Ashburn's mood wasn't good either. Shadow Ghost had suffered disastrous losses and one of their assassins had been captured alive. He was also very worried as he gloomily said, "An accident occurred this time. That Brian who caused a ruckus previously seemed to have played an important role. Otherwise, the situation definitely wouldn't be this bad." "The boyfriend of the owner of the Boost Merchant Guild, Phoebe? How is that possible? He's just an advanced magician. What can he do with his strength?" Charles found it hard to believe. He had seen Han Shua in the Northern Rose Garden and felt that Han Shua's strength was nothing to be afraid of. This person isn't simple. After Aubrey returned from the Boost Merchant Guild, his body went cold and hot for a few days and he fell seriously ill. Even with Aubrey's strength, he was still tricked. This shows that he definitely isn't that easy to deal with. This time, he came out to stir up trouble again. "It seems like we should get rid of him first so that he doesn't get in the way." Duke Ashburn paced back and forth as he thought for a moment before speaking coldly. "I'll listen to Uncle's orders." To Charles, this uncle of his was an important support. Ashburn, who held great authority, was extremely important to his throne. In addition to their familial relationship, Charles didn't dare to disobey Ashburn's words. Nodding his head, Ashburn said, "Phoebe's master, Sacred Swordmaster of Cross Corel Ascot, came looking for me a while ago. That old fellow has yet to express whether he supports Lawrence or not. It's not advisable to become enemies with him at the moment. That old fellow is rather clear about some of the experts in my hands. Because this Brian has a close relationship with Phoebe, I can't let my people take action. Shadow Ghost has suffered disastrous losses this time. I'm afraid that they won't be able to mobilize experts in a short period of time. Only you can kill him. No problem. A while ago, Great Swordmaster Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance offended the lightning sacred Magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance. He couldn't stay in the Brute Merchant Alliance any longer and fled to our empire. It just so happens that he's relying on me. He'll arrive in 2 days. Currently, no one knows about this matter. If he takes action, this matter will definitely be settled. That madman? Ashburn was startled. He then nodded his head and laughed sinisterly, then I'm relieved. In the dead of night, in the room of the master of the Buzzed Merchant Alliance, Phoebe. The sound of water splashing could be heard from the depths. Phoebe's cheerful voice was clear and melodious. Hee, is it comfortable? In a spacious bath, steam pervaded the entire room. The bath was filled with flower petals, emitting a faint fragrance. Han Shua was wearing shorts as he lay on the edge of the bath. Phoebe had a light muslin wrapped around her entire body. She sat sideways beside Han Shua and was currently massaging Han Shua's muscles. Han Shua squinted his eyes as he lazily lay there. He said disappointedly, "It's comfortable, but it's different from what I imagined. I thought you wanted me to come in with you to do something else with me." "Humph, I knew you would let your imagination run wild. Massaging you like this is already good enough. I've never massaged anyone's back or waist before. You should be content." Phoebe's hair was coiled up high. A few strands of messy hair naughtily landed on her fragrant shoulders. The muslin was unable to block the spring scenery, and her fair jade-like skin revealed a natural rosy glow. Before coming here, Han Shua had already vented on Emily's body. However, it was still unbearably swollen. It was a pity that he had promised Phoebe before coming in that he would absolutely not force himself on her. Therefore, although it was a little uncomfortable, he could only grit his teeth and endure, afraid that Phoebe would really become angry. "Brian, what exactly is that pill you gave me? How could it be so miraculous?" Bai Xiaochun asked. "If we can mass-produce it, our Buzzed Merchant Alliance will definitely be able to make a huge profit. No woman will be able to resist the temptation of such a pill. I'm afraid that anyone would buy it at a sky-high price." Like a little wife, Phoebe spoke softly as she massaged Han Shua's shoulders, inquiring with a very business-like mind. "Forget it, the materials used for one pill are too precious. In addition, it not only has the effect of retaining one's youth, but it can also allow you to be reborn. Whether it's your body or your spirit, all of them will be greatly improved. I spent a lot of time and collected heavenly treasures from the depths of the dark forest. It wasn't easy to refine this pill. Do you think it's that easy to obtain?" Han Shua explained with a wry smile. Whether it was Fanny or Phoebe, they were both constantly thinking about the rebirth pill. Han Shua had given them the rebirth pill mainly for the sake of their strength. It was a pity that these women only cared about eternal youth and didn't have much of a reaction towards increasing their strength. "If that's the case, then there's no other way," Phoebe said with disappointment and then chuckled lightly. "That's fine too. Then no one will be able to have skin as good as mine in the future, hee. Han Shua's heart skipped a beat when he heard Phoebe's words. He thought to himself that if Phoebe were to touch Emily and Fanny, would the three women detect anything from their delicate skin? Wouldn't he be trapped in a cocoon of his own making then? Shaking his head, Han Shua didn't want to think about this headache. He turned to the side and pulled Phoebe into his arms. Phoebe's wet body was incomparably smooth. The gauze was so thin that it was almost as if it were nothing. As soon as Han Shua held Phoebe in his arms, his heart began to run wild. "It's just a kiss," Phoebe said with a chuckle and moved her fragrant lips to Han Shua. But when their tongues tangled, Han Shua couldn't suppress it anymore. But when he thought of what he had promised Phoebe before he came in, he felt a little embarrassed. Suddenly, an idea came to Han Shua's mind. He thought of some of Chu Kanglin's demonic secret methods and secretly had an idea. When Han Shua was kissing Phoebe's cherry lips, his big hands groped some sensitive parts of Phoebe. He tried to use some demonic flirting methods to see if they were really so magical. "Oh," a moan that sounded like crying came out of Phoebe's mouth. The temperature of Phoebe's delicate body kept rising. Her delicate skin was flushed, and her breathing gradually became heavier. She couldn't hold back and hugged Han Shua tightly, entangling Han Shua like an octopus. Han Shua had just used some secret methods, but Phoebe was so aroused, which made Han Shua happy. He thought that the demonic methods of the old monster Chu Kanglin were really useful. While kissing Phoebe, his hands moved up and down, lingering on her back and waist. It didn't take long before Phoebe couldn't hold it in anymore. Her eyes were full of confusion, as if she had fallen into an ecstatic dream. She took the initiative to untie the veil on her body and hugged Han Shua while panting lightly, whispering, "Brian." "Brian." Feeling secretly pleased, Han Shua smiled evilly and said, "If this goes on, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. Why don't we call it a day?" "You scoundrel, I knew I couldn't escape from your palm." "Forget it, forget it." Phoebe exclaimed softly and easily untied her clothes, revealing her perfect body. Her firm breasts, flat stomach, round buttocks, and slender legs were all revealed in front of Han Shua without any concealment. After this exclamation, Phoebe took the initiative to lean towards Han Shua. Her jade hands reached out to help Han Shua take off his shorts and hugged Han Shua tightly. She buried her head in Han Shua's firm and broad chest and murmured softly, "Last time in the Valley of Sunshine, I already planned to give it to you when I discovered you were doing it. You don't have to endure it anymore in the future." Han Shua didn't know whether to laugh or cry, nor could he explain. He didn't think that it was because of Phoebe's misunderstanding last time that she would let go of him today. It looked like he had to thank Emily for facilitating this matter. In front of a beauty, Han Shua naturally wouldn't be polite. He turned over and pressed Phoebe down, his broad chest pressing down on Phoebe's towering breasts. His hands unceremoniously groped all over Phoebe's body and skillfully separated Phoebe's tightly clenched legs with his knees. He looked into Phoebe's eyes and said, "Why do you like me?" As Han Shua spoke, his erect erection had already come into contact with Phoebe's moist area. Han Shua's hands were still constantly caressing Phoebe's sensitive areas, stimulating Phoebe's desire. "I don't know, it should have started from that assassination attempt. I hated you to death at that time, but later on, I discovered that your shadow often occupied my mind. I don't know when it started, but the original hatred slowly disappeared, but your shadow couldn't be dispelled from my mind." Phoebe panted as she quickly answered. It looked like these words had long been stuck in the depths of her heart and hadn't stopped at all. From the moment he descended into this world and cultivated demonic arts, Han Shua decided not to be shackled by anything. As for this originally cold and arrogant beauty, as he gradually came into contact with her, Han Shua understood that he did indeed have feelings for her. Although it wasn't as infatuated as it was with Fanny, he really felt that he couldn't leave her. After Phoebe said this, Han Shua closed his eyes and fell silent for a while. His hands unconsciously continued to release demonic art's secret flirting skills. He didn't know how stimulating these secret flirting skills were. In addition, Phoebe was secretly in love with him. Before he took action, he heard Phoebe's loud cry. The next moment, Han Shua felt that his lower body was wrapped by a warm and moist wonderful place. After a long time, Han Shua sat lazily in the bath, and Phoebe sat on Han Shua's thick thighs like a kitten. Her hands were wrapped around Han Shua's neck, and her head was buried in Han Shua's chest, looking lazy and powerless. "Does it hurt?" Just now, Phoebe's performance could only be described as crazy. Feeling that it was Phoebe's first time, Han Shua couldn't help but ask. I don't know. I felt like I had gone crazy. I didn't feel any pain at all. When I woke up, I was already like this." Phoebe was extremely bashful and said in a low voice like a mosquito. As soon as these words came out, Han Shua was taken aback. He secretly thought that demonic art's secret flirting skills were really overbearing. Even a woman with a firm mind like Phoebe couldn't bear it and fell into a state of madness. If ordinary women were to be played like this, wouldn't they all lose their rationality and beg to be ravaged like a slut? "I'm very sleepy and tired. I'll rest for a while first." Phoebe was indeed tired. She had taken the initiative in the previous pleasure and crazily asked for Han Shuo's grace. In addition, it was her first time, so it was inevitable that she would feel extremely tired. Well, you rest first. Han Shuo slowly picked up Phoebe and temporarily placed her on the warm edge of the bath. He sat cross-legged in the bath and ran the demonic arts. Chapter 277. Lancelot Empire, Asen City, East City, Magic Guild. The eastern part of Asen City was a gathering place for commercial organizations and various guilds. Apart from various shops, the Magic Guild, Swordsman Guild, Archer Guild, Thief Guild, and Mercenary Guild were all located in the eastern part of the city. These large and small guilds had transcendent statuses and were spread throughout the entire profound continent. Not a single country lacked one. They were an appraisal organization for all professions. Any mage or swordsman, as long as they passed the guild's test and appraisal, could obtain the corresponding rank and be recognized by any country in the entire profound continent. The Magic Guild's building was like a spire, looking like a magic tower from afar. Unlike the Swordsman Guild and the Mercenary Guild, the Magic Guild appeared deserted, with very few people entering. Mages were the most mysterious group of people on the profound continent. Their numbers naturally couldn't compare to the vast number of swordsmen and knights. Therefore, the number of mages that came to the Magic Guild to take the appraisal test was much smaller. Phoebe was too tired and had yet to wake up. After Han Shuo carried her to the bed and put her down, he went alone to the Magic Guild in the eastern part of the city at daybreak. Currently, Han Shuo possessed the mental strength of a Grand Magus, but he was still just an Archmage. The necromancy magic that Clarendon grasped had been transferred to Han Shuo through the occupation of his soul. Han Shuo had grasped it after staying in the Cemetery of Death for a few days and practicing day and night. However, apart from the magic skills that Claude had grasped, the necromancy magic book that he had obtained from the Cemetery of Death also recorded the two magic spells, Plague, and Soul Tremor. Plague was the same as corpse resurrection. It was the most notorious and terrifying large-scale destructive magic of necromancers for thousands of years. The reason why necromancers were so terrifying was because of the plague magic. Plague was purely a type of destructive magic. This magic didn't have a large area of effect, but what was frightening was its ability to spread quickly. As long as one person in a village or town was infected with the plague magic, unless that person was immediately burned and buried, the plague magic would follow them wherever they went. More and more people would be infected, their bodies rotting and dying. As long as a village, town, or even an empire didn't have a quick response strategy, it was very likely to become a hellish place. If it was used in conjunction with corpse resurrection magic, an archmage-level necromancy magic could resurrect all those who had died from the plague, creating a terrifying zombie army out of thin air. Han Shuo didn't plan on practicing the plague magic for the time being. After all, this magic was just too terrifying. Once the plague took form, even Han Shuo himself would have a hard time controlling it. This kind of pure destructive magic was a nightmare for any country. Once Han Shuo released this magic, he would undoubtedly become the public enemy of the continent. Therefore, after much consideration, he decided against practicing it. Soul Tremor was a type of magic that directly affected the soul. Archmage-level necromancers had a higher level of understanding of the soul, and could use their mental strength to directly attack the opponent's soul. This was an attack that was impossible to defend against. Most mages had much stronger mental strength than swordsmen and knights, and could use their mental strength to defend against this kind of attack on the soul. However, swordsmen and knights of other professions had much weaker mental strength than mages. When faced with this kind of attack on the soul, they would most likely suffer greatly. Currently, what Han Shuo was practicing was Soul Tremor, but because Clarendon didn't have any experience with this magic in his memories, it was basically impossible for him to quickly grasp it. Archmage-level magic was much more profound and abstruse than before. Even if he had the incantation, it was still very difficult to use it. Only when one's understanding of the soul reached a very high level would they be able to release it. Although Han Shuo hadn't reached this level, it wouldn't stop him from becoming an archmage. May I ask, are you here to advance? When he arrived at the Magic Association, a young girl wearing a sky blue dress asked with a smile. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, "That's right, I intend to advance to become an archmage of the necromancy major. May I ask, how do I begin?" "First, you must have proof that you're an adept mage, and then pay 1,000 gold coins as the examination fee. Whether you succeed or not, this fee will belong to the Magic Association. Do you agree?" The girl had a friendly smile on her face as she responded politely. There was some surprise in her eyes as she looked at Han Shuo. There weren't many mages who practiced necromancy magic to begin with. She was even more surprised that such a young man had the confidence to advance to archmage necromancy. 1,000 gold coins, it looked like this magic association was very profitable. Han Shuo was slightly startled, then continued, "No problem, when can we begin? Give me your certificate and the gold coins, I'll go ask the higher-ups first, then I'll tell you." The girl responded with a smile. When Han Shuo handed over the proof of his graduation from the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, as well as the 2 bags of gold coins to the girl looked at Han Shuo's certificate with a strange expression. She looked at Han Shuo as if she'd seen a monster and said hastily, "Wait a moment, I'll be right down." As soon as she finished speaking, the girl lifted her long skirt and ran towards the top of the magic tower. Her expression was extremely strange, causing Han Shuo to be a bit surprised. The entire Magic Association had a total of 5 floors, and each floor had a large-scale boundary that was brimming with dense magical elements. Although Han Shuo was a bit suspicious of the girl's behavior, he didn't release the Yin demons to spy on her because of the existence of the magical boundary. After a while, a white-haired, amiable-looking old man hurriedly walked down the stairs. From the magical insignia on his chest, it could be seen that he was an Earth Grand Magus. There were a few mages behind the old man, including 2 water and thunder archmages and 4 adept mages. "I'm Ares Hossein, the person in charge of the Magic Association in the Lancelot Empire. I'm fully responsible for the advancement exams for mages in the Lancelot Empire. May I ask if you intend to advance to the rank of Necromancy Archmage?" The old man came over with Han Shuo's certificate, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Han Shuo. He seemed a bit surprised. Nodding his head, Han Shuo answered with certainty, "That's right, is there a problem?" "No, no problem," Ares hurriedly said. He then looked at Han Shuo's certificate and said, "In less than 2 years, you advanced from a magic apprentice to an adept mage. This is a miracle. Especially since you practice necromancy magic. If I wasn't familiar with your Dean Emma and recognized that this certificate was made by her, I would definitely think that you forged the certificate." "So that's how it was." Han Shuo was astonished. He smiled faintly and said, "Then, can I begin?" Of course, of course. Our Magic Association's exam is different from your academy's. We only need to test your mental strength. Then, you can release your most powerful magic and we will be able to determine whether you pass or not." Ares' attitude was surprisingly good as he said amiably, "Follow me to the 2nd floor, we will be taking the test there." There was a blue boundary in the center of the 2nd floor. The solid walls were engraved with all kinds of magical symbols. When they reached the 2nd floor, Ares took out a magic stone used to measure mental strength and handed it to Han Shuo, saying, "Inject your mental strength into it. We can use the data on it to determine whether or not your mental strength meets the standard." The magic stone slowly lit up as Han Shuo slowly injected his mental strength. When Han Shuo saw Ares reveal a satisfied expression, he stopped injecting his mental strength and passed the Archmage's mental strength test without any mishaps. "Not bad, your mental strength has indeed reached the Archmage rank. Next, you can stand inside the boundary and release your most powerful necromancy magic." We can use this necromancy magic to determine whether or not you have indeed reached the archmage rank. Ares' attitude towards Han Shuo was even more friendly as he kindly pointed at the boundary. With the extent of Han Shuo's brain development, the speed at which his mental strength condensed and released was more than 10 times that of ordinary mages. Last time at the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force, Han Shuo already understood that when other people took the mental strength test, the magic stone would light up little by little. However, because Han Shuo's brain was different from ordinary people, the speed at which his mental strength condensed was extremely fast. The magic stone lit up to its brightest in almost an instant. This time, during the test of the magic stone, Han Shuo deliberately slowed down his mental strength bit by bit. He also didn't completely release the mental strength of a grand magus in order to avoid unnecessary trouble. He still passed without any mishaps. There's no need to stand inside the boundary. Our necromancy major doesn't need to go through so much trouble. Han Shuo smiled faintly and chanted a necromancy incantation. An extremely valiant evil knight clad in pitch-black armor appeared out of thin air. It rode a warhorse with 2 fire-breathing eyes and carried an enormous bone spear. Evil knights could only be summoned by necromancers of the archmage rank. This was a publicly acknowledged fact in the necromancy major. When Han Shuo's evil knight appeared, it basically proved his archmage rank. This was more convincing than the powerful magic of other majors. Heavens, from a magic apprentice to an archmage in less than 2 years. That's too unbelievable. Oh right, why would Dean Emma be willing to let you leave the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force? Their necromancy major shouldn't have a necromancer of the archmage rank. She should be trying to keep you. When Ares saw the evil knight appear, he knew that there was nothing more to say. Han Shuo did indeed possess the strength of an archmage necromancer. Chapter 278. Then, can you help me confirm my qualifications now? Han Shuo clearly understood that the magical yuan had played an enormous role in being able to reach his current realm, and that his luck was also relatively good. No problem. Just wait a moment and I'll help you settle everything. Ares answered straightforwardly and nodded at the archmage beside him. The archmage wearing a loose magic robe took Han Shuo's information to the 3rd floor. Mr. Ares, has that lord outside come again? The girl who had been waiting downstairs clattered up to the 2nd floor and asked Ares. Ares was startled and waved his hand, saying, "Let him come up." Not long after, the sinister-looking Candide walked in with a cold expression. He was a bit dazed when he saw Han Shuo standing there. Han Shuo was also dazed. He hadn't expected to run into Candide here. A light flashed in his eyes, but he immediately returned to normal, still standing there with a smile on his face. "You old thing, you've been coming to my place quite frequently recently." Ares seemed to have known Candide for a long time. He laughed heartily and said to Candide, "If there wasn't anything else, I wouldn't be bothered to come to your place." "What, is there something else?" Candide shot a glance at Ares and then looked at Han Shuo. He said with a frown, acting as if he didn't know Han Shuo at all. There's nothing else. Lancelot Empire's Babylon Academy of Magic and Force has produced yet another amazing magical genius. He advanced from a magic apprentice to an archmage in less than 2 years. This is an incredible matter. His records will become an important basis for the Magic Association. Ares excitedly looked at Han Shuo and introduced him to Candide. Candide was obviously shocked as well. He really hadn't expected that Han Shuo already possessed the strength of an archmage necromancer. He stared at Han Shuo with a burning gaze and said, "Ares, if you don't mind, I'd like to have a few words with this genius youth alone." "I don't mind, but I don't know if he'll mind." Ares shot a glance at Han Shuo, indicating that he couldn't influence Han Shuo's decision. Ares obviously didn't know about the relationship between Han Shuo and Candide. Now that he heard Candide's words, Han Shuo understood and nodded at Ares, saying, "I'll have to wait for a while anyways. Since I'm idle, I don't mind chatting with him. Alright, I'll go up first. You guys go to the first floor and don't let anyone else in. Ares instructed the others on the second floor, then smiled at Candide. When you're done talking with him, his Magus certificate should be ready. When the time comes, just come up and let me know. Don't be so long-winded, I know what to do. Candide seemed to be very familiar with Ares as he impatiently urged Ares. After Ares and the others had left, Candide sized up Han Shuo with a strange expression and said, I just received news from the Valley of Sunshine that you killed Ferguson of the Church of Light. I was just about to look for you to understand the situation. I didn't expect that you would actually come here and even have the qualifications to become an Archmage Necromancer. You really can surprise me. During his last trip to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shuo, who was in the Bloodlust realm, had been unable to suppress the desires in his heart and had gone on a crazy rampage. He'd killed Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light on the spot and heavily injured the Patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam. This string of news had already spread throughout the Valley of Sunshine. As one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, there was no reason for Candide not to know about this matter. Han Shuo looked at Candide in silence. Since Candide already knew about this matter, Han Shuo had nothing to say. In addition, Han Shuo had long since prepared himself, knowing that Candide would definitely mention this matter. Seeing that Han Shuo was silent, Candide stared straight at Han Shuo and said in a low voice, I don't know how you killed Ferguson. I'm afraid that even if I did it myself, I wouldn't have the confidence to kill him. Ferguson's death is one thing, but the Church of Light's influence is enormous. You'll have endless troubles in the future. In addition, I heard that you also released the Lost Magic, Corpse Resurrection. I think the Calamity Church will also come looking for you. These two churches have a wide range of followers throughout the Profound Continent. If they want to deal with you, they have dozens of methods. How do you plan to deal with them? Different situations call for different measures. If they dare to make a move against me, I'll kill them all until they give up. Han Shuo's face was callous. Killing intent naturally surged from his body as he said in an ice-cold voice. Since Candide already knew about this matter, Han Shuo didn't need to hide it. When killing intent overflowed from his body, a character of Candide's level immediately reacted. Nodding his head, Candide said with a gloomy face, I believe that you have considerable strength. However, the Church of Light doesn't only have one Ferguson. If they want to deal with you, they don't even need to do it themselves. They only need to exert pressure on His Majesty. I believe that His Majesty the King won't offend the Church of Light for a minor character like you. After hearing these words, Han Shuo immediately became silent. With Han Shuo's current intelligence, he naturally understood Candide's meaning very quickly. Taking a deep breath, Candide said, You were personally brought into the Dark Mantle by me. I'm very happy that you have such great strength. In addition, you now have proof of being an Archmage. I have an idea for you. His heart stirred. Han Shuo asked in astonishment, What idea? When he had killed Ferguson, Han Shuo had already mentally prepared himself. However, Han Shuo didn't have any misgivings. If the Lancelot Empire were to betray him under the pressure of the Church of Light, Han Shuo was confident that he could use the Cemetery of Death to escape. However, the road ahead would be a bit more difficult. Now that he heard that Ferguson had an idea, Han Shuo naturally wanted to know if there was a better way to deal with the two sides. Whether it's the Church of Light or the Calamity Church, they are both religious organizations. Although they have extensive influence, they still don't have the strength to sway our Lancelot Empire. Among them, the Church of Light is in the open and is a bit more difficult to deal with. However, as long as you can prove that your strength is strong enough to make His Majesty feel that you have the value to disregard the Church of Light, based on my understanding of His Majesty, he won't care about the pressure from the Church of Light. As long as His Majesty is willing to protect you, even the Church of Light won't dare to do anything to you in the Lancelot Empire. After all, the Church of Light isn't strong enough to destroy our Lancelot Empire. Candide looked at Han Shuo and gave him advice. After hearing Candide's words, Han Shuo was suddenly enlightened. That's right, the most important thing for a country was talents, especially talents with potential. They were crucial to a country's future prospects. The reason why the Lancelot Empire was able to establish itself and prosper for so many years was because of Ermite Cotton, the Archmage. A sacred magus could release a terrifying forbidden magic spell and directly destroy an entire city with a single spell. An even more powerful magus with the strength of a demigod could cause unimaginable destruction. It was precisely because of the existence of Ermite Cotton that the Lancelot Empire was able to flourish so much. After so many years, a transcendent expert was still the most important resource for a country, especially the existences in the sacred world, such as sacred swordsmen, sacred magi, and sacred knights. These experts were the most important basis to measure a country's strength. If Han Shuo could prove to His Majesty that he had the strength to become such an existence, then His Majesty would definitely not care about the threat of the Church of Light and would do his best to ensure his safety. Candide, what do you mean? After being reminded by Candide, Han Shuo already understood. However, he still couldn't figure out how to do it. After all, he couldn't just directly tell others that he was very strong, could he? The simplest way is to challenge and determine your own strength by challenging the strong. I've only recently heard that you've been hanging out with Lawrence in the Northern Guard. How could Lawrence hide his intentions from me? If you want to obtain a noble title, it's actually a bit faster to challenge experts. When your strength attracts the attention of His Majesty, you won't need to make any contributions to be directly conferred a noble title. Why go through the trouble of accumulating military merits? Candide said mockingly. He seemed to be a bit disdainful of Han Shuo and Lawrence's actions. Challenge experts, good idea. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He then took a deep breath and sincerely thanked, many thanks to Lord Candide. I know what to do now. Nodding his head, Candide said calmly, if you weren't under my control, if it weren't for that scroll of Ermite Cotton's notebook, I wouldn't have wasted so much effort on your trivial matters. When I found out that you killed Ferguson, I already thought it through for you. You can challenge the people on this scroll one by one. You can kill all of them. They committed atrocities that are worthy of death, but they escaped the restraints of the Empire's laws. Even our Dark Mantle can't find any evidence to arrest them. Therefore, we need to borrow your hands to kill them. With your strength to kill Ferguson, it shouldn't be difficult for you to openly kill these people. I will help you record your contributions internally. You can quickly make a name for yourself by killing these people. I'll be responsible for communicating with His Majesty. After everything is done, you'll at least be given the title of Viscount. Not only will His Majesty not exert any pressure on you for the Church of Light, he'll even warn the Church of Light not to act rashly against you. As your status and reputation rise, that brat Lawrence will also be very excited. This is killing many birds with one stone. Candide laughed sinisterly towards the end. It seemed that he had already considered this matter and was very proud of this idea. Lord Candide, why do I feel like I'm being used by you? Han Shuo was speechless. He understood that this method was indeed feasible. However, seeing Candide's sinister smile, Han Shuo felt that Candide was only helping him on one hand, and using Han Shuo to eradicate dissidents was his main goal. Glaring at Han Shuo, Candide said, just treat this as a mission. I'll help you record your contributions. Heh, these damned bastards, they think they can escape from my palms. This time, I'll make all of you die together. Understood. Seeing the sinister sneer on Candide's face, Han Shuo knew that Candide already had a plan. He nodded his head in agreement. Alright, I still have some magical knowledge that I need to discuss with that old thing Ares. Ermite Cotton's notebook is really too profound. Even I have a hard time comprehending it, and I actually still have to ask that old thing. Candide grumbled and walked upstairs. When he reached the top of the stairs, Han Shuo clearly saw that Candide had released a spell. The boundary he had set up before the conversation was removed. Only then did he urge, "Hurry up and give the certificate to that kid, he's very anxious." "Coming." Aries responded and walked down from upstairs with a beaming smile. He arrived in front of Han Shuo and handed over the small booklet proving his identity to Han Shuo. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, Brian. With the certification of our magic association, you are now an archmage." "Thank you." Han Shuo replied with a smile. He glanced at the gloomy Candide and cursed in his heart before going downstairs. "Congratulations, you're really amazing. You've become a rare archmage necromancer at such a young age." The girl in charge of reception said in admiration when he reached the first floor. Han Shuo flashed a radiant smile at the girl, nodded, and left the Guild of Magic. The girl blushed under Han Shuo's brilliant smile. Her heartbeat was much faster than normal. She thought to herself, "He's so tall, and so handsome and young." With a height of 1.9 meters, Han Shuo had a strange demonic aura due to his training in magical yuan. It was only natural that he would attract the attention of the opposite sex. "My first target is Colbert. He has the strength of a sword master and has raped and killed 7 girls. He currently lives in the outskirts of Bimson City, and is the mayor of Billow Town. He has the title of Baron." Han Shuo walked out of the Magic Association and took out Candide's piece of paper. He skimmed through it and walked towards the Imperial Transportation Matrix with a cold smile. Chapter 279. Lancelot Empire, on the outskirts of Bimson City, a small town called Billow. The mayor of the small town, Colbert, was leisurely humming a tune as he basked in the sunlight. He lay lazily on the tallest and most luxurious balcony of the town, squinting his eyes as he peered at the young ladies walking back and forth in the town. Although the town wasn't large, Colbert could still earn close to a few thousand gold coins in taxes each year. With this money, Colbert could live a comfortable life. When he was in the mood, he could use force and authority to sleep with the women of the town, and no one would dare say anything to him. This was because he was a baron of the empire, the mayor of Billow Town, and a powerful swordmaster. These conditions added together made him the local tyrant of the town. Sigh, when will these days come to an end? A commoner had just returned from the mountain forest and complained in a low voice. "I heard that Root's wife was raped by Colbert again. This is the 9th time this year. We should leave Billow Town as soon as possible. There's no way to live." Another commoner sighed and said helplessly. We should be careful if we leave. We'll die a terrible death if he finds out. What a sin. Excuse me, is this Billow Town?" A question suddenly sounded while the two commoners were conversing in low voices. It was an extremely tall and handsome young man who asked with a brilliant smile. "That's right, young man. What are you doing in Billow Town?" One of the commoners asked, puzzled. "Your mayor is called Colbert, right?" Han Shuo smiled and asked again. Nodding, the commoner's expression changed as he said in disgust, "You know our mayor? What do you do?" "I'm looking for him for a few matters." "Where does he live?" Han Shuo had a rough idea of what was going on when he saw that the commoner immediately revealed a disgusted expression when he heard that he was looking for Colbert. "Go straight ahead. The largest and most luxurious house is where he lives." The other commoner replied. He pulled the one who had an unfriendly expression away from Han Shuo and whispered, "Do you want to die? Look at how tall he is. He must be a friend of that bastard Colbert. Don't get yourself into trouble." As the two of them spoke, they quickly left, looking at Han Shuo with disgust and disdain. Han Shuo's ears were sharp enough to hear everything. He thought to himself, this Colbert is truly devoid of conscience. Even after becoming the mayor of this town, he probably hasn't stopped doing bad things. He quickly walked to the largest house and said to the guard in front of the door, "I request to see Mayor Corbett." "Who are you?" The guard in front of the door frowned as he looked at Han Shuo and replied. The 3 Yin demons circled around the entire house. Han Shuo observed the entire situation and said with a smile, "I heard that Mayor Corbett is a powerful swordsman. This time, I have come specially to challenge him. Please help me report this. The mayor will not be interested in you. You should leave as soon as possible." The guard replied bluntly. He had no intention of reporting at all. Taking a step forward, Han Shuo punched out, and the door suddenly shattered into pieces. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Colbert, you piece of trash. As a swordsman, do you not dare to accept my challenge? Brat, are you purposely causing trouble?" The 2 guards in front of the door were immediately shocked. They drew their swords and were about to make a move. Slap! Slap! The 2 guards didn't even see it clearly before they were slapped a few steps back by Han Shuo. Han Shuo looked at the 2 guards who were covering their faces with their hands and said leisurely with a smile that wasn't a smile, "You 2 better not seek death." Han Shuo shouted at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing throughout half of Billow Town. When the villagers heard that someone had come to challenge Colbert, they all stopped whatever they were doing and came over to watch, no matter what they were doing. Colbert, who had been squinting his eyes and looking around, obviously heard Han Shuo's shout. He shouted angrily from the balcony of a tall building, "Where did this brat come from? How dare he come to my Billow Town to cause trouble?" Following Colbert's shout, a dozen or so militiamen walked out of his house. Colbert, who was wearing a set of shiny silver armor, walked out of the broken door with a cold expression. "What are you looking at? You damned commoners, get lost." After Colbert walked out of the door, he first glared at some of the surrounding civilians and cursed. He then glared at Han Shuo and said, "Brat, are you purposely here to cause trouble?" Baron Colbert had quite a reputation in his early years. "You have the strength of a swordsman. I also practice swordsmanship. This time, I passed by Billow Town and would like to ask for guidance from Lord Baron. I wonder if Lord Baron has the guts to accept." Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Colbert. Colbert glared at Han Shuo and said angrily, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You actually dare to challenge me? You are indeed tired of living. I accept your challenge, but don't blame me if you die." "Of course." Han Shuo readily agreed. "All of you, get lost. Watch how I kill him." Colbert waved his hand and the surrounding militiamen dispersed. Colbert took out a shiny longsword and took a deep breath, suddenly calming down. "Young man, I'll let you attack first." Colbert calmly looked at Han Shuo as he got into a fighting stance. "Very well." Han Shuo didn't delay. He calmly walked towards Colbert with his bare fists and punched out in front of Colbert. Eh. Colbert was a bit startled when he saw that Han Shuo didn't draw his sword. But when Han Shuo punched out and didn't see any traces of fighting aura, Colbert was even more shocked. He felt baffled and raised his sword to stab at Han Shuo's fist with a sneer. "Heh heh, you're courting death." Han Shuo still had the time to mock Colbert. He concentrated his magical yuan and a brilliant red light shot out from his fist. The milky white fighting aura that shot out from Colbert's sword was instantly drowned and scattered by the red light. A loud clang rang out as the punch landed on Colbert's sword hilt. Scorching heat suddenly erupted, and Colbert let out a shrill scream as he was sent flying along with his sword, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. "Oh, my gosh, that demon is seriously injured. Great, I hope he dies this time. Then we'll be free. It'd be best if he dies immediately. Otherwise, our Billow Town will never have a day of peace." Some of the villagers watching from afar had joyful expressions on their faces when they saw that Colbert had been seriously injured in a single blow. They started discussing in low voices. I have no grudge against you. Why are you looking for me? Blood flowed from Colbert's mouth. He had been gravely injured in a single strike. He immediately understood that Han Shua's strength was much higher than his, but he didn't know how he had offended Han Shua. Heh heh, because you deserve to die. Han Shua had a cold smile on his face as he slowly walked towards Colbert, saying, I'm Brian, you're the first. Bang! Colbert couldn't resist the punch at all. His entire body was punched in the head, and blood flowed out from all 7 of his orifices. I killed him fair and square in the middle of the challenge. You all saw it. Han Shua spread his hands towards the militia and made an unintentional gesture. He then walked out of Billow Town under their shocked, doubtful, and fearful gazes. As long as the opponent accepted the challenge, the Empire wouldn't pursue the matter if he was killed. Candide had even instructed him to take care of the aftermath, so Han Shua wasn't worried at all. Second target, Water Archmage Deborah of Bimson City. 3 years ago, he killed a family of 18 people in a magic shop because of a magic staff. He handled the matter cleanly and didn't leave any traces behind, successfully evading the punishment of the Empire's laws. Oh, that's him. Han Shua took out the piece of paper that Candide had given him and saw the records with a glance. Candide had put in a lot of effort and placed all the targets close to each other to facilitate Han Shua's actions. 2 hours later, Count Chapman Dean's house in Bimson City. Han Shua, dressed in mage attire, appeared gracefully at Count Chapman Dean's house with a white bone staff in his hand. He smiled at the guard, saying, I'm looking for Water Archmage Deborah. Come in. When the guard saw Han Shua's mage attire and the white bone staff in his hand, he didn't dare treat him carelessly. He respectfully called for Han Shua to enter. When they arrived at a spacious courtyard, the guard said, Please wait a moment, I'll go inform Lord Deborah. After a while, a slightly plump, short woman in her 40s walked out with a frown. She wore a luxurious magic robe and had an azure space ring on her hand. She looked suspiciously at Han Shua and said, Who are you? I don't think I know you. Nodding, Han Shua said with a smile, Of course. Although this is our first time meeting, I've heard of your great name for a long time. This time, I wanted to consult you on some magical knowledge. I hope you can give me some pointers. When Deborah heard Han Shua's words, she waved her hand and said impatiently, I don't have time for you. And here I was wondering who it was. Leave while it's still early. Don't make me angry, you damned brat. Glancing at the guard, Deborah reprimanded, Next time, ask clearly who you are before bringing you in. Don't think that I know mages. I don't have time for this kind of immature brat. As she spoke, Deborah ignored Han Shua's existence and went straight back into the house, intending to continue fiddling with a few new magic potions. Ugly old hag, are you afraid to accept my challenge? Or do you think that you can't be looked at for long because of your ugliness? Still wearing a smile on his face, Han Shua repeated his old tricks and used malicious words to provoke her. Sure enough, when Deborah heard Han Shua's malicious words, she immediately turned around furiously and glowered at Han Shua. Smiling coldly, she said, All right, I accept your challenge and send you on your way. A dim light flashed and a dark blue magic staff appeared in her hand. As she chanted a spell, 3 5-meter-tall water men appeared out of thin air and rushed towards Han Shua. 5 ice owls formed as the water men approached. The sharp ice owls carried a glaring cold light and stabbed diagonally towards Han Shua from the roof. Interesting. Han Shua let out a strange laugh and shook the white bone staff in his hand. He quickly chanted a spell and a white bone shield suddenly appeared beside him. The 5 ice owls that appeared a step later were actually a step faster than the water men and directly hit the white bone shield. The huge impact fiercely collided with the white bone shield, causing ice shards to scatter and cracks to appear on the white bone shield. Unhurriedly retreating from the white bone shield's range, the white bone staff in Han Shua's hand flashed once again. 2 hate warriors, 1 evil knight, a dozen zombies, 20 skeletal warriors, and a group of flying gargoyles appeared out of thin air one after another, filling the courtyard. An evil knight riding on a fire-breathing warhorse thrust out a huge bone spear in his hand. A 5-meter-tall water man in front of him was directly pierced through by the bone spear. The evil knight lifted the skeletal warhorse and spat out a stream of raging flames from the warhorse's mouth. The water man that was riddled with holes squeaked and emitted smoke as it dissipated. You're actually a necromancer." Bora was taken aback and shouted in a somewhat panicked manner. In a battle between mages of the same rank, necromancers were at a disadvantage against light mages. In addition to this, necromancers could rely on their powerful summoned creatures to hold a huge advantage against mages of other elements. If it wasn't for the disappearance of the Necromancer Codex, necromancers wouldn't be as few as they were now. When the canopy of necromancy covered the sky, the speed and strength of the dark creatures greatly increased under the cover of the canopy of necromancy. The remaining 2 water men were directly drowned by the large number of dark creatures as they charged through the cover of the canopy of necromancy. In particular, the evil knight that Han Shoa had summoned took the lead and charged directly towards Water Archmage Deborah with a terrifying force. The gargoyles circling in the sky followed closely behind. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, their shadows flickered and flashed, appearing so nimble and strange. Han Shoa didn't use the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, or the Wood Elite Zombie. He also didn't use any demonic arts. Relying purely on necromancy magic, Han Shoa completely held the upper hand. In a battle between archmages of the same rank, with the mental strength of a Grand Magus, no one was a match for Han Shoa other than light archmages. Even if his opponent was a light archmage, the 3 dark creatures immune to light magic, the Little Skull, the Earth Elite Zombie, and the Wood Elite Zombie could still be easily killed by Han Shoa. Therefore, in a battle of magic of the same rank, even if he didn't use demonic arts, Han Shoa was still invincible. Chapter 280. Damn it! Bora cursed in a low voice. She obviously felt that something was wrong and hastily retreated into the room. Her short and fat body was actually quite nimble as she planned to obstruct the dark creature's charge inside the room. The high-level water magic ice spell was released. A white mist enshrouded the room as a sparkling and translucent ice wall sealed the door. The ice wall emitted a cold white mist under the illumination of the sunlight. The evil knight rode on his skeletal warhorse and raised a bone spur that was even larger than his body. He charged towards the ice wall, raising his bone spur high and fiercely thrusting it at the ice wall. Clang! Surprisingly, this ice wall formed by the frost spell actually had a tough defense. When the huge bone spikes hit the ice wall, they made a huge impact. The ice wall was only pierced by the sharp bone spikes, and the ice wall's defense did not collapse in one fell swoop. Ice blade slash! A loud cry came from Bora's mouth from inside the room. The cold wind howled and snow fluttered in the air. One after another, ice blades spun and shot towards the dark creatures in the courtyard. When the lower-level skeletal warriors were hit by the ice blades, their weak skeletons shattered one after another. Even the spiraling gargoyles fell one after another under the ice blades' attacks. However, the higher-level zombie warriors and hate warriors still stood tall even after being cut by the ice blades. They walked step by step towards the room Bora was in and began to attack the ice wall together with the evil knight. Under the cover of the canopy of necromancy, Han Shoa wore a cold smile as he stood proudly in the middle of the courtyard. He leisurely watched the dark creatures attack Bora and inwardly experienced the most appropriate way to use necromancy magic. Clang! Finally, the ice wall shattered under the impact of the evil knight's huge bone spur. Soon after, the evil knight charged into Bora's room along with his skeletal warhorse. The 2 hate warriors and several zombie warriors also entered and occupied the room's windows in an instant. I surrender, I surrender. Inside, Bora turned pale with fright and suddenly cried out involuntarily. When the evil knight broke through the ice wall's obstruction and rushed into the room with his undead army, Bora knew that it would be difficult for her to salvage the situation. Bora felt an instinctive fear when she was stared at by the evil knight's malevolent and merciless eyes. She immediately screamed to save her life. So. A dozen or so bone spears shot in through the window, 2 of which directly attacked Bora's back. Before Bora could react, they directly penetrated her short and stout body and carried her towards the evil knight. The evil knight raised his huge bone spear high up. When the bone spear fell, Bora's head flew high up into the air. A mouthful of warm blood sprinkled down and fell into the still smoking potion bottle. The potion bottle was splashed by the warm blood and suddenly burst open. Murder, murder. When the guard who had brought Han Shuo in heard the mournful scream, he understood that Bora must have been killed. Losing his head out of fear, he screamed as he rushed to the back of the courtyard. Through the spying of the Yin demons, Han Shuo noticed that there was a group of people in the distance who were swiftly heading over. This time, his target was only Bora. Han Shuo didn't waste any time. When Bora died, he immediately recalled his necromancy and the mental strength he used to maintain the canopy of necromancy. He then used the levitation spell to leave the courtyard. For 5 days in a row, Han Shuo used the transportation matrix to travel back and forth between the various cities of the empire to challenge experts. Not only was he victorious in every battle, but he also killed his opponents on the spot. His fierce reputation quickly spread throughout the Lancelot Empire. Under Candide's deliberate embellishment, Han Shuo's identity was slowly recognized by some of the experts of the empire. Many nobles had heard of this young expert's deeds and expressed great interest in him. Lancelot Empire's imperial palace, in a luxurious hall that was heavily guarded, His Majesty the Empire, King Uhtred Lancelot, was wearing a loose robe, sitting on the throne, waiting for something. Uhtred was almost 60 years old. Due to his excessive debauchery in his youth, his body was growing weaker and weaker. Although his frame was large, he appeared somewhat emaciated. Although his hair and skin had been treated with a special magic potion, they still appeared jet black and glossy. Unfortunately, his complexion was still not good. "Your Majesty, Lord Candide has arrived." Suddenly, a guard walked in from outside and said softly. This guard was wearing a shining armor, appearing calm and callous. His entire body had the calm bearing of a top expert. From the insignia on his armor, it could be seen that he was a powerful sky rider. "Let him in," Uhtred indifferently ordered when he heard that Candide had arrived. After a while, Candide walked in with a gloomy face. He opened his mouth and said softly, "Your subject Candide greets your Majesty. Sit. I heard that you have a kid under your command who has been very dazzling these past 2 days. What's going on?" Uhtred glanced at Candide and asked indifferently. "He's called Brian. I was the one who introduced him to the Dark Mantle. This kid's strength is extraordinary and his mind is calm. He's helped the Dark Mantle accomplish several major things not long after joining. Oh, even Ermite Cotton's notebook was brought back from the Dark Forest by him. He's a very rare talent." Candide was still incomparably respectful after sitting down as he opened his mouth to explain. "So he's called Brian. Heh, interesting. I remember that Red Archbishop Koss of the Church of Light just sent someone over yesterday to ask for Brian. I didn't expect to hear news of him today. Candide, oh Candide, isn't this a bit too much of a coincidence?" Uhtred's voice sounded very cheerful, as if he was talking to a friend about old times. Candide was startled and hurriedly explained, "Please forgive me, Your Majesty. This matter was arranged by me with the goal of eradicating some factors that are detrimental to the stability of the country. Brian's strength is extraordinary. Not only has he passed the Magus examination of the Mage Association, he's also grasped a miraculous martial technique. He's a very rare talent. Our country really needs young experts like him. Uhtred snorted coldly and looked at Candide. Candide, do you think it's worth it for me to become enemies with the Church of Light for this kid? Your subject thinks it's worth it. Brian is only 18 years old this year. He entered the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force a little over a year ago. In less than 2 years, he went from a magic apprentice to a necromancy archmage. In addition, his martial technique is also very outstanding. This kind of talent's future potential is limitless. It's only because he practices necromancy magic and grasps some knowledge that's detrimental to the Church of Light that the Church of Light has deliberately targeted him. In the Valley of Sunshine, there was a Light Grand Magus named Ferguson who was killed by Brian, ultimately incurring the wrath of the Church of Light. To be able to kill a Light Grand Magus is sufficient proof of his strength. In addition, the most important thing is that he's still young and has unlimited prospects for development. Your subject believes that such a talent cannot be let go. Even if it means offending the Church of Light, it's still worth it. Candide respectfully replied. A light flashed in Uhtred's eyes when he heard Candide's words. He straightened his body slightly and stared at Candide, saying, in less than 2 years, he became an archmage necromancer from a magic apprentice and was even able to kill a Light Grand Magus. Candide, are you sure this information is true? Your Majesty, you also know that my wife is the Dean of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. I can confirm that this information is absolutely true. Originally, I also suspected that his strength wasn't enough to kill a Light Grand Magus. That's why I issued the order to challenge some notorious experts. However, according to my information, he indeed has this kind of strength. The most difficult thing is that such a genius has a clean background and has a very good sense of belonging to the Empire. He's also willing to work for the Empire. In the future, I believe that his accomplishments will certainly be even greater. Perhaps he can become a figure like Corel Ascot. Oh, right, Brian is also the boyfriend of Sacred Swordmaster Corel Ascot's most beloved female disciple, Phoebe. Candide continued. Oh, you're saying that he has some relationship with Corel Ascot? Uhtred was startled and asked Candide in astonishment. Correct. Not only that, he's also a good friend of His Highness Lawrence. You also know that His Highness Lawrence is studying some war strategies at the Knight Academy and is also Corel Ascot's disciple. Due to his relationship with Phoebe and Brian's good relationship, Brian's contribution in exposing Bob Asher's plot in Valen City was the greatest. Candide saw Uhtred's startled expression and once again struck while the iron was hot. Uhtred couldn't help but turn silent after hearing Candide's words. He thought for a while and then said, so it's like this. From what you've said, it seems that this Brian is a bit interesting. Oh, I heard that great swordmaster Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance has arrived at Asen City and has consecutively defeated 3 experts of the same level from our empire. He's quite arrogant and proud of himself. Since you said that this Brian is very powerful, then let him challenge Leah Kane. If he can defeat Leah Kane, then it will prove that he's truly a young genius. That way, not only will I be willing to offend the Church of Light for him, I'll also immediately give him a noble title. Humph, this crazy swordsman Leah Kane has always had a vile reputation. He only fled to our Lancelot Empire because he offended Sacred Magus Reynold Dyla in Brute. Such a despicable escapee actually dares to be so impudent. He's truly courting death. Your subject understands. Candide was immediately startled when he heard that Uhtred wanted Han Shoa to challenge Leah Kane. After a moment of silence, he sighed inwardly and could only helplessly agree. Chapter 281. Han Shoa had been very busy these past few days. He had used transportation matrices to travel through more than half of the Lancelot Empire. 3 archmages, 4 swordsmen, and 1 great swordmaster had all been killed by Han Shoa in the name of challenges. In the beginning, the challenges could be considered successful. This was because Han Shoa's age was too deceptive. His opponents often thought that Han Shoa was nothing to be afraid of and would angrily accept the challenge after being provoked by Han Shoa's malicious words. However, As time went on, Han Shuo's repeated successes spread far and wide. Many experts began to make connections with the identities of those who were killed and began to plot against him. In the end, there were still 3 experts on the list who had suddenly disappeared without a trace. Even the Dark Mantle couldn't find them with all their might. Once Han Shuo arrived in a city, all the experts in the city would be panic-stricken. No matter if they had done anything shameful or not, they were all afraid that Han Shuo would come knocking on their door to challenge them. Thus, they all disappeared in the name of traveling. These people were also helpless. After all, those who had died in Han Shuo's hands in the past few days were all experts. If they didn't accept Han Shuo's challenge, it would greatly affect their reputation. But if they accepted the challenge, they might lose their lives. They had no choice but to find an excuse to hide. When a great swordmaster died in Han Shuo's hands, the young expert Brian's infamy reached its peak. The experts on the list all disappeared one by one. Under Candide's notice, they could only return to Asen City to await further orders. Lord Candide, it's not that I didn't try my best. The 3 people on the list have disappeared without a trace. It looks like we can only wait until you find them. In a small tavern in the northern part of the city, Han Shuo and Candide were in a private room. It was Han Shuo who spoke first. You've done very well. His Majesty has already heard of your deeds. Let's ignore those 3 for now. There's a matter that's giving me a headache. If you can complete this matter, His Majesty will protect you and bestow upon you the title of nobility. Candide frowned as he took a sip of tea from the teacup in his hand. Oh. What's the matter? Han Shuo asked in a daze. Lia Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance also has the strength of a great swordmaster. This person is known as the Mad Swordsman. His character is vile and his character is cruel, but he just so happens to have extraordinary strength. Currently, he has arrived at our Asen City. In the past few days, he has challenged 3 great swordmasters of Asen City and won all of them. After winning, he still spoke rudely, which has caused His Majesty to be extremely disgusted. His Majesty wants you to challenge Lia Kane. As long as you can defeat Lia Kane, His Majesty will protect you regardless of the pressure from the Church of Light and give you a noble title. However, Lia Kane's strength is extraordinary. He already possessed the strength of a great swordmaster 10 years ago. According to the Dark Mantle's information, this Lia Kane is very close to the first prince, His Highness Charles. Because of your relationship with Lawrence, I'm afraid that if you can't beat him, you might lose your life. Candide seemed to be really worried about Han Shuo as he spoke with some worry. Where does this Lia Kane person currently live? Han Shuo was calm and unafraid as he asked Candide with a smile. In the garden house in the northern part of the city. The garden house is the property of the first prince, Charles. Others might not know, but the Dark Mantle naturally knows. It was also because of the garden house that we guessed that he is related to the first prince. What, do you plan to challenge Lia Kane? Both of them are great sword masters, but the difference in strength between someone who has just entered the realm and someone who has been in this realm for 10 years is extremely large. Moreover, Lia Kane is known as the Mad Swordsman and is extremely difficult to deal with. Candide cried out in surprise. Don't worry, I'll take care of him. Han Shuo drank a mouthful of tea and directly stood up. He said with a smile, to be honest, I'm almost addicted to the challenges I've been facing recently. Han Shuo had been running all over the place these past few days and had challenged a number of experts. He felt that his strength was on the verge of a breakthrough. The Bloodlust realm required one to quickly progress through slaughter, especially when fighting against experts. It was even faster to improve in the Bloodlust realm. After 7 or 8 battles in a row, Han Shuo had challenged archmages and sword masters, all of whom were experts with some reputation. The last person he challenged was a great sword master, which gave Han Shuo a great sense of crisis. It was also through that battle that Han Shuo felt that his bloodthirsty realm was showing signs of breaking through. At this point, Han Shuo definitely didn't need to use necromancy magic or the Little Skull's Earth Elite Zombie or Wood Elite Zombie. With just his Bloodlust realm demonic arts, he could directly confront a great swordmaster. If he didn't use his advantage in magic, Han Shuo's strength in the Bloodlust realm was equal to that of a great swordmaster. Liu Kang might be a bit more tyrannical than an average great swordmaster. Perhaps Han Shuo in the Bloodlust realm would encounter some difficulties, but if Han Shuo used the Little Skull Earth and would elite zombies, Han Shuo believed that he would be able to successfully kill Liu Kang. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't mind Candid's worries at all. Be careful, this person is extremely dangerous. He's famous in the Brute Merchant Alliance for being difficult to deal with, so don't lower your guard. Candide was still worried as he watched Han Shuo walk towards the door. Understood, I'll go first. Han Shuo responded and walked outside. Brian. As soon as he walked out of the tavern, Emily's voice came from a carriage at the corner of the street. Chester, dressed as a coachman, had a cautious expression as he waved at Han Shuo. The Dark Mantle's intelligence network was everywhere. Add to that the relationship between Emily and Candide, and it wouldn't be difficult for her to find Han Shuo. Han Shuo also understood that Emily would definitely come to find him, so he wasn't surprised at all when he heard Emily's voice. Looking left and right, Han Shuo suddenly discovered that there was another carriage parked in the distance. The knights in front of the carriage were all familiar faces. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing Lawrence's face. At this moment, Lawrence was looking at Han Shuo with an excited expression, as if he had a lot to say to him. Han Shuo first walked towards Emily and said, "Wait for me for a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo quickly walked in front of Lawrence's carriage and exclaimed in a low voice, "Why are you here?" "Heh, I accidentally discovered Madame Emily's carriage today. Seeing that she was hurrying over here, my heart was moved and I followed her. I didn't think that I would actually find you." Lawrence let out a strange chuckle and said to Han Shuo. Han Shuo understood that Lawrence might know about his relationship with Emily. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at Lawrence and said, "All right, what did you call me here for?" "Haha, I heard that you've been continuously challenging experts recently. You're quite famous now. I didn't think that you brat would stop hiding your abilities and truly start showing your talent. That's for the best. I've been to the palace twice in the past few days, and His Majesty asked a few things about you. He seems to be very interested in you. This is a very good sign." Lawrence appeared to be very high-spirited as he spoke with a smile. "Of course I'm paying attention. His Majesty wants me to challenge Liu Kang. Am I not planning to get rid of him?" Han Shuo said indifferently. Lawrence was shocked when he heard these words. Then, he became ecstatic and said, "Liu Kang is first Prince Charles's man. I can confirm this through my channels. Brian, do you have the confidence to get rid of him? What do you think?" Han Shuo looked at Lawrence with a smile that wasn't quite a smile and asked in reply. "Of course I do. You're very mysterious, I believe in you. How about this, since you want to challenge Liu Kang, I'll help you and exaggerate this matter. As long as you can defeat Liu Kang, your notoriety can be corrected. Heh, after all, Liu Kang is a member of the Brute Merchant Alliance. No one in our country will like him." Lawrence said with a sinister smile. "Do as you see fit. If there's nothing else, I'll look for you after I get rid of Liu Kang." Han Shuo said. It's fine. Go do your thing." Lawrence looked in Emily's direction and said with a sly smile. From Lawrence's expression and words, Han Shuo understood that he should already know about his relationship with Emily. This was all because Han Shuo and Emily were hiding behind a fake mountain at their family's banquet last time. Later on, the operation in Valen City made him even more certain of this matter. However, with Han Shuo's current relationship with Lawrence, Han Shua naturally believed that Lawrence would keep his mouth shut. After all, if this matter was exposed, it wouldn't benefit Lawrence at all. "Alright, I'll be going first." Han Shua responded and turned to walk in Emily's direction. "Let's go." Han Shua arrived at Chester's place and gave him some instructions before entering Emily's carriage. "Oh. Brian, it's too magical. That pill is too magical." As soon as Han Shua entered the carriage, Emily suddenly threw herself into Han Shua's arms and hugged Han Shua tightly. She took the initiative to offer her fragrant lips, appearing to be extremely emotional. Chester's expression was the same as usual. He pretended not to have heard anything and started the carriage with a serious expression, slowly driving it into the depths of the street. After Chester's carriage left, Candide gazed at the direction of the departing carriage from within the shadows of a nearby corner. He muttered, "I was wondering why Emily would help him so much. So that's the reason. This kid is quite bold in his lust. As expected, he's hooked up with Emily. Damn it, he's actually a playboy." Chapter 282. In the garden house in the northern part of the city, the garden house was filled with palm trees and was brimming with the scent of spring. The unique courtyard was surrounded by fragrant flowers and plants. Several maids carefully shuttled back and forth between the flowers, trimming and watering the fragrant flowers. On a soft lawn, eldest Prince Charles was squinting his eyes as he talked with a boorish-looking man with 2 crisscrossing scars on his neck. The man was about 1.75 meters tall, but his hands and feet were large and he was incomparably sturdy. His eyes shone with the light of a savage beast. "Mr. Leah, you shouldn't have challenged 3 great sword masters as soon as you arrived in Asen City. After all, you came from the Brute Merchant Alliance. Our country is an extremely xenophobic one. If my father knew that you were one of my people, it might affect his impression of me." Eldest Prince Charles frowned in displeasure. He was very angry at Leah Kane's unauthorized actions. Leah Kane grinned and said arrogantly, "Your Highness, although I've pledged my allegiance to you in Lancelot Empire this time, I don't necessarily have to listen to everything you say. First of all, I'm a swordsman. Since I've come to Lancelot Empire, according to my habit, I must exchange pointers with the local experts. Otherwise, how can I improve my swordsmanship? Damn, what a boorish fellow. If you have the guts, go challenge Sacred Swordmaster Corel Ascot. I'll see how you die." Charles inwardly cursed and his expression became even more unsightly. He said to Leah Kane, "Let's forget about this matter. I hope you'll tell me before you do anything next time. Do you still remember that Brian I told you about last time? He's the one I wanted you to help me kill." Leah Kane was startled. He thought for a moment and nodded. "Oh, he's the kid you mentioned who practices a special martial art. Why, has he appeared in Asen City? Do you want me to go kill him today?" Shaking his head with a wry smile, eldest Prince Charles said, "The situation has changed. Brian's reputation has soared after he challenged several experts in the past few days since he left Asen City. I don't know who released the news that Brian returned to Asen City with the goal of challenging you. As soon as this news came out, all the nobles and experts in Asen City began to pay attention to it. You've been cultivating in the garden house all this time, so you might not know, but now even my father seems to be interested in this matter. It's not very appropriate for you to secretly kill Brian at this time. I think it's better for you to take the initiative, directly challenge him, and then kill him. This way, no one can say anything. What do you think?" "No, I've decided not to. Who do you think I, Leah Kane, am? How can I lower myself to challenge a brat who's still wet behind his ears? Humph, if he's interested in challenging me, then I'll gladly accept the challenge. But I absolutely can't go to his door and challenge an unknown brat." Leah Kane resolutely refused without the slightest leeway. Charles, who was sitting in his chair, fiercely grabbed the armrest and cursed inwardly. He thought, if you don't have a bit of strength, then damn it, I'll immediately have someone kill you just because of your attitude. You're just a brute, yet you dare to contradict me repeatedly. All right then, many people are paying attention to this matter. There are even some people loitering outside the garden house these past 2 days. I'm guessing they're waiting for Brian to come and challenge you. It's not convenient for me to come and find you, so be careful. If Brian comes, you must kill him immediately to avoid future troubles. Charles was a bit annoyed. He stood up from his chair and said to Leah Kane. Don't worry, he'll die without a doubt if he dares to come. Humph, youngsters these days really don't know the difference between life and death, to actually be so arrogant and conceited. I'll let him understand just how strong his seniors are. Leah Kane snorted coldly. Under the influence of those with ulterior motives, this news quickly spread to every corner of Asan City. At first, only a few of Asan City's experts and nobles received this news, but when someone elevated this matter to the glory of the nation, even the commoners heard of this news. In this way, Han Shua's birth and origins were gradually torn apart and revealed to the world. A young slave, relying on his astonishing talent, had been accepted into the empire's best Babylon Academy of Magic and Force as an exception. In less than 2 years, he had advanced from a lowly magic apprentice to a rare archmage necromancer, and was even equipped with a miraculous martial technique. All of this news added together confirmed Han Shua's name as a genius. While Asan City was abuzz with discussion about this matter, a few large merchant guilds had already begun to secretly place their bets. The crazy gamblers expressed their intense attention to this matter. Among them, the matter of the Buzz Merchant Guild betting a huge sum of money to oppose Cameron's merchant alliance was something that no one knew about. Late at night, Asan City's west side. Of the 4 major blocks, the west side of the city was the dirtiest and poorest. This could be said to be a gathering place for commoners. Trash was everywhere on the streets, and flies and bedbugs were everywhere. A few scantily clad beggars were curled up in a dark corner, dozing off. A stench lingered throughout the year. However, no matter how poor a place was, the moonlight wouldn't favor one over another. The cool and bright moonlight shone down, elongating the shadows of Han Shua's party longer and longer. The lights in the surroundings flickered, and a few suppressed sobs could be faintly heard coming from the simple and crude houses. I really didn't want to come to this place. Chester's expression was heavy as he sighed. Although Emily stayed in the carriage, her black eyebrows were deeply furrowed. Her tender, white, and smooth skin was as bright and clean as white jade. She wore a jeweled ornament on her head and a well-fitting silk dress on her body. She seemed out of place in the environment of the west side of the city. Emily had seen Chester's information and knew that he was born a commoner. In his early years, before he entered the Dark Mantle, he had lived in the west side of the city for a period of time. However, Chester obviously didn't miss those days. Thinking about it, no one would miss such a place. All right, let's leave as soon as we finish our business. Every country has its rich and poor. This has never changed since time immemorial. We have no way to change all of this. Han Shua sat in the carriage and lightly shouted through the curtain. Behind the carriage that Han Shua sat in, a small troop of 100 knights followed at a moderate pace. In the narrow streets, the troop of 100 knights formed a long line. Hurry up, we don't have much time. Don't complain. Emily also urged. Chester didn't say anything else. He skillfully drove the carriage along the quiet streets. After passing through this street, he headed straight for the dirtiest and most remote area of the west side of the city. After a while, Chester slowly stopped the carriage in a place where sewage was everywhere and the stench assailed his nostrils. He turned around and said, "Lady Emily, those dilapidated buildings in front of us are the place mentioned in the information." Inside the carriage, Emily changed into a black robe that covered her entire body in front of Han Shua, concealing her identity as a high-ranking member of the Dark Mantle. She slowly got off the carriage and looked ahead. She said to Han Shuo, according to the information, it should be those buildings in front of us. The enemy is from the Angela Empire. Their leader is called Yoland, and he seems to be a sky rider. Nodding his head, Han Shuo released 3 Yin demons and slowly snuck inside. He walked towards the troop of 100 knights at the back and instructed an officer, "Don't act rashly and alert them. Spread out and surround all those buildings. Approach them slowly. If anyone tries to rush out, capture them alive if possible. If that doesn't work, kill them on the spot. No matter what, don't let a single one escape." "Yes." The officer replied and turned around to make a gesture to the knights behind him. The knights gradually spread out and surrounded the buildings from a distance. In the center of these knights, there were a few mages who were originally surrounded. Due to the knights' dispersal, they gradually revealed themselves. The mages of the Northern Guard's magic department were mostly intermediate or advanced mages. There was only one Thunder Archmage. Before they came to carry out the mission, they had received Boris's orders to listen to Han Shuo's commands. Originally, these people were still a bit rebellious. However, after they learned of Han Shuo's identity from Boris, they all became well-behaved. Not a single one of them dared to disobey orders. In the span of a few days, Han Shuo had traveled across more than half of the Lancelot Empire and challenged several notorious experts. In the end, all of them were killed by Han Shuo on the spot. This kind of cruel and merciless method cemented Han Shuo's fierce reputation, causing all of these people to become well-behaved. A person who could kill several experts wasn't someone they could afford to offend. Not to mention that he had received full authority from the highest commander of the Northern Guard, Boris. They wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke Han Shuo. "Alright, find your positions. It's best if you stay in the middle of the knights. Listen to my orders later and attack with your strongest magic." Han Shuo swept his gaze over the Thunder Archmage and instructed. "Understood, Lord Brian." The Thunder Archmage nodded respectfully. He wasn't angry that Han Shuo had stolen his position as the leader of the magic department. Chapter 283. Before Han Shuo joined the Northern Guard, this lightning archmage named Kiriya was the leader of the Northern Guard's magic department. However, due to Han Shuo's appearance, he had no choice but to listen to Han Shuo's orders. Originally, Kiriya was a bit unwilling, but after Boris spoke to him privately, he immediately understood that Han Shuo had only joined the Northern Guard to accumulate military merits. He knew that the magic department of the Northern Guard was only a springboard for Han Shuo. With this, not only did he not have any complaints, but he also purposely tried to curry favor with Han Shuo, hoping that when Han Shuo soared in the future, he would be able to help him. "Be careful, there are over 20 people on the other side, and all of them are quite strong." Han Shuo instructed the people behind him, then returned to Emily's side and reminded her softly. "Understood, what do you think we should do?" Emily nodded and asked for Han Shuo's opinion. "When the 100 knights surround the area, immediately use magic to destroy all the obstacles. Capture these 20 or so experts if possible, or kill them all. As long as we can find the blueprint, this mission will be considered complete." Han Shuo thought for a moment and said lowly. "Let's do as you say. The Northern Guard seems to trust you more. You need to command them well so they don't mess up." In front of Han Shuo, Emily was already used to him being the leader and said obediently. "Alright then. Pay attention to Yoland, don't let him escape." Han Shuo replied as his body slowly floated into the air. Han Shuo was like a ghost as his body quickly weaved through the knights and mages. Relying on the omnidirectional vision of the 3 Yin demons, Han Shuo continuously issued orders to the knights around him, telling them to abandon their horses and hide in different directions. Over 100 knights separated by 150 meters, slowly surrounding the opposite side. Standing proudly in the air, Han Shuo calmly commanded the knights and mages of the Northern Guard, arranging suitable people in every corner. Everyone softened their voices and slowly approached the dirty, dilapidated building. Gradually, the 150-meter distance shrank as the encirclement shrank. When the two sides were only 50 meters apart, Han Shuo suddenly waved his hand at Korea and the others. When Korea and the others saw Han Shuo's movements, they immediately started chanting magic spells with solemn expressions. "Sir, we've been surrounded. I've heard strange sounds." A wind mage said anxiously to the tanned, tall, and muscular Yoland, who was riding a violent tattoo beast. "How is this possible?" Yoland, who was resting, abruptly sat up amidst a pile of weeds and hurriedly looked out the window. His expression changed drastically as he bellowed, "Everyone, gather. Find an opportunity to break out." In this room, a group of more than 20 people calmly stood up when they heard this. One by one, they drew their swords and sabers and prepared to break out of this place. As the leader, Yoland remained calm in the face of such a predicament. His space ring glowed faintly as he took out the blueprint that he had painstakingly obtained and carefully placed it in a crack in the wall. Yoland said in a low voice, "The brothers that have come this time are not afraid of death. I will place the blueprint in that crack in the wall. If any of you are able to leave alive, you can wait until Asan City is no longer on guard and come back to take the blueprint back to the Empire. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, sir. We know what to do," the wind magician replied solemnly. The other people in the room all had resolute expressions on their faces. They were already prepared to sacrifice themselves. Suddenly, 5 bolts of lightning struck down from the sky. The zigzagging lightning illuminated the pitch-black night sky. A few walls of fire appeared around the room. The scorching heat assaulted them head-on. The earth began to rumble and tremble as sharp spikes abruptly appeared. Yoland and the others in the room understood that the attack had begun. They all jumped out from the windows and doors one by one. Under the attacks of the lightning, fire, snakes, and earth spikes, they scattered and began to break out of the encirclement. "Kill!" Han Shuo's cold voice resounded throughout the night sky. Kalia's lightning bolts crashed down, bombarding the houses and causing them to explode one by one. 2 assassins who had rushed out were struck by a bolt of lightning, their bodies convulsing and collapsing on the spot. The 100 knights of the Northern Guard were all elites of the army, and all of them possessed the strength of a novice or intermediate knight. Under Han Shuo's orders, they all lined up in an orderly fashion to block off the road. As soon as they discovered anyone charging in their direction, they would immediately and unceremoniously intercept them. Send 3 knights from the north to stop them. Korea, send 4 experts from the Ministry of Magic to attack the south. Yoland is in the west. He's a sky knight. Those in the west, be careful. Using the vision of the 3 demons, Han Shuo calmly commanded. He was always able to accurately estimate the strength and number of the enemy and send out the corresponding experts to intercept the assassins. Under Han Shuo's commands, Emily and Chester slowly approached the direction of Yoland's charge. As a thief, Chester wasn't strong in direct combat. Thus, he stayed with the knights in that direction to intercept them. Emily stood behind the knights, ready to attack with dark magic at any time. Damn it! How did the enemy know our movements so well? Yoland had everyone spread out. At the beginning, they had targeted some of the weaker areas and used their strongest forces to launch a surprise attack. Unfortunately, before they could even get close, the originally sparsely populated areas suddenly became heavily guarded, and the attackers ended up badly battered and bleeding. Under Han Shuo's orders, the mages had released magic in unclear directions. However, they were often able to beat Yoland's men into a sorry state, severely injuring or killing those who had wanted to take advantage of the situation to launch a sneak attack in the dark. I didn't see anyone release the Sky's Eye. I don't know how the enemy can grasp our movements so clearly. The wind mage appeared to be extremely anxious and frantic as he quickly said in a panicked voice. Everyone, if you think that you can easily escape after committing a crime in the Lancelot Empire, I think you are gravely mistaken. Heh heh, we all know who you are. As long as you put down your weapons, surrender, and reveal your identities to us, we can spare your lives and wait for the negotiators of your empire to come. Han Shuo gave out a series of orders and spoke with a smile. Through the observation of the Yin demons, Han Shuo had a clear grasp of their movements. Then, he had arranged reasonable experts to intercept them according to their strength. He had successfully killed more than 20 assassins, and only 13 were left. Due to Han Shuo's reasonable commands, the Northern Guard only had 4 lightly injured and 1 heavily injured from the enemy's counterattack. Other than that, no one had died. However, what responded to Han Shuo was an even more fearless charge. Not a single one of these Angela Empire assassins showed the slightest hesitation. After Han Shuo's words, they fiercely tried to charge out of the encirclement. From their reactions and strength, Han Shuo could deduce that they were all death-sworn. They had probably never thought of living since they entered the Lancelot Empire. It was basically unrealistic to capture these kinds of people alive. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo suddenly said, "Everyone, don't hold back. Kill them all. Brothers, do your best to charge out. Even if you can't, at least drag a few down with you." Yoland suddenly shouted when he heard Han Shuo's merciless command. "You have no chance." Emily's voice was cold. Her eyes under the black robe stared at Yoland and said, "There were more than 10 technicians in the factory. They were all powerless civilians. They were all brutally killed. You all deserve to die today. You're not from our empire. If you die, then so be it." Yoland laughed wildly. He raised his double-edged broadsword and charged straight at Emily while riding on the tattoo beast he was riding. He laughed wildly and said, "Woman, do you dare to stop me alone? You're courting death." Before Emily could chant an incantation, Han Shuo arrived at lightning speed. A thick killing intent spread out in an instant. The demon's lair edge radiated red light in all directions. The blood-red sword aura swallowed and spat. Han Shuo gripped the demon's lair edge and slashed it down at Yoland from above. Yoland, who'd been charging towards Emily, hadn't thought that Han Shuo would fly over and attack from above. Although he had the strength of a sky knight, it was still a bit strenuous for him to face such a sudden attack. He'd been holding his broadsword horizontally, but now he hurriedly raised it to meet the demon's lair edge above his head. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions, and an obvious crack appeared on Yoland's broadsword. His shoulder trembled, and he groaned. The violent pattern beast beneath him couldn't withstand the gravity, and its 4 short legs broke with a creak sound. The violent pattern beast fell to the ground, and its wolf-like head continuously spat out blood. Even if you kill me, don't even think about getting the blueprints. All the technicians have been killed. Without the blueprints, you still won't be able to make the chariot." Yoland first looked at the tattoo beast beneath him with grief, then laughed wildly with a malevolent expression. He had no way to attack Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the air and could only quickly run towards Emily. "Isn't it just hiding in a crack in the wall? How hard can it be to find?" Han Shuo said disdainfully. When Yoland's face changed greatly, Han Shuo didn't bother with Yoland and rushed towards the room they'd been hiding in like lightning. Chapter 284. Yoland, who had planned to attack Emily, felt his heart skip a beat when he heard that Han Shuo had revealed his secret. Just as he was about to turn around and return to the room to destroy the blueprint, a few crossbow bolts whizzed towards Yoland. Emily waved the magic staff in her hand, and a sharp grim reaper scythe, shining with the light of death, slashed towards Yoland's body. "Stop him! Don't let him get the blueprint!" Yoland's sharp voice rang out as he hurriedly raised his broadsword and slammed it towards the grim reaper scythe. The Angela Empire assassins who had been trying to break out of the encirclement all gave up on trying to break out of the encirclement when they heard Yoland's shout. They all turned around and charged towards Han Shuo. Unfortunately, the difference in strength between them and Han Shuo was too great. Their speed was also incomparable. Han Shuo used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly to the room like a bolt of lightning. He took out the blueprint from the hollowed-out corner of the wall, and only then did the assassins run in front of him. Courting death. Han Shuo shouted coldly. He lifted the demon's lair edge and landed on the ground, walking towards the Angela Empire assassins who were charging towards him in a frenzy. As the mystical glacial spellfire was unleashed, Han Shuo's demon's lair edge burst out with a brilliant purple and red light. The purple and red light sparkled like a rainbow on the blade of the demon's lair edge, quickly forming thin and long flames. The purple and red flames flickered beautifully, jumping out of the demon's lair edge's blade and stretching into twisted lines of fire, entangling into two magic webs, one purple and one red. The few assassins from the Angela Empire who were charging towards Han Shuo only had one thought in their minds: to destroy Han Shuo. Facing the magic webs of the scorching and freezing elements, each of them unleashed their strongest fighting chi to form swords, attempting to tear the two webs apart. However, Han Shuo's strength had greatly improved, and his mastery of the mystical glacial spellfire had reached a whole new level. The leaping magic webs twisted and swayed in the air, as if they were fishing in the ocean. The sword light pierced the magic webs, but they simply hit nothing but air, piercing through the beautiful lines of fire. Not good, retreat quickly. Yoland, who had dodged the death god's scythe in the distance, charged towards Han Shuo as well. When he saw that his subordinate's sword rays were ineffective against the weave, he immediately understood that this unknown web was not something that could be torn apart by sword rays. Thus, he could not help but shout a warning. However, the strange swaying webs in the air were extremely fast. Before those people could react, two large webs had already been cast down and trapped them all. The crimson net enveloped the three assassins. The bodies of the three assassins that were touched by the line of fire felt as if they were pressed down by a red-hot iron brand. Thick smoke suddenly rose from their bodies. Amidst the shrill screams, their flesh was charred black, and they slowly fell to the ground. The other four assassins who were covered by the purple weave immediately froze up, their bodies shivering like ice sculptures as they maintained their positions of either dodging or attacking. "I'll die with you." Yoland finally arrived in front of Han Shuo. When he saw his brothers turn into charred ice sculptures under the cover of the weave, he roared and raised his broadsword, charging towards Han Shuo without a care for his own safety. "Heh heh. I'm afraid you won't have the chance." Han Shuo raised the demon's lair edge, a calm smile on his face as he said these words and flew towards Yoland. Yoland had a sinister expression on his face as he brandished his greatsword. He laughed wildly when he saw Han Shuo rapidly approaching, and was about to throw caution to the wind and fight to the death with Han Shuo when a pair of hands suddenly reached out from the ground beneath his feet and tightly grabbed onto his feet. "Shoot him to death." Han Shuo, who had been close to Yoland, suddenly froze in midair as he shouted at the dozen or so Northern Army knights with crossbows in their hands. Yoland, who was unable to move, could only watch as Han Shuo stood 5 meters in front of him in the air. When he raised his broadsword and chopped down at the two large hands that were grabbing onto his legs, the two large hands retracted into the ground. He then felt an unforgettable pain from the bottom of his feet. 2 bone spikes had pierced deep into his feet, sinking deep into his knees. Amidst the screams of a pig being slaughtered, several crossbow bolts flew over and pierced through Yoland's body. Yoland's resentment and killing intent before his death transformed into an aura that was difficult to see with the naked eye and was absorbed by Han Shuo, who stood calmly in front of him. Including Yoland, the group of 20 or so assassins from the Angela Empire had all lost their lives. None of the resentment and killing intent of the dead escaped Han Shuo's absorption. Instead, it made Han Shuo's magical yuan even more complete, and the feeling that he was about to break through became stronger and stronger. Han Shuo walked in front of the 4 Angela assassins who were like ice sculptures and shot out 4 beams of black light that landed on the 4 assassins. 4 crunching sounds rang out one after another, and the originally frozen assassins fell limply to the ground. Han Shuo said to the knight leader of the northern army, these four aren't dead yet. Guard them closely and don't let them commit suicide. This will be an explanation to His Majesty. Don't worry, Sir Brian, we know what to do. The leader readily agreed and ordered the few soldiers behind him, you guys, tie up these four assassins and cover their mouths with cloth. Don't let them have the chance to bite their tongues and commit suicide. Under the leader's orders, the dozen or so soldiers quickly came over and took out special tools to tie people up from their leather bags. From their well-practiced movements and rich equipment, Han Shuo was sure that these four assassins would have a hard time even if they wanted to commit suicide. Once they were brought to the Northern Army's detention center and given an anesthetic, they would be so weak that they wouldn't even have the strength to bite their tongues. Under torture, they might actually be able to get some information out of them. Without looking at the four assassins, Han Shuo walked to Emily's side and handed the blueprint to Emily, take it. This mission is considered complete. It doesn't matter if I give the blueprint to the Northern Army. If you take the blueprint, the Northern Army will be able to answer to His Majesty. Emily and Han Shuo naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Since Emily couldn't reveal her identity, she didn't say anything to Han Shuo. She nodded and turned around, landing on the carriage that Chester was driving. She entered the carriage and left with Chester, quickly disappearing. Sir Brian, it's all thanks to you that we were able to successfully capture the assassins from the Angela Empire and find their hidden blueprint. If Count Boris puts in a few good words for you in front of His Majesty, Sir Brian's contribution will be enough for you to be made a noble. Thunder Archmage Kiria walked in front of Han Shuo and sincerely congratulated him. He appeared to be even happier than Han Shuo. Heh, the credit belongs to everyone. Without everyone's cooperation, I wouldn't have been able to capture them by myself. You guys go back and report. I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for a while. Han Shuo glanced at Kiria and said with a smile. All right, Sir Brian, please leave first. We'll take care of the aftermath. Kiria said with a respectful expression. Nodding, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay here. He left in another direction and quickly disappeared from the dirty and chaotic slums of the western part of the city. In the dead of night, Han Shuo silently appeared in the Buzzed Merchant Guild and walked towards Phoebe's room with great familiarity. There's no need to think about it. I believe that Brian will definitely win. Perhaps our guild's crisis can be turned around with this gamble. Take out all the funds we can and fiercely fight against Cameron and the others. In Phoebe's living room, the capable and astute Phoebe said resolutely. Little Phoebe, do you want to reconsider this matter? I know your relationship with Brian. Although his strength isn't bad, Leah Kane has been famous for many years and is even stronger. Everyone agrees that Leah Kane has a higher chance of winning. This gamble is no small matter. If we lose, I'm afraid that the Buzzed Merchant Guild will directly collapse. Buzzed Merchant Guild's elder Andrew said with some worry as he leaned on his walking stick. Andrew was an elder of the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Before Phoebe had taken control, he had taken care of Phoebe. Therefore, Phoebe still cared a lot about Andrew's opinion. However, after becoming the master of the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Phoebe had truly taken control of the guild. During this period of time, the Buzzed Merchant Guild had indeed made great progress in Phoebe's hands. Andrew had also seen this and understood that Phoebe wasn't an emotional person. If it wasn't for Leah Kane's fame, perhaps he wouldn't be so worried. Grandpa Andrew, Brian's strength is even more powerful than you can imagine. In addition, we've already been forced into such a state by Cameron. Right now, Cameron's Merchant Guild is doing everything they can to suppress us. Our guild is having a hard time moving forward. Even without this competition, our Buzzed Merchant Guild will still be slowly weakened by their bullying. But if we win this time, then we can reverse the situation. Those merchant guilds that originally cooperated with Cameron will shed all pretenses of cordiality because of the huge losses. At that time, we, who have a large amount of capital, will be able to truly control the situation. Phoebe calmly analyzed and explained to Andrew. AI, since you've said so, then let's do it. I hope that Brian won't disappoint us, otherwise the Buzzed Merchant Guild will really be finished. Andrew thought for a while and finally nodded in agreement with Phoebe's suggestion. This also meant that the crisis that the Buzzed Merchant Guild was facing was extremely great. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken this kind of gamble to save the guild. Chapter 285. After Andrew's group left, Phoebe sat there with a frown on her face, deep in thought. It seemed that the Buzzed Merchant Guild was facing a great crisis this time. Otherwise, with Phoebe's cautious nature, she probably wouldn't have used this kind of gambling method to fight. Han Shuo slowly walked in without a sound and looked at Phoebe with bright eyes when he arrived at the door. After a while, Phoebe was suddenly startled. She raised her head and saw that the person was Han Shuo. She revealed a serene smile and happily said, "You're back. Don't worry, I will kill Leah Kane with my sword tomorrow. There's no doubt about that." Han Shuo smiled as he walked towards Phoebe. When he was in front of Phoebe, he reached out and smoothed out the worry lines between Phoebe's eyebrows. He said softly, "I believe you. This time, our Buzzed Merchant Guild has put out 700,000 gold coins. As long as you kill Leah Kane, Cameron will have to compensate us 5 times the amount according to the current odds. No matter how rich Cameron is, he won't be able to support it. This way, our Buzzed Merchant Guild will have an enormous amount of capital. Cameron and the others will naturally not be in danger." Phoebe enjoyed Han Shuo's gentleness very much. She lightly leaned on Han Shuo's chest and said softly, "All right, you should rest early. I'll cultivate here tonight. Tomorrow, I'll go to the garden house to challenge Leah Kane and get rid of this trouble as soon as possible." Han Shuo patted Phoebe's fragrant shoulder and urged Phoebe. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Phoebe nodded meekly and smiled, "Don't worry, I'll definitely go with you tomorrow and watch you kill Leah Kane with my own eyes. I know you'll definitely win." After saying this, Phoebe didn't stay here any longer. She walked into the room with a light smile and said softly, "Wait until you win, then accompany me for a good chat." After Phoebe left, Han Shuo sat down cross-legged in the hall and silently circulated his magical yuan. He slowly recovered his spirit and adjusted his condition. Inside Han Shuo's body, the demon infant seemed to be in a bloody whirlpool. Drops of blood essence were sparkling and translucent like rubies, appearing like red crystals. The blood essence converged into a whirlpool, nourishing the demon infant in the center. Streaks of crimson blood energy surrounded it. This was the killing intent of the bloodlust realm. It was also a kind of nourishment for the demon infant. The demon infant that looked exactly like Han Shuo was only the size of a fist, but there was a black dot between its eyebrows. This was where Han Shuo's life weapon, the Demon's Lair Edge, resided. The Demon's Lair Edge that was connected to Han Shuo's life had absorbed a large amount of killing intent during this period of time. It had hidden itself in Han Shuo's body and became a black dot between the demon infant's eyebrows. Through this method, the connection between Han Shuo and the Demon's Lair Edge became more complete. The demon infant and the Demon's Lair Edge could also replenish and absorb energy from each other. Once the Demon's Lair Edge successfully evolved into a vile soul, the connection between the Demon's Lair Edge and the Demon's Lair Edge would become even closer. As long as Han Shuo willed it, it wouldn't be impossible for him to take someone's head from 1,000 miles away. During this period of time, the Bloodlust realm Han Shuo had fought all over the place and killed many experts. The killing intent and resentment of the experts that died in Han Shuo's hands were all absorbed by Han Shuo, aiding Han Shuo's progress bit by bit. Especially during the trip to the Forbidden Land, where Han Shuo had devoured a large amount of killing intent, both Han Shuo and the Demon's Lair Edge had made great progress. In the Bloodlust realm, Han Shuo could already gradually control his nature. When the killing intent accumulated to a certain degree, it would change from quantitative to qualitative. At that time, he would be able to break through to the separate demon realm, and his strength would increase by another step. At that time, not only could he continue to cultivate a higher level of secret demonic arts, but he could also separate his consciousness from his body and obtain some unfathomable abilities. After a night of meditation, Han Shuo was in high spirits the next day. He left the Buzz Merchant Guild with Phoebe and headed to the garden house where Leah Kane lived. During these days, the news that Han Shuo was about to challenge the mad great swordmaster Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance had been deliberately exaggerated by Candide and Lawrence. Many spies of the nobles appeared in the vicinity of the garden house. There were also a few experts from all sides who were full of interest, waiting for Han Shuo's arrival. When Han Shuo alighted from Phoebe's carriage and walked alone to the garden house, he was recognized by someone. Amidst the whispers, the spies from all sides quickly returned to report the news. For a moment, the whispers turned into a hubbub. More and more people came to the garden house after hearing the news. As the mad great swordmaster of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Leah Kane was very famous in the circles of many nobles and experts. As soon as such a character appeared in Asan City, he successfully defeated 3 of the city's great swordmasters and made a name for himself. Unfortunately, Leah Kane was an outsider after all. The citizens of the Lancelot Empire naturally didn't like this. During this time, Han Shuo's fame had also risen greatly. Of course, Han Shuo's reputation wasn't good either. Since he had killed several opponents in a row, Han Shuo's notoriety had spread far and wide. However, although Han Shuo's reputation wasn't good, he was still a citizen of the Lancelot Empire. Therefore, everyone hoped that he would win. Along the way to the garden house, the nobles and commoners in the surroundings all cheered to send him off. These people had long known that such a day would come. Due to Lawrence's information, they knew that Han Shuo would definitely come within the next 2 days. Since they had nothing better to do, they came to try their luck. They didn't expect that Han Shuo would really come today. The spectators were all in high spirits. Han Shuo, who was 1.9 meters tall, wore a simple and capable black warrior's attire. His appearance was masculine and handsome. Because he had been practicing demonic arts for a long time, he naturally had an eye-catching demonic temperament. Some of the noble ladies who saw Han Shuo for the first time had a favorable impression of him as soon as they saw his appearance, regardless of whether they were right or wrong. Each and every one of them looked at Han Shuo with burning gazes. At first, they whispered to each other, but later, they even started screaming. "Humph, I'm so angry. He left for so many days, and this time he stood me up again. If I didn't know about this matter, who knows when I would be able to see him again." On a street in front of the garden house, Fanny was leading a group of people from the necromancy major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. She stared at Han Shuo from afar and complained in a low voice. "Master Fanny, what are you saying? Look, that really is Brian. I thought it was fake when I first heard the news. I didn't think that it would really be Brian. He actually went to challenge that evil person, Leah Kane. Just thinking about it makes me excited." Amy of the necromancy major waved her little fist excitedly as she watched Han Shuo walk towards the garden house. She shouted at Fanny beside her. "No, nothing." Fanny covered it up with a smile. She then said, "I didn't think that this guy wouldn't be nervous at all in front of so many people. It looks like he's really grown up. Brian is really amazing. His deeds have spread all over Asan City. Even our necromancy major has many new students. These new students actually chose our weak necromancy major as soon as they entered the academy. What a reversal of fortune." Athena was also a bit excited. She sighed emotionally as she watched Han Shuo proudly walk forward. This time, Lisa had also come along. However, Lisa was much quieter than before. She didn't chatter incessantly, but only silently gazed at the dazzling Han Shuo in the distance. Looking at Han Shuo, who was still calm and unruffled in the face of so many gazes, Lisa suddenly felt that he was supposed to be this dazzling. "I'm Brian. I've come to see Mr. Leah Kane," Han Shuo said with a smile to the guard in front of the garden house's main entrance. A large number of nobles and commoners had come to watch from the alleys and pavilions around the garden house. The news that Han Shuo wanted to challenge Leah Kane had been released a long time ago. Leah Kane had also given the order, so the guard naturally knew what to do. "Mr. Leah Kane is currently cultivating. He already knew that you had come and told us to invite you in as soon as you arrived," the guard said respectfully. "That's good. Please lead the way," Han Shuo said with a smile. Under the guard's guidance, Han Shuo walked into the garden house with him. The onlookers outside were all stopped. The garden house was a private property after all. Without the owner's permission, no one could enter without permission. "Let us in, let us in." "Yes, we've been waiting for a long time. Please let us in. I'm Count Aci of the Lancelot Empire. I want to see Mr. Leah Kane." After Han Shuo entered, some of the commoners and nobles surrounding the garden house tried to use various methods to enter. Not far away, a few carriages slowly approached. These carriages were beautifully decorated. One look and anyone could tell that they were nobles. A group of nobles led by eldest Prince Charles, Old Han and Emily of the Betteridge family, ministers of finance Evie and Lawrence, Boris of the Northern Guard, and other nobles also slowly made their way over. Candide and one of the three heavyweights, Amis, appeared on top of the tallest building across from the garden house. They were also watching the garden house across from them. Chapter 286. "That kid, is he the Brian you were talking about?" Amis, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, looked at Han Shuo from the garden house with interest and spoke elegantly. "That's him. He has indeed done many great things recently, and his strength seems to be unfathomable. It's just that I haven't truly seen him yet. This is a good opportunity to see his true strength," Candide said to Amis with a gloomy face. Amis looked to be in his 30s and was wearing a well-tailored white robe. There were no decorations on the robe, making it look clean and simple. It complemented his extraordinary handsome appearance and gave him an attractive and refined charm. However, for the nobles of the Lancelot Empire, the handsome and elegant Amis who often wore a faint smile was a terrifying character like the god of death. Once a noble was targeted by Amis, there was basically no possibility of escape. The lightest punishment was confiscation of their property and imprisonment, while the heaviest punishment was immediate execution. Among the three heavyweights, Cecilia was usually active abroad, Candide was in charge of gathering intelligence and investigating assassins of the empire, and Amis was in charge of monitoring and suppressing high officials and nobles. The three of them had a clear division of labor and coordinated very well. However, Candide and Cecilia usually didn't show themselves in front of the public and posed no threat to some of the nobles of the empire. Only Amis was the most familiar and also the most feared. There wasn't a single noble who wasn't afraid of him. You should be very clear about Leah Kane's strength. In addition, Leah Kane is related to first Prince Charles. If this kid can't beat Leah Kane, I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to leave the garden house alive. Amis narrowed his slender eyes and looked at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the garden house as he spoke to Candide. Heh, that's hard to say. Ferguson, who is a light grand magus like you, also died in his hands. As far as I know, Ferguson's fame isn't any lower than Leah Kane's. If he can kill a light grand magus, then he might be able to kill Leah Kane as well. Although Candide wasn't optimistic about Han Shuo had been promoted by him. Candide couldn't lose face in front of Amis. Amis smiled elegantly and didn't say much. He only nodded slightly and leisurely sat down on a stone bench on the high platform. He took out an exquisite tea set and began to drink by himself. Inside the garden house, Han Shuo was a bit worried. Through the three demons spying, Han Shuo discovered that Emily, Phoebe, and Fanny were all outside the garden house. Although the three women weren't in the same direction, Han Shuo knew that they would definitely come looking for him once he left the garden house. Han Shuo wasn't worried about Emily because she was open-minded when it came to relationships. Although she might have some grudges in her heart, at least she wouldn't fly into a rage. However, Phoebe and Fanny didn't know about Han Shuo's situation. Once the two women saw each other, a storm would be inevitable. While Han Shuo was still worrying about relationships, mad great swordsman Lia Kane walked out from the center of the garden house. Lia Kane carried a broadsword and walked out with a cold expression. His cruel eyes swept over Han Shuo and he snorted, "Brat, you're that Brian, right?" "That's me. I think you already know about the situation, so there's no need for us to talk nonsense. Let's fight on this spacious lawn and settle this storm, shall we?" As soon as Lia Kane walked out of the room, Han Shuo immediately cast aside his emotional worries and focused all of his attention on Lia Kane, replying leisurely. "All right, I'll teach you a good lesson." Lia Kane laughed sinisterly and then looked at the crowd outside the garden house. He suddenly said, "If you don't mind, can you let the people outside come in and watch the fight?" Frowning, Han Shuo thought for a moment and said, "I don't mind. It's just that there are too many people outside. If they all come in, I'm afraid it won't be appropriate. Then, there shouldn't be a problem if only the nobles are allowed in." Lia Kane had listened to Charles's instructions beforehand. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made this suggestion. Han Shuo was worried that if the three women gathered together and got too close to him, there would be a disturbance that he didn't want to see. That was why he was a bit apprehensive. When Lia Kane said this, Han Shuo remembered that Fanny and Phoebe didn't have noble titles. He nodded and said, "Then do as you wish." Seeing Han Shuo nod in agreement, Lia Kane waved his hand at the guard in the distance. The guard seemed to have known Lia Kane's intentions and shouted from outside, "Those with noble titles in the Lancelot Empire can come in and watch. Other commoners are not allowed inside." With this, the nobles who were loitering outside walked in arrogantly and gracefully. The commoners around them didn't say anything. On the profound continent, the nobles had certain privileges. Commoners were well aware of this and had long since gotten used to it. Therefore, they weren't surprised. One by one, the nobles entered the garden house with their attendants. Among them, Phoebe and Lawrence mixed together and also took the opportunity to enter the garden house. As soon as Phoebe entered the garden house, she suddenly felt someone spying on her. She turned her head and saw that it was an astonished Emily. Emily was wearing a long purple dress. Her delicate face was as white as jade. She was incomparably beautiful among old Han's group. She carried an awe-inspiring and inviolable nobility. She didn't have any of the melancholy that a widow should have. She was unbelievably dazzling. Damn that Brian. This Emily must have also obtained a miraculous pill. Could he be related to Emily? With just a glance, Phoebe knew that it was the effect of the rebirth pill. Especially when Emily looked at Phoebe with a gaze full of astonishment. The two women immediately understood what was going on with just a glance. "Hey! Brian, you'll definitely win." Lawrence was very optimistic as he cheered for Han Shuo from afar. "Humph, he wants to win with his abilities. Dream on." First Prince Charles said disdainfully from not too far away from Lawrence. The group of nobles following behind him immediately chimed in and started sucking up to the prince. Each and every one of them did their utmost to recite the reasons why Han Shuo would surely lose, wanting to win Charles's favor. There was a lawn the size of a football field in the center of the garden house. Han Shuo and Lia Kane were currently at the center of the lawn, surrounded by nobles of the Lancelot Empire. These nobles all had expert guards beside them. In addition, they were quite a distance away from Han Shuo and Lia Kane, so they weren't worried about their own safety. The grave and stern Lia Kane didn't pay too much attention to Han Shuo. When he saw the nobles enter one after another, he cast his gaze at Charles. Charles, who was chatting cheerfully and wittily, saw Leah Kane look at him. He nodded slightly, indicating that Leah Kane could make his move. Leah Kane, who was carrying a broadsword, finally turned his gaze back to Han Shuo. He said coldly, "Brat, are you ready to die?" Han Shuo took a deep breath and expelled all distracting thoughts from his mind. Han Shuo's face instantly became cold and merciless. His voice was also cold and arrogant. "Mr. Leah Kane, before the battle, I have to remind you that apart from martial arts, I'm also an archmage necromancer. I hope you'll be careful." "Humph, you're just a useless archmage necromancer. You're wasting your energy on this kind of useless magic. I can already imagine how high your attainments in martial arts are. I really don't know what kind of trash that great swordmaster you killed was. He couldn't even win against a guy like you who didn't focus on martial arts. It seems that your Lancelot Empire really doesn't have any true experts." Leah Kane was incomparably arrogant. He had offended all the surrounding nobles with just this one sentence. Even the nobles who had bet on him to win all revealed angry expressions. "Idiot, even if you win, don't even think about establishing a foothold in the Lancelot Empire. No wonder you wanted to escape from the Brute Merchant Alliance. With this kind of temper, if you didn't have some strength, you would have been killed long ago." First Prince Charles looked at the arrogant Leah Kane and cursed in his heart. He had already made up his mind that even if Leah Kane killed Han Shuo this time, he absolutely couldn't expose his relationship with Leah Kane. This was to avoid affecting the nobles' opinion of him because of Leah Kane. "Mr. Leah Kane, I hope you won't disappoint me." With a thought, the Demon's Lair edge fell into Han Shuo's right hand from his sleeve. The 2-foot-long Demon's Lair edge was as sharp as a needle. The blade was an abnormal dark brown color. It didn't look very conspicuous without magical yuan. "Kid, since you dared to come to my place, you should have already made preparations. Today, I'll let you know the strength of your seniors. Don't think that you're invincible just because you've won against a few pieces of trash." Leah Kane snorted coldly and pointed the broadsword in his hand at Han Shuo, speaking arrogantly. Han Shuo didn't respond to Leah Kane. With a callous expression, he raised the Demon's Lair edge and directly flew towards Leah Kane. His body drew several afterimages due to his high speed. He was so fast that it was hard to tell which was which. Chapter 287. Although Leah Kane's words were disdainful, when Han Shuo actually made his move, he immediately focused all of his attention to deal with it. He raised the broadsword in his hand and snorted coldly. A silver sword curtain suddenly opened in front of him. Leah Kane had already advanced to the realm of Great Swordmaster many years ago. He had immersed himself in this realm for a long time, challenging many experts in the Brute Merchant Alliance and earning the title of Mad Great Swordmaster. If he hadn't offended the lightning sacred Magus Reynold Dyla of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Leah Kane wouldn't have come to the Lancelot Empire. Great Swordmaster Leah Kane opened the silver sword curtain and completely enveloped the area in front of him. Han Shuo, who was flying over, could feel the enormous sword aura contained within the sword curtain. The invincible Demon's Lair edge in his hand shot out a black light after injecting demonic yuan into it, directly piercing towards the silver sword curtain. When the Demon's Lair edge shot out this attack, the black light that burst out was dark and gloomy. It carried an astonishing killing intent as it suddenly bombarded the sword screen that Leah Kane had created. Only a few explosive sounds could be heard as the silver sword screen and the black light intertwined. The silver light and black light scattered like specks of starlight. "Oh!" Leah Kane exclaimed softly and abruptly took a step back. He looked at Han Shuo in astonishment and said, "Good kid, your martial technique is indeed a bit strange. It's actually not fighting aura." The silver sword curtain disappeared into thin air under the black light of the Demon's Lair edge. However, when the silver sword curtain and the Demon's Lair edge collided, an enormous force flowed through the Demon's Lair edge and directly into Han Shuo's arm. Han Shua's arm was shaken to the point of numbness. Han Shua didn't rush to attack again. He coldly stared at Lia Kane, not daring to relax at all. After this attack, Han Shua already knew that Lia Kane was indeed much stronger than the great swordmaster he had killed last time. They were both great sword masters, but Lia Kane had immersed himself in this realm for many years. His attainments were indeed extraordinary. This Brian does have some strength. On the balcony opposite the garden house, Amis looked at Candide in astonishment and exclaimed softly. Candide's eyes sparkled as he looked at Brian with great interest. He replied, "This is also the first time I've seen him fight." He didn't have any fighting aura, but he was actually able to break through Lia Kane's sword curtain condensed from fighting aura. This is indeed strange. It looks like he's hiding a lot of secrets. The nobles around the lawn cried out in surprise when they saw Han Shua cut through Lia Kane's sword curtain with a single stroke. Lawrence, Phoebe, and the others revealed joyful expressions. This kid isn't bad. He saved us last time at Evie's house, so we owe him a favor. I hope he won't be harmed by Lia Kane. Old Han, who was beside Emily, chuckled as he looked at Han Shua and spoke to Emily. "Father, I think this Brian might be able to win," Emily said with a light smile. She understood that Han Shua's strength wasn't just limited to this. Just Han Shua's ability to fly was already a great advantage. This wasn't something Lia Kane could do. I hope so." Old Han laughed heartily. Lia Kane snorted coldly amidst the clamor of the crowd, "You do have some strength, but it's a pity that you shouldn't have challenged me." As soon as he finished speaking, Lia Kane raised his broadsword and walked towards Han Shua. His speed wasn't fast, and every step he took was very heavy. The two crisscrossing scars on his neck looked very sinister, and his eyes were filled with a crazy desire to fight. Lia Kane walked over step by step, his aura becoming stronger and stronger. The broadsword in his hand shone with a brilliant silver light, emitting a dazzling radiance under the sunlight. The silver fighting aura and the broadsword fused together and converged into a gorgeous rainbow. It slashed down towards Han Shua from a distance of 10 meters. This silver rainbow was incomparably fast, as if it had crossed 10 meters. It appeared in front of Han Shua in an instant. The enormous power contained within it was so strong that even some of the spectating nobles could clearly feel it. Han Shua stood there like a fool. He didn't seem to be able to react for a moment under the attack of the silver rainbow. The crowd watched helplessly as Han Shua was slashed down by the silver rainbow. He didn't seem to know how to dodge at all. "Hurry and run." Many of the spectators who were worried about Han Shua all screamed out to warn him. Unfortunately, the speed of their voices was obviously slower than Lia Kane's silver rainbow. As soon as these people's warnings came out, a terrifying explosion came from the area where Han Shua had been standing. The area where Han Shua had been standing had directly split open into a 15-meter-long ravine. The ravine was so deep that it looked like it had been cut into a piece of tofu. Silver fighting aura lingered in the ravine and didn't dissipate. The enormous power continued to explode on both sides of the huge ravine, producing rumbling sounds. When the terrifying explosion stopped, the ravine that had been split open became even bigger. All the weeds were covered by the silver fighting aura and turned into green sawdust. What a terrifying attack! Poor challenger, he's definitely done for. Sigh, he's still a bit young after all. It's inevitable that he can't withstand a single blow from such an expert who's been famous for so many years. Let's go. That young man must have died in the ravine. There's nothing left to see. Oh, such a handsome man was actually killed by that ugly monster. Damn enemy nation's people. All sorts of unfavorable comments about Han Shua came from the mouths of the spectators. They watched as Han Shua didn't make any movements to dodge Lia Kane's sword. They naturally assumed that Han Shua had already died in the ravine. Suddenly, a loud shout sounded, "Oh my God, look up in the sky." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone raised their heads in unison. They saw Han Shuo proudly standing high in the sky with the demon's lair edge in hand, coldly looking down at Lia Kane. He wasn't injured at all. How is this possible? Even Lia Kane himself couldn't help but cry out in surprise. He stared at the sky with some disbelief. If a swordsman wanted to stand in the sky, they had to reach the realm of Sword God in order to rely on fighting aura to travel in the sky. Although mages could use the levitation spell to stand in the air at the Archmage realm, the levitation spell still couldn't be that fast, nor could it be that nimble. Although Han Shuo was an Archmage necromancer, he couldn't use the slow levitation spell to dodge the swift and violent sword attack. Therefore, Lia Kane couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Han Shuo standing unscathed in the sky. Ames, can you sense the gathering of magical elements on his body? Why can't I sense it at all? Candide, who was on the high platform, looked at Han Shuo who was standing proudly in the sky and shouted in amazement. Shaking his head, the usually calm and collected Ames also cried out in surprise, strange, very strange. He's not using any magical fighting aura, but he's actually able to stand so miraculously in the sky. What's going on? It looks like it must have something to do with the miraculous martial arts technique he practices. Ames, Brian's martial arts technique is very miraculous. If the Lancelot Empire's military can master it and use it to fly at high speeds, the strength of our Lancelot Empire's army will increase many times over. Candide's heart was moved as he immediately shouted. Be careful. If Lia Kane dares to kill, we must stop him even if it means breaking the rules. This Brian is indeed miraculous. He's too useful to our Lancelot Empire. We absolutely cannot let him die. Ames shouted resolutely. He had already decided to protect Han Shuo at all costs. Let's do it. After this matter, I believe that your majesty will know what to do. Candide immediately agreed. His sinister eyes focused on Lia Kane's body. The dark element around his body intensified as he prepared to make a move at any time, regardless of his status. Amidst the lush foliage of a towering tree, the super assassin Balans that Han Shuo and Lawrence had previously met in the northern rose garden was crouching amidst the leaves and gazing at the sky. His eyes were wide open as he muttered to himself, this is too miraculous. He's actually using a martial arts technique to stand proudly in the sky. This Brian seems to be hiding other secrets besides his extraordinary attainments in killing aura. Master really made the right choice to let me come this time. Kid, don't think that you're so great just because you're a mage. Come down if you have the guts. Lia Kane bellowed as he looked up at Han Shuo in the sky. Although he was a great sword master, he still couldn't fly in the sky. Facing Han Shuo, he could only stare at him helplessly. As you wish. Han Shuo let out a long laugh in the sky and flew down like a meteor. The demon's lair edge in his hand shot out a 2-meter-long purplish-red demonic light. A thick murderous aura spread in all directions with Han Shuo as the center. All the onlookers felt their hearts palpitate and couldn't help but step back a bit. Each and every one of them looked at the descending Han Shuo with shock. Chapter 288. Good kid. Lia Kane clearly felt this enormous killing intent. His crazed eyes were filled with battle excitement as silver fighting aura continuously condensed on the broadsword in his hand. He didn't wait for Han Shuo to land on the ground before another silver rainbow shot out, aiming straight for Han Shuo who was slashing at his head. Han Shuo's eyes turned scarlet red as killing intent gathered around his body. His expression was sinister and terrifying, and a sinister, mysterious, and terrifying aura shrouded Lia Kane's head along with the bloody mist. The 2-meter-long purplish-red demonic light drifted downwards in a bewitching manner like a beautiful large feather drifting in the wind. A loud clang sounded as the purplish-red demonic light descended and intertwined with Lia Kane's silver rainbow. It was as if there were beautiful fireworks exploding in the air. Silver, deep red, and purple lights continuously shot out. Waves of metallic clashing sounds continuously came from the beautiful explosions. Lia Kane, who was standing on the ground, had already been smashed into the grass by the enormous force as the explosions continued to ring in his ears. The soil had sunk up to his knees, and a strange power of alternating heat and cold suddenly enveloped him. The strange power was like an all-pervasive ghost that poured straight into his body. Lia Kane suddenly shivered as he felt his body turn stiff and cold. Just as he was feeling aghast, another wave of scorching heat erupted from his body like a volcano. The two auras of cold and heat intertwined within his body, giving Lia Kane an incomparably wonderful and painful feeling. Ah! Lia Kane let out a crazed howl and screamed at the sky like a madman. He tore off the clothes on the upper half of his body, revealing a body of strong muscles. Streaks of silver light were clearly twisting on his naked body, and there were even streaks of red and purple light reflecting off of them. It was a very strange sight. "I'm going to tear you apart," Lia Kane roared. Specks of silver light gathered on the broadsword in his hand as he brandished it towards the cold attacking Han Shuo. Suddenly, the light on the broadsword in Lia Kane's hand abruptly receded. All of the silver fighting aura had disappeared, and the bright and clean broadsword didn't reflect any luster under the sunlight. It looked incomparably strange. Han Shuo, who had exchanged a blow with Lia Kane, understood that Lia Kane's strength was indeed extraordinary. Han Shuo, who was in the bloodthirsty realm, hadn't been able to gain the upper hand even with his full strength. If it wasn't for the mystical glacial spellfire's two extreme cold and heat attributes, Lia Kane wouldn't have been in such a difficult situation. Han Shuo's hands were numb as he flew down. An enormous amount of magical yuan surged into the demon's lair edge. Han Shuo, who had been accumulating energy to deal another heavy blow to Elijah Kane, suddenly discovered that the radiance of the broadsword had completely disappeared. He instinctively felt a sense of danger. Han Shuo's extraordinary perception once again displayed its keen effect. He was flying down to attack Lia Kane when he immediately connected with the three Yin demons. When the broadsword in Lia Kane's hand trembled, Han Shuo's body suddenly split into four and fell in four different directions. At this moment, the broadsword that had completely lost its luster suddenly burst out with a blinding light. Fine, needle-like rays of cold light shot towards the sky like rain. Those needle-like rays of cold light covered an area of 5 meters. Not only were they densely packed, but they were also filled with terrifying penetrative power. They pierced into the sky in the blink of an eye and disappeared. The body formed by the Yin demon took the place of the original body and was completely penetrated by the cold light. The incorporeal and formless Yin demon was also invaded by a strange power when the cold light pierced through the sky. Because the dense fighting aura had been condensed to an extremely small degree, it actually possessed a powerful destructive power against the Yin demon. This caused one of Han Shuo's Yin demons to be pierced full of holes and its aura to become extremely weak. What a terrifying attack! Han Shuo was shocked. He was absolutely horrified when he landed on the ground. Lia Kane was indeed very frightening. He was actually able to condense fighting aura to such a small and dense degree. The fighting aura had been condensed to the size of needles, but the power and destructive power contained within had actually increased by 100 times. Even the almost incorporeal Yin demon was injured by this kind of sharp light. Han Shuo believed that if he hadn't reacted in time and decisively used fulgurating shadows, his physical body would definitely have been destroyed. While Han Shuo was endlessly shocked by Lia Kane, as the attacker, was even more incredulous. He never thought that Han Shuo would be able to dodge his attack. When Han Shuo, who had been split into 4, landed on the ground, the 3 Yin demons' bodies slowly faded, like reflections in water that had a stone thrown into them. They twisted and swayed for a moment before disappearing, leaving only Han Shuo standing behind Lia Kane. Too strong. Wow, what was that just now? A rain of swords, too gorgeous. I didn't think that this ugly guy could have such a beautiful attack. This Brian is the real deal. If my eyes weren't playing tricks on me, I would have seen 4 Brians just now. Oh my god, too amazing. You're not playing tricks on you. I also saw 4 Brians. What kind of martial technique is that? It's too powerful. After a moment of silence, the surroundings suddenly burst into a fierce clamor. All the nobles and their guards who had come to watch the fight started discussing in surprise. Their faces were filled with excitement and astonishment. They were shocked by this unprecedentedly exciting fight. What's going on? On the high platform, Candide had an expression of disbelief as he looked at Lia Kane and Han Shua who were standing in the distance. That Lia Kane is really terrifying. According to our Dark Mantle's information, the experts he's fought in recent years have only used a silver rainbow-like sword light to directly defeat his opponents with his superior fighting aura. However, it seems like Lia Kane's true ultimate move should be that fine and dense rain of cold light that he just released. I could feel the terrifying attack power contained within. I didn't think that this Lia Kane, who looks so crude and brainless, would actually be hiding such a sinister and meticulous ultimate move. What a terrifying person! Amis exclaimed. After a pause, Amis excitedly shouted, Candide, however, this Brian of yours is even more amazing. Facing that kind of attack that was almost impossible to dodge, he actually used that miraculous martial technique to split into 4 people and successfully escape. What an amazing kid! Of course, otherwise why would I put in so much effort for him? Candide, who was originally secretly amazed, immediately said in a gloomy and proud voice after hearing Ami's words. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly and clamoring noises rose and fell. It seemed like the excited spectators wouldn't stop until the 2 of them made their move. After experiencing a fierce battle, Lia Kane and Han Shua both had a clear understanding of each other's strength. Han Shua, who was originally full of confidence, began to treat Han Shua seriously. Lia Kane, who was originally disdainful of Han Shua, also put away his arrogance and treated Han Shua as the most terrifying enemy in his life. At this moment, the 2 of them were 15 meters apart, facing each other with equal harshness. Lia Kane once again stood on flat ground, lightly panting as he glared at Han Shua. The 2 of them just stared at each other without saying a word. After 10 breaths, Han Shua grinned and said, Lia Kane, you will die today without a doubt. Your attack just now was indeed incomparably powerful, but it's a pity that it requires a certain amount of time to condense and consumes a lot of fighting aura, right? Lia Kane immediately turned pale with fright when he heard these words. It seemed that Han Shua had clearly pointed out the weakness of that move. At this moment, Han Shua dashed towards Lia Kane like a bolt of lightning. The demon's lair edge was a step ahead of him and bit towards Lia Kane like a spirit snake with its fangs bared. Once Lia Kane's great sword blocked the demon's lair edge, the demon's lair edge would change direction and continue attacking him from the other side. Han Shua didn't attack Lia Kane like the demon's lair edge did. Instead, he flew into the sky once again and took out a white bone staff unhurriedly, starting to chant a necromancy incantation. When the canopy of necromancy covered the sun, 2 evil knights led a group of dark creatures onto the lawn, surrounding Lia Kane heavily. 2 evil knights, 5 hate knights, 20 zombies, 70 skeletal warriors, and 2 teams of 30 gargoyles continuously appeared with Han Shua's incantations. Lia Kane, who was entangled by the demon's lair edge, couldn't do anything. He could only watch as the enormous dark creatures drowned him. Lia Kane is finished. Amis said elegantly and smiled at Candide, let's go, we'll go see His Majesty together. This Brian's value will definitely make His Majesty make the right decision. Hee, that kid Lawrence's luck isn't bad. Perhaps we should get closer to him. You're right. Candide nodded in agreement and floated into the sky with Amis, heading towards the palace from the other side. The two hadn't even completely left when Leah Kane's miserable howls rang out continuously and spread throughout the entire garden house. Leah Kane's ankle was grabbed by the Earth Elite zombie hidden in the ground. He was then ambushed by an unremarkable 7-winged little skull and was seriously injured. Afterwards, he was trampled to death by 2 evil knights charging towards him. Behind him, more than 100 dark creatures swarmed over and tore Leah Kane to pieces. Chapter 289. Leah Kane's fate was sealed the moment the 100 or so dark creatures appeared. After all, Leah Kane had already used up a lot of fighting aura in his battle with Han Shuo. That subtle cold light attack in particular had consumed a lot of fighting aura. Although Han Shuo, who had the mental strength of a Grand Magus, couldn't release Grand Magus necromancy magic, his enormous mental strength was enough for Han Shuo to summon a large number of dark creatures. Especially among these dark creatures, there were the ridiculously strong Little Skull, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie. These 3 strange dark creatures were mixed in with the enormous army of necromancers. Their surprise attacks weren't something an ordinary person could defend against. Leah Kane had to deal with the Demon's Lair Edge's all-pervasive attacks while facing the 2 evil knights who were famous for their tyrannical strength. Naturally, he had to divert most of his attention. In this way, the 3 strange creatures' special attack method was naturally effective. Leah Kane was instantly injured by Little Skull's sneak attack and then trampled to death by the evil knights. More than 100 dark creatures submerged Leah Kane in an instant. The surrounding nobles and attendants were blocked by the dark creatures and couldn't clearly see what was happening. They could only hear Leah Kane's mournful screams. When Leah Kane's mournful screams gradually subsided, Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the air, slowly chanted an incantation and sent all the summoned creatures back to the other dimension. When the dark creatures had dispersed, there wasn't even bone residue left in the center of the lawn, apart from blood. Everyone understood that Leah Kane was done for. He must have been torn apart and eaten by the dark creatures. The large amount of undried blood on the ground was proof of this fact. He's done for. Leah Kane is dead, he should be dead. Oh, how is this possible? He was killed so quickly. The onlookers looked at Han Shuo, who was standing proudly in the air, and then looked at the bloodstains on the lawn. They all knew that the battle was over. Han Shuo had successfully killed the mad great swordmaster of the Brute Merchant Alliance, Leah Kane. Han Shuo had won this battle fair and square. He had displayed a miraculous martial skill from start to finish. In the end, he had used the most effective human wave tactic used by necromancers to drown a great swordmaster. This battle could be called a classic no matter how one looked at it. Especially Leah Kane's cold drizzle attack and Han Shuo's miraculous martial skill of splitting himself into 4. They were deeply imprinted in their memories. Amidst the hubbub of discussion below, Han Shuo stood proudly in the air, whistling towards the sky as he soared into the distance. He elegantly and confidently disappeared into a black dot until no one could see a trace of him anymore. Not only did the onlookers in the garden house know of Han Shuo's great victory, even the commoners on the streets around the garden house knew that Han Shuo had won after seeing Han Shuo fly away. They all cheered loudly, as if they were celebrating a festival. First Prince Charles's face was frighteningly gloomy. No matter how he guessed, he never thought that Leah Kane would lose. This was simply unrealistic for him. The great merchant Cameron's expression was even more unsightly than Charles's. Standing behind Charles, Cameron's face was ashen. His gaze was lifeless as he stared blankly, completely at a loss as to what to do. As the operator behind the scenes of this wagered fight, Cameron had also bet his hard-earned capital. Just Fanny's Buzzed Merchant Guild alone would cost Cameron his hard-earned capital. In contrast to him was Phoebe. The originally cold and arrogant Phoebe's face was now filled with uncontrollable excitement. Her small cherry mouth couldn't help but mutter to herself, I'm rich, I'm rich. Ha, Brian, oh Brian, you really didn't disappoint me. Lawrence looked at Charles's gloomy expression and felt that he had never felt so carefree before. He laughed heartily and swaggered away from Charles and Cameron with Phoebe. "Let's go, father." Although Emily already knew that this would happen, as the woman behind Han Shuo, she still felt endlessly honored when she saw Han Shuo display his invincible might. The corners of her mouth curved into a happy arc as she said to old Han with a smile. "Inconceivable, an inconceivable kid, hee." Old Han exclaimed in admiration as he walked out of the garden house with Emily. One by one, the officials and nobles walked out of the garden house. The details of Han Shuo's great victory over Leah Kane were quickly spread. For a time, the entire Asen city was talking about his elegant demeanor. Who knew how many noble ladies secretly regarded Han Shuo as an object of admiration? Who knew how many nobles wanted to recruit Han Shuo? Asen City, inside the imperial palace. Amis and Candide, who had left earlier, were in the same room as His Majesty the King of Lancelot Empire. Candide and Amis were softly narrating the course of events to the king. After a long while, King Uhtred of Lancelot Empire suddenly shouted in a carefree manner, "Good, well done. I heard yesterday that he found the manufacturing blueprints. Today, he killed Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance. This kid is indeed worthy of my capital. Your Majesty, that's not all. Brian has grasped a mystical martial technique that is even more frightening. Not only can Brian become a top expert himself, if his martial technique can be popularized, it will have an immeasurable impact on the Lancelot Empire." Amis immediately added with a serious expression after Uhtred finished speaking. Uhtred was shocked when he heard these words. He asked in astonishment, "What's going on?" "It's like this." Candide, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, began to explain in detail to Uhtred with a gloomy face. He narrated the details of Han Shuo's defeat of Leah Kane in detail. Candide then added, "Your Majesty, Brian has a clean background and is loyal and devoted to the Lancelot Empire. For such a person, it is worth it no matter what price your Majesty has to pay." Being able to become the king of the Lancelot Empire, Uhtred's knowledge and experience were naturally extraordinary. After Candide finished narrating Han Shuo's miracles, Uhtred's eyes shone with brilliance. After a moment of silence, Uhtred instructed, "Candide, I bestow the title of Count to Brian, a mansion in the northern part of the city, 10,000 gold coins, and a direct promotion from Dark Moon Emissary to Dark Sun Emissary. He has the right to investigate any information about the Dark Mantle. In addition, you will personally find Brian and let him choose an empty territory. For the time being, don't ask him about the martial technique. We must first let him feel our sincerity. Your Majesty is wise. I believe that Brian will definitely be endlessly grateful." Candide flattered. "Yes, Candide. This Brian was single-handedly promoted by you. Your contributions are also not small. I bestow you a medal of bravery as a reward." Uhtred said to Candide with a faint smile. "Many thanks, Your Majesty. Your subject is endlessly grateful." Candide was overjoyed and immediately kowtowed in gratitude. The Lancelot Empire's Medal of Bravery had a special meaning. Only those who had made outstanding contributions to the Lancelot Empire could receive a Medal of Bravery. With this Medal of Bravery, it meant that Candide would enjoy the privileges of the Lancelot Empire for life. Even if the current king passed away, any prince who succeeded the throne could not use force against the Empire's meritorious subjects with the Medal of Bravery. In addition, the Medal of Bravery could be inherited. Even if Candide passed away, his immediate family members would similarly enjoy the privileges. Although the Medal of Bravery didn't have any real rights, this small medal was a proof of privilege. It was much more precious than an ordinary noble title. Therefore, even Candide was overjoyed when he heard that Uhtred had bestowed him the Medal of Bravery. He inwardly thought that this Brian was really his lucky star. "Congratulations, Candide." Amis, one of the three heavyweights of the Dark Mantle, gracefully turned around and congratulated Candide. "Many thanks." Candide replied with a smile. His face was filled with unconcealable joy. "All right, this is what you deserve. Because of your discovery, the Lancelot Empire may obtain a sacred sword master or sacred magus. I hope that you can better guide Brian and make even more contributions to the Lancelot Empire." Uhtred looked at Candide with a smile and slowly said, "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will help Brian quickly adapt to the life of a noble in the Empire. This kid's perception is very high. Sooner or later, he will become a pillar of the Empire." Candide immediately guaranteed in his joy after receiving the Medal of Bravery. Nodding his head, Uhtred smiled and said, "All right, you guys can withdraw first. I will warn the Church of Light that they will not be allowed to act presumptuously in our Lancelot Empire. I believe that the title of Count is only the beginning for that kid. I hope he won't disappoint me." Candide and Amis glanced at each other and didn't say anything else. They respectfully bowed and withdrew, directly returning to the Dark Mantle headquarters at an Ordas behind the Imperial Palace through the secret tunnel. Candide would start preparing the matter of Han Shuo's noble title. Chapter 290. In just a few days, Han Shuo's name had spread throughout Asan City. Due to Han Shuo's identity as an archmage necromancer, as well as his killing of Lia Kane, he had proven his strength. Uhtred used the excuse of him finding the blueprint to confer the title of Earl on Han Shuo. There was a magnificent mansion in the north of the city, with guards, maids, servants, and housekeepers. There were more than 100 rooms of various sizes. This was directly bestowed upon Han Shuo by Uhtred. Although the title of Earl hadn't been officially bestowed upon him, it still couldn't stop the admiration and deliberate befriending of Han Shuo. From the day Han Shuo left the garden house, this magnificent mansion had officially belonged to Han Shuo. In the past few days, many high officials and nobles came to visit. Unfortunately, the housekeeper kept saying that the master hadn't moved in yet, so all the visitors could only leave their gifts behind. Han Shuo, who was the center of attention, didn't know what was going on outside. After leaving the garden house, he flew alone to the mountain behind the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He directly activated the transportation matrix at the entrance of the mountain and returned to the Cemetery of Death. After the battle with Lia Kane, Han Shuo felt that he had benefited greatly. He slowly comprehended what he had learned from the battle, slowly recovering his magical yuan and mental strength. After spending an entire night's time, Han Shuo's physical strength had reached its peak. He immersed himself in the bloodlust realm, his eyes bloodshot as he continuously circulated his magical yuan. Just like this, a few more days passed. Han Shuo's crimson eyes gradually returned to normal. He lightly sighed, "I'm only one step away. Unfortunately, this step is like a bottleneck. I can't break through. I really don't know what's going on." Han Shuo could faintly feel that he was about to break through to the bloodlust realm. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Han Shuo tried, he couldn't smoothly break through to this realm. Breaking through in demonic magic required opportunity and comprehension. Perhaps after 1 or 2 days of comprehension, Han Shuo would be able to directly break through to the next realm. Once he grasped this one step, he would be able to immediately advance. Blindly wasting his energy on cultivation wasn't a good idea. When Han Shuo felt that he couldn't rely on bitter cultivation to advance, he couldn't help but temporarily give up on practicing demonic magic. After thinking for a moment, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff with 3 skulls of 3 different colors. Now, Han Shuo was certain that this skeletal staff was transformed from the Eye of Darkness. This was because the handle of the staff had the aura of the Eye of Darkness. When Han Shuo used the skeletal staff to gather mental strength to cast spells, he could successfully open the Cemetery of Death. Compared to the white bone staff he'd obtained from the Calamity Church, this skeletal staff appeared to be much more exquisite and ancient. The 3 different skulls seemed to contain 3 different kinds of power. When Han Shuo held the skeletal staff in his hand, he could faintly sense a little bit of it. Without a doubt, this skeletal staff was definitely a treasure that belonged to the cemetery of death. Holding the skeletal staff and shaking it, Han Shuo murmured, "Let's try this skeletal staff. Fallen undead warriors, answer the call of the dark emissary and reveal your existence." An ordinary skeletal summoning spell was chanted by Han Shuo as he waved the skeletal staff. His mental strength poured into the skeletal staff, and the 3 skulls on the staff suddenly lit up. Then, a row of 16 skeletal warriors appeared out of thin air. Han Shuo was greatly shocked as he looked at the 16 skeletal warriors that had appeared out of thin air. With Han Shuo's Grand Magus level mental strength, he could only summon 8 skeletal warriors when he used the white bone staff to summon skeletal warriors. However, when he used the bone staff, he'd actually reached the highest level of summoning skeletal warriors, level 5. The number of skeletal warriors had directly doubled. This is too miraculous. Han Shuo couldn't help but exclaim. Then, he started chanting the Evil Knight summoning spell. When he finished chanting, 2 evil knights appeared out of thin air. Multiplied. Han Shuo was overjoyed. He then tried summoning the hate warriors and zombie warriors, but the results were the same. With the skeletal staff in hand, Han Shuo only needed to use the skeletal staff as a medium to chant spells, and the number of creatures he could summon doubled. After this experiment was successful, Han Shuo impatiently chanted another incantation, casting the Canopy of Necromancy and Acid Bog. In the end, Han Shuo discovered that both the Canopy of Necromancy and Acid Bog covered an area that was twice as wide as before. Good stuff, this really is good stuff. Caressing the skeletal staff, Han Shuo couldn't bear to part with it. He hadn't thought that this skeletal staff would be so miraculous. It could actually double the power of all necromancy magic, allowing Han Shuo's strength to increase once again. The skeletal staff had a peculiar appearance and seemed to be quite old. Apart from doubling the power of necromancy magic, Han Shuo faintly felt that there were other secrets hidden within the skeletal staff. Unfortunately, apart from using the skeletal staff to cast necromancy magic, Han Shuo couldn't find any other way to test it. A streak of white light flashed, and Emily's figure appeared in the transportation matrix at the center of the cemetery of death. Emily saw Han Shuo as soon as she appeared, and immediately said, "I knew you should be here." The transportation matrix that connected to this place was in a crevice in the cemetery of death. Normally, Han Shuo would travel to the cemetery of death from that secret location in the back mountains of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. Only Emily knew about this habit. Therefore, when Emily arrived there and saw the magic wands neatly arranged in the corner of the cemetery, she knew that Han Shuo was definitely in the cemetery of death. Why have you come?" Han Shuo smiled when he saw Emily appear, and immediately pulled Emily into his arms. "You should hurry back to Asen City. His Majesty the King has prepared the title of Count for you. Everything has been taken care of, and we're just waiting for you to return to Asen City to be conferred the title of Count for you. Who knew that you would disappear for several days, and even the Dark Mantle couldn't find any news about you. Lord Candide is burning with anxiety, and asked me to help him find a way to contact you. I guessed that you should be in the cemetery of death, and it looks like I've found the right person." Emily rolled her eyes at Han Shuo and explained. "So it's like that." Han Shuo responded, then chuckled and asked, "Then, His Majesty the King is preparing to confer the title of Count on me?" "That's right. Apart from the title of Count, there's also a mansion in the northern part of the city, and 1,000 gold coins. In addition, Candide seems to have even asked about the matters of your territory, and is just waiting for you to take it over," Emily said. "Very good. I didn't think that the battle with Leah Kane would give me such great benefits. Heh, it looks like the title of nobility isn't that hard to obtain after all," Han Shuo said with a smile, then stood in the transportation matrix with Emily. They activated the transportation matrix and directly returned to Asen City. Mount Ordas, Dark Mantle Headquarters. Stinking brat, why did you disappear for 10 days? Candide immediately scolded when he saw Han Shuo appear. I suffered some minor injuries after the battle with Lia Kane. I had no choice but to hide and recuperate. That's why I was a bit late. Han Shuo lied, then looked at Candide with a smile and congratulated him. Congratulations Lord Candide, I heard that His Majesty the King awarded you a Medal of Bravery 2 days ago. Heh, congratulations. When Han Shuo said this, Candide's gloomy face also revealed a bit of a smile. However, Candide quickly recovered and said with a straight face, all right, let's not talk about this for now. Give me your Dark Mantle Iron Medallion. His Majesty has directly ordered you to advance to the rank of a Dark Sun Emissary. Your luck is really too good. Let's go. Come with me to see His Majesty. Let His Majesty award you a noble title and bestow you with the territory you deserve. Candide said this and brought Han Shuo directly to the Imperial Palace through the secret transportation matrix in the Dark Mantle headquarters. Not long after, King Uhtred summoned all the nobles of Asen City to see Han Shuo in the vast Imperial Palace of the Lancelot Empire. Uhtred, who was sitting sideways on the throne, looked at Han Shuo below and began to announce in a ceremonial manner, Brian, for repeatedly helping the Lancelot Empire defend against foreign enemies. I bestow upon you the title of Count, a mansion in the northern part of the city, and 10,000 gold coins. I hope that you will continue to work hard and make even greater contributions to the Empire. Many thanks to your Majesty. Han Shuo, who had long since been warned by Candide, sincerely expressed his thanks. Yes, the easternmost Bretel city of the Empire will be your territory. This Bretel city occupies an enormous area, but it's also full of chaos. I hope that under your leadership, it will be restored to its rightful order. Uhtred raised his voice. When they heard that it was Bretel city, the nobles who were listening all revealed flabbergasted expressions, as if this Bretel city was very famous. Thank you, Your Majesty. I will definitely take a good look at Bretel city and restore it to the Empire's rightful order. Han Shuo replied respectfully. Alright, that's all for today. Everyone is dismissed. Uhtred looked at Han Shuo a few more times, then waved his hand to indicate that the court meeting was over. Everyone left one after another. Chapter 291. Bretel City was located in the easternmost part of the Lancelot Empire. It was next to 7 duchies that were constantly at war. None of the 7 duchies were as strong as the Lancelot Empire and were constantly at war all year round. However, once the Lancelot Empire attempted to invade the 7 duchies, the originally warring duchies would immediately unite and resist the Lancelot Empire's invasion. Individually, the 7 duchies couldn't contend against the Lancelot Empire. However, once the 7 duchies united, their strength would surpass the Lancelot Empire. Fortunately, the 7 duchies couldn't unite. Otherwise, if the Lancelot Empire really faced an attack from the 7 duchies, it would truly be somewhat difficult. Bretel City was one of the cities of the Lancelot Empire that was locked in a stalemate with the 7 duchies. Bretel City occupied an extremely large area. Unfortunately, because it was located in such a remote area, it was also affected by the war between the 7 duchies. There were all kinds of people mixed in the city. Brian, under normal circumstances, it's impossible for a count like you to possess such a large territory. Bretel City's area is about the same size as Valen City. Normally, only those with the title of Marquis have the qualifications to enjoy such a city. Bretel City is indeed a bit chaotic, but it's just right for a spirited young man like you to manage. Once you manage Bretel City well, it will be of great benefit to your future prospects. If you want to obtain the title of Marquis or Duke, it will depend on whether you can grasp the opportunity. Candide, one of the 3 heavyweights, looked at Han Shuo and explained in a deep voice in a secret room. Han Shuo, who was sitting opposite Candide and flipping through the information on Bretel City, nodded when he heard Candide's words. He put down the information in his hands and raised his head, saying, Bretel City is barren. The land can't be used to grow any crops, and only produces some special iron and silver ores. The 7 duchies are at war with each other all year round. Bandits and thieves run amok there. Even some duchies' regular armies can disguise themselves as bandits and loot the towns around Bretel City. Such a chaotic place with such a valiant people is indeed an interesting place. So, what do you think? The current Han Shuo was already a count. After killing Lia Kane in the garden house, Han Shuo's strength had been fully proven. Even Candide no longer treated Han Shuo with the attitude of a superior talking to a subordinate. It was as if he was treating Han Shuo as an equal. I don't have any plans for now. Wait until I get to Bretel City and see the situation. Han Shuo replied indifferently. That's good. Keep these documents well. They will prove your status as a lord of Bretel City. The former lord of Bretel City has been deposed due to his incompetence. The city lord's mansion of Bretel City is now yours. You can take over everything with these documents. Also, Bretel City has Bretel, and Bretel City Army. Perhaps you aren't good at leading troops into battle, but I think Lawrence will communicate with you in this regard. You only need to protect Bretel City from being invaded by those duchies and bandits, and maintain order within the city. Candide said. Alright, then I'll leave first. If there's anything, I'll contact you through the magic mirror at the Dark Mantle stronghold in Bretel City. Han Shuo nodded and said this to Candide before leaving the Dark Mantle headquarters. In a mansion in the north of the city, Han Shuo strode in. A butler was already waiting in front of the door. Upon seeing Han Shuo walk in, he immediately said respectfully, Honorable Count, you have finally returned. My name is Kalas, and I am the butler of your mansion. Hello, Kalas. Can you tell me more about the matters regarding the mansion? Han Shuo asked with a faint smile. Kalas was a white-haired old man. His clothes were not extravagant, but they were clean and tidy. His manner of speaking was refined and courteous. He should have been in this line of work for many years. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Kalas immediately said respectfully, Honorable Count, this mansion has belonged to you since you defeated Lia Kane. Everything is operating normally inside. In the past few days, a total of 35 Asan city nobles have come to visit you. We have received a total of 73 gifts, all of which have been properly stored away. As Kalas spoke in a soft voice, Han Shuo noted down all sorts of information regarding the mansion. From Kalas, Han Shuo learned that many nobles' territories weren't in Asan City. However, they would have a mansion in Asan City that was usually used to stay when meeting with His Majesty the King. Of course, there were also some nobles whose territories weren't flourishing enough. They didn't like to live in their own territories, so there were many nobles who lived directly in Asan City. In short, it was fine as long as they returned to their territories regularly to handle some matters and ensure that there wouldn't be any major disturbances within their territories. This mansion had been bestowed upon him by His Majesty the King. There were all sorts of maids, servants, and stewards within. Han Shuo had the right to dismiss them, and had to pay them a certain amount of salary every month in order for them to maintain the normal operations of the mansion. Kalas had described some miscellaneous matters in great detail. Alright, Mr. Kalas, I understand all of this. Alright, bring me to the drawing room and invite Lawrence and Miss Phoebe over. I want to see the two of them. If anyone else asks, just tell them I'm not here. Through the Een Demon's observation, Han Shuo had already discovered that there were many people who came to make friends with him in this mansion. These people were arranged in different rooms, so they couldn't know each other's movements. The Een Demon that had been injured during the battle with Lia Kane had already recovered after being nourished by the blood essence in the cemetery of death. Although he had used up a few drops of blood essence, the Een Demon was no longer in danger. Yes, Lord Count. Kalas responded and brought Han Shuo into a spacious drawing room before respectfully withdrawing. This drawing room was as big as a basketball court. 7 bright lights hung from the ceiling, and the floor was covered with a soft carpet. There were many comfortable chairs placed around it, making it look very spacious and bright. After a while, Lawrence and Phoebe came over together. Lawrence laughed heartily and said to Han Shoa as soon as he entered, "Brian, congratulations. I heard that His Majesty the King was conferring a title on you today, so I found Phoebe and came over together. I thought that you would come back." After winning a large sum of gold coins, Phoebe appeared to be glowing. Her charming face was filled with a bright luster as she looked at Han Shoa with a fiery gaze and said, "Brian, Cameron is finished this time. The merchant alliance he formed suffered a huge loss because of him. His allies no longer trust him. The crisis facing our Buzzed Empire has been resolved." Seeing the two so happy, Han Shoa smiled and nodded, saying, "I plan to go to Bretel City. It's full of chaos and very interesting. If Bretel City can develop well in my hands, it will also be beneficial for you, Lawrence. I already knew that you would be in charge of Bretel City. Bretel City is indeed very chaotic. The personalities of the commoners are much tougher than those of Asen City. The armies and bandits of the Grand Duchies would occasionally loot some of the surrounding villages. For so many years, the city lord of Bretel City has been powerless. This caused the merchants of Bretel City to leave the city one by one. The nobles and commoners have lost confidence in Bretel City. I reckon that it won't be easy for you to quickly take control of the situation once you arrive in Bretel City," Lawrence said with a frown when he heard Han Shoa mention Bretel City's matters. The Lancelot Empire had sent out armies many times in an attempt to invade the 7 Grand Duchies through Bretel City. However, they returned in defeat time and time again, causing the Lancelot Empire to finally give up on this idea. After the armies had retreated, the remaining tens of thousands of Bretel City's city guards couldn't contend against any of the duchies. It had become a habit for those duchies to take the opportunity to loot Bretel City. However, although the 7 Grand Duchies had the strength to occupy Bretel City, they didn't do so due to their mutual misgivings and fear of provoking the Lancelot Empire. They only looted Bretel City from time to time, but never truly occupied the city. Therefore, the city lord of Bretel City was very sullen. Bretel City itself wasn't as strong as any of the Grand Duchies. Bretel City's land was barren, but it wasn't small. However, there wasn't much profit to be reaped from it. His Majesty the Empire also wasn't willing to spend a huge amount of manpower and resources to garrison Bretel City to resist the 7 Grand Duchies. In this way, Bretel City had become a tasteless existence, but a pity to abandon. It would be a pity to abandon it, but there wouldn't be any profit to be made if they didn't abandon it. Therefore, it was very awkward. Don't worry, I know what kind of place Bretel City is. I have my own plans. In any case, His Majesty has given me full authority to manage Bretel City. I will take good care of Bretel City. Han Shoa chuckled evilly as he answered in a mysterious and unfathomable manner. What do you plan to do? Lawrence asked after a blank stare. You will know when the time comes. I will make Bretel City even more chaotic. Han Shoa said with an evil smile. Chapter 292. Senior Brother Lawrence, I have some things I want to discuss with Brian alone. Phoebe glanced at Lawrence and said softly. Lawrence stared blankly for a moment before coming to his senses. He chuckled and said, All right, don't worry Brian. Before you head to Bretel City, I will arrange for some generals who are good at fighting to go first. Nodding his head, Han Shoa smiled and said, Then many thanks. I really don't know much about some battle strategies. With the help of your people, I think they will definitely be of great help to me. All right, you guys chat, I'll be heading back first. After a while, I will personally go to Bretel City to visit you. Lawrence winked at Han Shoa and Phoebe, then walked out of the living room with a smile. After Lawrence left, Han Shoa immediately took a step forward and pulled Phoebe into his arms. After a series of lingering kisses, Han Shua directly carried Phoebe and fiercely rushed into the bedroom. He forcefully flung Phoebe onto the spacious and soft bed, then Han Shua pressed down on top of her. As their clothes flew off, the two naked bodies were entangled together. Phoebe's low moans were seductive as she desperately catered to Han Shua's thrusts. They were entangled until there wasn't a trace of strength left in them. After the violent storm subsided, Phoebe lazily leaned on Han Shua's wide chest. Her delicate fingers gently slid down Han Shua's body as she murmured in satisfaction, "I can't leave with you for the time being." Cameron's merchant union is facing the crisis of disintegration because of the huge losses from this bet. Our Buzz Merchant Guild has made a huge profit this time. It's a good opportunity to clean up the mess and make it difficult for Cameron to escape this time. You should first deal with the matters of your merchant guild. Brettel's place is very chaotic, wait for me to stabilize the situation first. Han Shua softly said as he gently caressed Phoebe's tender shoulders. Oh, right, there are some missing materials from last time. I've collected all of them for you during this period of time, so I'll give you these first. Phoebe suddenly remembered the list that Han Shua had given her last time. There were still a few rare materials missing. She exclaimed softly. As soon as he said this, Han Shua was pleasantly surprised and said, "That's great." The place of extreme water was in the Valley of Sunshine. Now that all the materials had been gathered, Han Shua could first plant the water elite zombie in the place of extreme water. After a while, he could directly harvest the Earth elite zombie. Phoebe lazily rubbed her space ring and materials slowly appeared one by one. Han Shua conveniently put them into his space ring. When all of this was done, Phoebe took out a crystal card and handed it to Han Shua with a smile. I made a huge profit from this time's bet. There are 300,000 gold coins in this crystal card. You've just arrived in Brettel City, so you'll definitely need money. Take it first. So these 300,000 gold coins belong to you. I've also bet all the gold coins you've handed over to me before. You've made a huge profit, haven't you? The Buzz Merchant Guild had taken out 700,000 gold coins to bet on Han Shua and Leah Kane. According to the odds of 1 to 5, the Buzz Merchant Guild had won 3,500,000 gold coins from this bet. 355,000 gold coins was definitely a huge sum. Most large families would only have this much wealth accumulated over hundreds of years. Even the Buzz Merchant Guild itself was only worth around 1,500,000 gold coins before this bet. But because of this grand bet, the Buzz Merchant Guild's wealth had doubled. This also meant that the Buzz Merchant Guild had officially become a major financial magnate in the Lancelot Empire. 300,000 gold coins wasn't even a tenth of the bet's total, but it was a huge fortune for Han Shua. Looking at Phoebe's charming face that was asking for a reward, Han Shua was ecstatic as he slapped Phoebe's perky butt and said with a laugh, "Not bad, the gold coins in your hands are indeed in the right hands." "Of course," Phoebe said proudly. 300,000 gold coins in Han Shua's hands was like a meat pie falling from the sky. In his joy, Han Shua ignored Phoebe's pleas and directly hugged Phoebe, pounding into her until Phoebe didn't even have the strength to speak. The next day, the slowly awakened Phoebe left Han Shua's mansion through the back door under Han Shua's escort. After Phoebe left, Han Shua returned to his bedroom and opened a cupboard. He used a key to fiddle around in the dark crevice, and a passageway automatically split open under the cupboard. Every noble's mansion usually had a secret room to store things or do some secret things that couldn't be known by others. This mansion bestowed by His Majesty was no exception. When Candide had met with Han Shua at the Dark Mantle headquarters, he'd already told Han Shua all the secrets of this mansion, including this underground secret room. Walking down the passageway, Han Shua saw a large, empty room. Apart from a few empty cupboards, there was nothing else inside. Placing the magic wand in one of the cupboards, Han Shuo directly passed through the transportation matrix and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. The Cemetery of Death was gloomy all year round. Apart from the white bones that littered the ground, there were no signs of life or change. After leaving the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo let out a light breath and gazed into the depths of the dark forest, concentrating his senses. Why hasn't the Fire Elite Zombie finished so late this time? Han Shuo frowned and muttered to himself in confusion. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie definitely hadn't been unearthed for as long as the Fire Elite Zombie. If it wasn't for the fact that Han Shuo could sense the Fire Elite Zombie's prolonged aura, Han Shuo really would have thought that something had happened to him. Could it be because of the fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus, or because the Lord of the Flames is there? Han Shuo pondered for a moment and guessed inwardly. Unlike the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie, the place of extreme fire had nurtured the fire attribute treasure, the Fire Lotus. Chu Kanglin's memories didn't describe what would happen if that happened. In addition, there was a terrifying Lord of the Flames there. What was even more peculiar was that the Lord of the Flames seemed to have treated the Fire Elite Zombie as his child. With so many strange things added together, the Fire Elite Zombie must have been affected. Otherwise, the Fire Elite Zombie wouldn't have taken so long to emerge. Forget it, I'll plant the Water Elite Zombie for now. Han Shuo didn't think too much about it. Since he could still sense the Fire Elite Zombie's aura, he knew that there shouldn't be any problems. Therefore, he decided to first go to the Valley of Sunshine and plant the Water Elite Zombie in the place of extreme water. It didn't take long for Han Shuo to fly from the dark forest to the Valley of Sunshine's sphere of influence. Han Shuo first arrived at the Soul Destroyer mercenary group and landed on that strange cliff. Strangely, Han Shuo didn't sense the aura of Dark Dragon Gilbert. He only saw Grant when he entered the cliff. When Grant saw Han Shuo arrive, he immediately bowed respectfully and explained, "Leader and Gilbert took on a mission and aren't here for the time being. What's the situation like now?" Han Shuo and the three Yin demons circled around and discovered that the number of mercenaries here had increased by 200. These 200 people were all unfamiliar faces. Therefore, he understood that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the process of expanding. What else could it be? The major powers have gone from fighting in the dark to fighting openly. They've been fighting fiercely during this period of time. Loriton's Cairo mercenary band is the most powerful. The other three parties have no choice but to band together and fight against the Cairo mercenary band. A few bandit powers occasionally participate. In any case, the Valley of Sunshine is in a mess now. Grant smiled as he explained to Han Shuo. "Oh, right. After the previous incident, did the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band and the House of Menlo come looking for trouble with you?" Han Shuo recalled that he had killed Ferguson and heavily injured Adam Menlo. He couldn't help but ask in astonishment. "Heh, those two parties indeed hate our Soul Destroyer mercenary band. Unfortunately, they don't know where we are. Even if they want to take revenge, they don't know how." Grant seemed very pleased with himself as he laughed heartily. "I see that there are many new faces in the mercenary band. Will there be any problems with these people?" Han Shuo's heart moved as he asked. "Don't worry. The mercenaries we've chosen have all gone through strict checks. Those who can enter this area are all trustworthy. Heh, thanks to your help last time, Loriton has allowed us to recruit in the Valley of Sunshine. This has saved us a lot of effort." Grant looked gratefully at Han Shuo as he smiled. "Alright, since Trunks and the others aren't here, I'll be leaving first." After inquiring about the information he needed to know, Han Shuo bid farewell to Grant and flew directly to the Valley of Sunshine. The members of the glorious Tanai Cairo mercenary band had already gotten to know Han Shuo. When they saw that Han Shuo was entering the valley, they didn't have to go through any formalities and even smiled at Han Shuo. Their attitude towards Han Shuo was very friendly. After Han Shuo entered the Valley of Sunshine, he headed straight for the shop. When he arrived at the Merchant Union, he activated the Great Formation without another word and descended into the well. He took out the materials from his space ring and sank to the bottom of the well. He summoned Little Skull at the bone-chilling bottom of the well. According to Han Shua's instructions, Little Skull summoned an ordinary-looking zombie with the next summoning spell. Then, the Little Skull disappeared and Han Shua pressed the zombie warrior into the center of the place of extreme water. He threw in all the strange materials and gathered all the water element energy in the place of extreme water towards the zombie warrior. Chapter 293. With the experience of refining the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, Han Shua didn't spend too much effort on the water elite zombie. When Han Shua had finished and leapt out of the well, Han Shua suddenly sensed two unfamiliar presences. The Shura Soul Formation was still operating in the courtyard of the shop, and it was filled with a deathly aura. The Calamity Church's dark Grand Magus Edwin and the female alchemist Belinda were pacing back and forth outside the formation, not daring to enter. They looked at the gloomy courtyard from the surrounding rooftops. The aura of death within the Shura Soul Formation was thick, and the two of them couldn't clearly see what Han Shua was doing inside. Han Shua could clearly see the two experts of the Calamity Church when he walked out of the well and raised his head. Edwin and Belinda obviously knew that great danger lay below. Therefore, although they looked at the changes below with astonishment, they didn't dare take the risk of entering the formation. They appeared to be quite cautious. Han Shua knew that Edwin and Belinda had already understood the dangers of this place when the experts of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band had ambushed this place last time. It was only natural that they didn't dare approach this time. Han Shua walked to the eye of the formation and sent a beam of dark light into it. The originally howling wind and deathly aura of death dissipated in an instant and the formation returned to its normal state. Han Shua sat down on the chair in the middle and looked lazily at Edwin on the rooftop. He said faintly, "Mr. Edwin, it seems that you're always this sneaky every time you come. Is this how your Calamity Church does things?" Although the strange changes in the courtyard had disappeared, Edwin and Belinda didn't dare walk down. They chuckled and said, "Sorry, let's chat up here for a while. Congratulations on killing Ferguson, but you've also angered the Church of Light. They'll pay any price to deal with you this time. Heh, our Calamity Church sincerely invites you to join us. As long as you're willing to join us, we'll pay any price." "Sorry, I'm not interested." Han Shua had rejected them last time, and now Han Shua was still rejecting them without any room for discussion. "Alright then. Since you're not willing to join our Calamity Church, can we discuss our cooperation?" The Church of Light has already dispatched a small group of Temple Knights. Their goal should be to deal with you. Although there aren't many Temple Knights, they are all true experts. This is the Church of Light's sharp sword for eradicating heresy. They are on their way to Brettel City and are waiting for you. Even if you didn't come to the Valley of Sunshine this time, our people would have notified you when you arrived at Brettel City. I didn't think I'd be able to meet you here, so I'll tell you in advance. Let's see if there's any possibility of us cooperating. Edwin was very sincere, telling Han Shua such an important piece of news first. Han Shua couldn't help but frown when he heard Edwin's words. The headquarters of the Church of God of Light was located in the most powerful Odin Empire on the Profound Continent. There was also the Angela Empire between the Odin Empire and the Lancelot Empire. The Temple Knights had always protected the Church of God of Light. For them to dispatch a small group of Temple Knights just for Han Shua, it seemed that the Church of Light had truly made up its mind. "I won't be cooperating with you for the time being, but I might contact you if I need anything." Han Shua thought for a moment and said to Edwin. Edwin immediately chuckled when he heard Han Shua's words, "Our Calamity Church and the Church of Light are mortal enemies on the Profound Continent. The enemies of the Church of Light are our friends. Alright then, our Calamity Church might appear by your side when you run into trouble. We'll meet again then." Edwin and Belinda didn't linger after saying this. They looked at each other and cautiously left Han Shua's roof, quickly disappearing from sight. Han Shua immediately moved after Edwin and Belinda left. He released all three of his demons and had them follow behind Edwin and Belinda. He wanted to see why the two were staying in the Valley of Sunshine. Edwin and Belinda were extremely careful and made many turns along the way, on guard against enemies following them. However, their figures still couldn't hide under the surveillance of the three demons. In the end, Edwin and Belinda actually entered the headquarters of the Cairo mercenary band together. Because they were tailing them in secret this time, Han Shua didn't openly enter the Cairo mercenary band. Instead, he hid in a place not far from Tanai and used the three demons to spy on Edwin's movements. Han Shua had actually guessed that Edwin had hooked up with Lorton when Edwin and Belinda had snuck up on him. Otherwise, Edwin and Belinda wouldn't have been able to find him so quickly after Han Shua had returned to the Valley of Sunshine for only a few hours. The Valley of Sunshine was the Cairo mercenary band's sphere of influence, and the Calamity Church's eyes weren't that wide. "Mr. Edwin, you went to see Brian?" Lorton immediately asked and Edwin arrived. Nodding, Edwin thanked him with a smile. "Thank you for informing me, I just saw Brian." "Oh right, how are the preparations coming along?" "The 300 death guards of the Calamity Church will arrive in the Valley of Sunshine in the next 2 days. Anyone can get the mithril mine, but we can't let the Church of Light take it. Otherwise, if they make mithril armor out of it and equip the Templars, it'll bring us great trouble in the future." Lorton's expression was cold as he said in a sinister voice, "Don't worry, as soon as your death guards arrive, I'll immediately mobilize the Cairo mercenary band and flatten the powers around the mithril mine. Humph, I almost died there last time. I won't be so careless this time. The three great powers will pay with blood this time. Heh heh, that's for the best. If the Church of Light wants the mithril mine, then we'll make them pay with their lives." Edwin had a sinister smile on his face as he discussed the details of the operation with Lorton. Han Shua listened for a while and memorized all the contents of their conversation. When Edwin and Belinda were about to leave, Han Shua took the lead and silently left the Cairo mercenary band. After leaving the Cairo mercenary band, Han Shua immediately left the Valley of Sunshine and returned to the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He once again inquired about Trunks and the others' movements. From Grant, Han Shua learned that Trunks and Gilbert would need some time before they could return. Han Shua didn't stay in the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. He immediately flew back to the Cemetery of Death and returned to the secret room in his mansion. Not long after he walked out of the secret room, Steward Kalas respectfully said to Han Shua, "My Lord Count, there's a young lady called Fanny who wishes to see you. She says that as long as you mention her name, you'll definitely see her." Han Shua blanked and suddenly remembered his promise to Fanny. When he'd left last time, Han Shua had said that he'd look for her within a few days. Who knew that he'd become so busy that he'd forgotten about this? Now, Fanny had actually come looking for him. "She's there, take me to her." Now that Han Shua had his own mansion, if Fanny and Phoebe frequently came looking for him, the relationship between Han Shua and them would be exposed sooner or later. Just thinking about this gave Han Shua a headache. Seeing him so anxious, Steward Kalas was somewhat astonished. He immediately said respectfully, "My Lord Count, please come with me." After a while, Kalas brought Han Shua to the room where Fanny was. He pointed inside and said, "Miss Fanny is inside. You can leave first. Don't let anyone come in," Han Shua instructed. After Kalas left, Han Shua braced himself and walked in. With a glance, he saw Fanny sitting in the center. This time, Fanny wasn't wearing a magic robe. Instead, she changed into a navy blue dress. When she saw Han Shua walk in, she immediately snorted coldly and looked at Han Shua with cold eyes. "My Lord Count, you finally have the time to come see us commoners?" "I'm sorry. Because of some matters, I was a bit late." It won't be like this in the future. Fanny, you must forgive me. Han Shuo smiled wryly. Apologizing as soon as he'd walked in meant that he was in the wrong. It was only natural that Fanny would be so angry. This isn't the first time. It seems that you've never fulfilled your promises. Fanny's face was still expressionless as she looked coldly at Han Shuo. Smiling wryly at Fanny, Han Shuo raised his hand and said, I was wrong. You can punish me however you want. All right then, I'll forgive you as long as you promise me that you'll be an honorary teacher of the necromancy major. Fanny thought for a moment and glared fiercely at Han Shuo before speaking. Being an honorary teacher of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force was only a title in name and didn't need to be bound by the rules of the academy. They might only occasionally give a few lectures and answer questions when invited by the academy. The various majors of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force competed with each other. Being able to find a few famed experts within the empire to be an honorary teacher was a measure of the strength of each major. No problem. Han Shuo readily agreed. You bastard, how could you kill that evil person Leah Kane? How did you become an archmage necromancer? Just how many other things have you lied to me about? Fanny was delighted when she saw Han Shuo agree, but then a series of questions erupted. Chapter 294. Han Shuo had managed to make Fanny, who had come to denounce him, beam with joy in just half an hour. Under his gentle words, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Fanny's mouth as she left Han Shuo's mansion in satisfaction. Arriving at the Buzzed Merchant Guild at the fastest speed to find Phoebe, Han Shuo went straight to the point and requested, I want explosives, the kind with the most destructive explosive power, enough to flatten a small mountain. Heavens, what do you want? As a normal woman, Phoebe didn't need to move her toes to know what Han Shuo wanted. Her pretty face was filled with shock when she heard that Han Shuo needed explosives so urgently, and the more explosive the better. Don't ask so much, get it for me as soon as possible, don't let anyone know. Since Han Shuo had made up his mind, he wouldn't hesitate. Time waited for no man, naturally the sooner the better. Once a woman had a physical relationship with a man, even a cold and arrogant character like Phoebe would change for this man. Especially when Phoebe knew that Han Shuo was smart and wouldn't do something stupid that would result in his death. Therefore, although she had some doubts, she didn't insist on asking more when Han Shuo urged her again. She immediately nodded, give me some time, I'll try to gather it through other channels. All right. I'll come back the day after tomorrow at the latest to get the explosives. Don't leave for the next 2 days. Han Shuo instructed and hurriedly left the Buzzed Merchant Guild. Han Shuo silently returned to the secret room in his mansion and used the transportation matrix to return to the cemetery of death. He used the art of the demonic ninth heavens to fly to the mountain valley where the mithril mine was located and summoned the Earth Elite Zombie to descend upon this plane. The 3 Yin demons slowly floated out and flew into the valley. Faces after faces leapt into Han Shuo's mind. The Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, the House of Menlo, and the Catter-Orc Alliance had more than 1,000 people stationed near the valley. They had surrounded the entire valley. The mithril mine was still in operation. However, due to the steep and narrow terrain of the mine, mining the mithril was not an easy task, especially since the mithril ore was mixed in with the silver ore and often existed in the deepest part of the mine. Therefore, although the 3 forces worked overtime these days, the progress of the project was still not satisfactory. The 3 Yin demons circled around every corner of the valley. The Earth Elite Zombie hid in the ground, shuttling back and forth like 2 Xingsuan. According to Han Shuo's mental control, he left many holes in the depths of the valley that couldn't be seen, just in case Phoebe hid her explosives. From Lorden and Edwin's conversation, Han Shuo knew that there would be a bloody battle in the valley. Most of the forces of the 4 great powers in the Valley of Sunshine would be involved in this battle, including Lorden's Cairo mercenary band, as well as the 10 or so small powers that Lorden had tied together with various benefits. Due to the existence of the mithril mine, the other three powers had invested a large amount of troops here. Once the battle broke out, this valley would become the largest battlefield in the history of the Valley of Sunshine. What Han Shuo needed to do was throw in enough explosives to destroy all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine in one fell swoop. This matter had to be done very carefully. Only the Earth Elite Zombie's miraculous ability to drill into the ground would be able to complete this mission without anyone noticing. At this time, Han Shuo had released the three Yin demons. He hadn't discovered that Tunai had an Earth Mage, so he was even more daring to have the Earth Elite Zombie set up the traps. Even with the Earth Elite Zombie's miraculous ability, it still took a while to set up the tunnels in Tunai. During this time, Han Shuo kept an eye on the experts stationed in Tunai through the Yin demons. He was deeply afraid that these people would sense the abnormalities in the ground and discover this time's setup. It was a good thing that everything went smoothly. When the Earth Elite Zombie finished setting up the tunnels, Han Shuo immediately left the valley. He'd been studying the Archmage level, Soul Tremor, spell in the Cemetery of Death, and he'd felt that this spell was incomparably cryptic and difficult to understand. Soul Tremor used one's own mental strength to directly attack the opponent's soul. In order to master this spell, one must first have a certain amount of research on the soul. In addition, one also needed to grasp the technique of mental strength attacks. Even Han Shuo found it difficult to gather one mental strength into an attack. As he paced around the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo furrowed his brow as he thought about the method of mental strength attacks. When Han Shuo concentrated his mental strength, he could clearly feel the formless mental strength. However, to turn it into a tangible attack, no matter how hard Han Shuo tried, he couldn't do it. It's indeed a bit difficult. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He couldn't help but concentrate his mental strength, trying to form it into a tangible attack. The consciousness is formless, but has boundless uses. Its attacks are based on the heart, and the heart will move. Han Shuo suddenly remembered a paragraph of a demonic mantra. This was a description of the consciousness in demonic magic. When demonic magic reached the next separate demonic realm, demonic practitioners would be able to clearly sense the consciousness. The consciousness was actually a process of strengthening the soul. When a demonic practitioner reached the separate demonic realm, their soul would transform into the consciousness. As long as the consciousness wasn't destroyed, the demonic practitioner would be able to obtain eternal life. The consciousness was a formless existence. Once the soul transformed into the consciousness, it would have many wondrous uses. The simplest use was to use the consciousness to sense the changes in the surroundings. The clarity and range of the senses would vary according to the strength of the consciousness. When fighting with others, as long as the consciousness was strong enough, it could directly form all kinds of strange attacks on the enemy, such as illusions or physical attacks. It could also control the opponent's mind, turning them into a puppet, and other wondrous uses. The consciousness could also be used to attack the enemy's soul, but it was much more profound than mental strength. The demonic magic had a detailed explanation of the attack methods of the consciousness. Han Shuo recalled these memories and seemed to have grasped something. He felt that the consciousness and mental strength had the same wondrous uses. The difference was that the consciousness was the transformation of the demonic practitioner's soul. Like the demonic infant, it was the most important foundation of the demonic practitioner. The consciousness was even more important than the demonic infant. The demonic infant was the source of the demonic practitioner's power. It provided the practitioner with an endless supply of demonic yuan. Once the demonic infant was destroyed, the practitioner would lose all of his power. There wouldn't be any demonic yuan left in his body, and he would become an ordinary person. The consciousness was the demonic practitioner's soul. Once the demonic infant was destroyed, as long as the consciousness wasn't destroyed, the practitioner could use past experience to rebuild the demonic infant. However, once the consciousness was destroyed, the practitioner's soul would truly scatter, never leaving a trace in the world. On the other hand, mental strength was the same as the demonic infant. Even if one lost all of their mental strength, they would at most be unable to gather magical elements to cast spells. It would only turn a magus into an ordinary person, and wouldn't take their life. In the cemetery of death, Han Shuo continued to ponder, especially when it came to the detailed theory of attacks on the consciousness. Han Shuo carefully and slowly comprehended it. Gradually, he seemed to have grasped something. When he gathered all of his mental strength and calmed his mind, a thought suddenly leapt into his mind. His mental strength suddenly became very active, and a wondrous fluctuation was suddenly produced. At this moment, Han Shuo quickly chanted a magical incantation. A strange energy was produced out of nowhere and quickly merged with his mental strength. A wave-like impact suddenly appeared, drifting forward like ripples in the water. Oh, there's some progress. What's missing? Han Shuo let out a light breath. He had just felt his mental strength condense and form some kind of tangible attack in front of him. However, since there was no soul in front of him, Han Shuo's attack couldn't find a target. Therefore, he wasn't sure if this attack would be effective or not. It looks like I'll need to find a living person to test it out on. Han Shuo murmured to himself. He thought for a moment and discovered that it was getting late, so he immediately left the cemetery of death. Again, without waiting for a report, Han Shuo directly went to the Buzzed Merchant Guild and found Phoebe in her room. He asked, "How is it?" "I've gathered some, but due to the lack of time and the fact that the gunpowder is a dangerous item banned by the country, the amount isn't enough to blow up a small mountain. If you give me a bit more time, I can go to a city further away and gather more." Phoebe looked helplessly at Han Shuo and said a bit apologetically, "There's not enough time. Just gather as much as you can. It's best not to let anyone know about this. Otherwise, there might be some trouble." Han Shuo said with a frown. "Don't worry, I'm doing this through a few small merchant guilds. Moreover, I'm secretly buying them in batches. I don't think there will be any problems." Phoebe replied. Afterwards, Phoebe's space ring continuously flashed as bundles of wrapped explosives passed through Phoebe's hand and fell into Han Shuo's space ring. Only when Phoebe had handed all the explosives to Han Shuo did she ask, "Brian, what are you planning to do? You're not thinking of destroying Bretel City, are you?" "It has nothing to do with Bretel City. I haven't returned there yet." Han Shuo casually replied, hugging Phoebe and kissing her. He said with a smile, "All right, don't worry about me. I know what I'm doing." Under Phoebe's astonished gaze, Han Shuo hurriedly left the Buzzed Merchant Guild and directly used the transportation matrix in the Cemetery of Death to return. He quickly flew towards the mountain valley where the mithril mine was. Chapter 295. The night was like water, watering Tunai Mountain. Spring had arrived, and the fragrance of flowers and grass was still intoxicating even at night. Danger lurked in the quiet night, accompanied by the low cries of insects. There were teams of mercenaries stationed in every corner of the mithril mine. The calm was filled with caution and vigilance. A team of black armored figures were like shadows in the dark night, slowly moving through the lush shrubbery with a sinister and mysterious aura. Dark Grand Magus Edwin floated in the air, leading the way. 300 death guards were like specters, silently following behind Edwin. With Lorton in the lead, the 2,000 Cairo mercenaries followed behind the 300 death guards, slowly advancing towards the mithril mine. Behind the Cairo mercenary band was a group of 10 or so small factions. There were about 1,000 experts wearing mercenary uniforms of various colors. In the valley where the mithril mine was located, the three factions had gathered to guard this place. However, because the three factions still needed to guard their lair, they only had a total of more than 1,000 mercenaries guarding the mithril mine in the valley. These 1,000 or so mercenaries were 3 times less than Lorton's 2,000 elite mercenaries, 300 death guards from the Calamity Church, and 1,000 experts from the 10 small factions. Dark Grand Magus Edwin released a dark magic spell, and a black mass of air slowly spread out. The area in front of the valley that was lit up by the moonlight was suddenly enveloped in a faint layer of mist, as if the moisture of the night was slowly gathering together. For some unknown reason, the insects that had been chirping in a low voice gradually lost all signs of life. Arthur, the wind archmage of the House of Menlo, was currently resting with his eyes closed. He seemed to have sensed the abnormal movements and couldn't help but open his eyes to look outside the valley. He muttered to himself, "What's going on? Why aren't there any sounds of insects around?" In a tent to Arthur's left, the orc warrior Callery called out in a low, muffled voice, "Hey Arthur, it's getting late. Rest early. I feel like something's wrong. I'll go take a look." Arthur mumbled to himself as he walked out of his tent. He used levitation to float into the air and looked out of the valley. "Huh. Why is it foggy?" Arthur muttered to himself as he slowly floated out of the valley. There were all sorts of tents in the valley, and there were also a few high-spirited mercenaries in charge of night patrols. When they saw Arthur float into the air, the mercenaries in charge of night sentries all greeted him. Some of the Rainbow Sickle mercenaries laughed softly and said, "This fellow isn't sleeping in the middle of the night. Does he want to go out and have fun in the middle of the night? Heh heh, that's true. It's been hard on us to be assigned to such a place. Who cares, we just need to guard our night." Another mercenary casually replied. "Shoo." Edwin, who was approaching, suddenly let out a soft sigh and made a gesture towards the death guards behind him. The death guards that had been advancing like ghostly shadows suddenly crouched down and retreated, concealing themselves in the lush shrubbery without any signs of life. Loreton's eyes were very sharp, and he immediately waved his hand behind him when he saw Edwin's movements. The long, snaking line was instantly replaced by soft panting sounds. These people were extremely far away from Arthur in the valley, and such soft panting sounds wouldn't be heard at all. Arthur walked out of the valley and gazed into the distance with furrowed brows. He didn't discover anything out of the ordinary, so he stopped for a while and mumbled something before returning to Tunai. At this moment, the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, the House of Menlo, and the Cadder orc tribe had all gathered according to the distance between them. An orc who was guarding the outskirts of the Cadder orc tribe was suddenly jolted awake by an ear-piercing whistle. By the time he reacted, he discovered that there was a dangling crossbow bolt nailed to a large tree nearby. There was a letter tied to the end of the bolt. Next was the Adam Menlo family. A guard of the Adam Menlo family was also awakened by a crossbow bolt. There was also a letter on the crossbow bolt. Next was the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, which was right next to the Mithril Mine Valley. They were also shaken by the crossbow bolts that carried a letter. The leaders of the three great powers in the Valley of Sunshine were all roused from their various states in the blink of an eye. They hurriedly gathered their men with the letter in their hands and woke up all the sleeping mercenaries. They rushed towards the Mithril Mine Valley at top speed. After delivering the 3 letters of warning with super fast-flying spells, Han Shoa once again silently returned to the surroundings of the Mithril Mine Valley and hid himself. All the explosives had been set up in advance, and Han Shoa coldly watched the changes in Tunai through the 3 demons, waiting for a fierce battle to break out. The 3 powers in the Mithril Mine had more than 1,000 mercenaries in total. Once this force was destroyed by Loreton, it would be difficult for the 3 powers to turn the situation around even if they joined hands. Last time, the 3 powers had gathered at Tunai Mountain, and Loreton's enmity towards Loreton had made it so that he wouldn't be merciful towards them. Once the experts guarding the Mithril Mine were killed, what awaited them would be even more brutal revenge. Florida and the other 2 were able to distinguish themselves in a place like the Valley of Sunshine, so none of them were stupid. They naturally understood this logic. Holding the attitude that they'd rather believe it, the 3 sent out their experts to communicate with each other. They brought out most of their experts from their lairs and rushed towards the Mithril Mine at top speed. As time passed by in the valley where the Mithril Mine was, some of the mercenaries who'd originally been in high spirits began to show signs of fatigue. They yawned continuously, their mental state at its worst. Edwin, who'd been hiding outside the valley, had already met up with Lorton at this time. He'd been staring coldly at the valley with a dark face when he suddenly turned his head and glanced at Lorton, saying, "We can make our move now." Killing intent burst forth from Lorton's eyes, and even his shiny bald head seemed to sparkle with a cold light. He nodded and said lowly, "My brothers died in this valley last time. This time, I'll make them pay 10-fold, 100-fold. Chief Hagen, are you all ready?" "Don't worry, Chief Lorton, we've long since prepared half of Tanai's mithril mine." The 10 small powers knew that they weren't as strong as any of the 4 great powers, so they'd all banded together. Hagen of the Flame Mercenary Band was the leader of this alliance. "Very good. Not just the mithril mine, as long as you help me annihilate the other 3 powers, you'll take all of their territory. Our Cairo Mercenary Band will still occupy the Valley of Sunshine. I hope you won't disappoint me." Lorton smiled coldly in his heart, but spoke heartily on the surface. "Don't worry, we know what to do." Hagen laughed slyly, indicating that he completely understood Lorton's thoughts. "All right, enough with the nonsense. Be careful, I'll use a dense fog to cover the path to the valley. Don't make any noise when you enter. It's best if those people all die in their sleep." Edwin yelled impatiently, an unconcealable arrogance in his expression. The Calamity Church was famous throughout the profound continent for being difficult to provoke. Apart from the Church of Light, there were very few powers that could contend against them. Even Lorton wasn't in Edwin's eyes, much less the captains of these small mercenary bands. Therefore, Edwin didn't treat them as sincerely and courteously as he had treated Han Shuo. These small mercenary bands understood Edwin's identity and naturally didn't dare provoke him. Just the sinister and mysterious aura of the 300 death guards was enough to make their hearts palpitate. These people had long since heard of the Calamity Church's ruthless and callous disregard for human life. When they saw Edwin's impatient expression, they all softly cried out in agreement. Edwin was still a bit proud of these people's fear. He enjoyed this feeling of superiority in terms of strength very much. He hummed lightly in arrogance and waved his hand, ordering a tall and thin death guard in front of him, "Advance, kill them all." The death guards were a group of fanatical believers of an evil god. They were fanatical believers who had given all their faith and spirit to the evil god. These people carried the evil god's will and terrifying power, mercilessly massacring all enemies of the Calamity Church throughout the profound continent. They were a group of inhumane executioners who obtained a certain kind of power by offering sacrifices to the evil god, easily possessing the ability to dictate the life and death of others. Under Edwin's command, the Death Guard's grey eyes were filled with fanatical excitement. He was as crazy as Lorton, who had gone berserk 3 times. He gnashed his teeth so hard that it made cracking sounds, as if he was chewing on the bones of some beast or human. His movements were incomparably agile as he led the 300 death guards under the cover of the dense fog and rushed towards the valley. The experts of the 3 major powers led by Florida, Adam Menlo, and Katter were currently on their way to the valley. Each of them was burning with anxiety as they continuously gave orders, urging the experts below to move faster, afraid that they wouldn't arrive in time. Chapter 296. Tanai's forces were either snoring lightly, dozing off, or dead asleep. There were very few who were awake, and 1 or 2 who were more cautious also slowly closed their heavy eyes under the cover of the medicinal mist. Everything seemed so perfect. It was as if the outcome had been decided from the moment the Death Guards had entered the valley. This ambush would have been a classic if it hadn't been ruined by a terrifying explosion. Rumble, just as the Death Guard passed through the valley's passageway, a fierce gust of wind blew from an unknown corner of the valley. The wind was extremely fierce, first snapping a small tree on the mountainside. A strange butterfly effect was produced, one after another, and in the end, it unimaginably caused the mountain rocks to collapse. The millstone-sized rocks smashed into the valley along the green moss-covered rock walls. The sound of this kind of movement was so loud that even the mercenaries who were sleeping in the mist of potions suddenly woke up as if they were facing a great enemy. The first thing they did was to grab their weapons before looking at the situation that was happening. Edwin, who was also an apothecary but had extraordinary attainments, was well aware that only slightly less effective knockout agents wouldn't be easily detected by experts. Edwin had been feeling smug that victory was in his grasp when the explosion completely shattered his plans. He looked at the mercenaries stationed in the valley, all of them looking around with weapons in hand, and then looked at the death guards that had entered the valley. Edwin could only resist the urge to curse out loud and give the order to attack, charge in, kill. Whether it was Edwin or Loratan, they both understood that there was no longer a chance of a perfect ambush due to this change when they heard the sound of boulders rolling down. The two of them cursed inwardly as they gave the order to charge in, but their eyes darted back and forth in the area where the strong wind had come from. Their hearts were filled with a strange sense of doubt. Where did that strong wind come from? Why was it so strong? Why did it have such a miraculous effect? Was it man-made? If so, who could have done it? A series of questions filled their minds in an instant, but it was only for a moment before the two of them stopped thinking about it and focused all their attention on the valley where the massacre was taking place. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Within the valley, over 1,000 mercenaries had been startled awake by the falling rocks. An extremely small portion of the mercenaries near the edge of the valley were constantly dodging the falling rocks. The mercenaries on night patrol duty at the very front had already spotted the death guards and immediately shouted out loud. All the mercenaries of the three factions immediately understood. They pulled out their weapons and started chanting spells. The archers knocked their arrows and aimed at the entrance of the valley. The 300 death guards of the Calamity Church spread out like ghosts of the night. They streaked across the moonlight like extremely faint shadows. Their bodies carried a sinister, evil aura, and their eyes were filled with excitement and fanaticism. They held peculiar weapons that looked like spikes in their hands as they flew close to the ground and quickly into the center of the valley. The earth trembled as rows of sharp spikes rose from the ground. Surging flames rapidly converged to form a wide wall of fire to intercept the death guards. Lightning zigzagged above the valley and struck downwards. The water men and water dragons slowly took form and dashed away from the wall of fire. The shrill whistles of arrows rang out incessantly, whooshing towards the death guards. Tanai Mountain's magi and archers formed a layer of obstruction, instantly blocking the death guards that were rushing over. They wanted to kill all of these audacious invaders. However, as the evil guardians of the Calamity Church, the Death Guard's infamy had resounded throughout the profound continent for many years. Naturally, they weren't that easy to deal with. Not only did the 300 Death Guards not slow down, they actually increased their speed. They were wearing a kind of black and gray robes that actually had an extremely strong resistance to magic. Many of the flames that came charging at them were extinguished with a wave of their sleeves. Even the violent lightning bolts that smashed down only caused their figures to pause for a moment. They were far from being able to cause any destructive damage. Humph, the armor of the Death Guards is one of our Calamity Church's secrets. How could ordinary magic attacks have any effect on them? Dark Grand Magus Edwin, who had lagged behind, said disdainfully as he looked ahead with a dark face. They could have silently wiped out most of the forces in the valley, but the unexpected occurrence had disrupted their plans. Edwin was naturally displeased. Next to Edwin, the chief of the Cairo mercenary band, Loratan, gripped the divine weapon of the Berserker tribe, the Berserker's battle axe. He laughed sinisterly, "This is good as well. It's just a waste of time. It's more interesting for them to struggle to their deaths." This time, the Cairo mercenary band had mobilized all of their elites. In addition to the Calamity Church's 300 death guards and the alliance of a dozen or so small powers behind them, they could indeed openly destroy Tanai Mountain's forces. Loratan was a battle-hungry person to begin with. This kind of face-to-face, painful slaughter suited his temperament. Therefore, when he saw Tanai Mountain's mercenaries awaken and turn their sneak attack into a frontal assault, he became even more excited. The corner of Edwin's mouth twitched, but he didn't say anything. He looked at the mercenaries surging into the valley like a tide, inwardly planning how to extort Edwin afterwards. After all, it had taken quite a bit of effort to mobilize the 300 death guards this time. Although their goal was the Church of Light, hadn't they also helped Loratan? He had to pay a price. The death guards lived up to their name as the god of death. They charged into the valley with an unstoppable momentum under the surging magic attacks. The 300 death guards immediately split into phantom-like afterimages, leaving bloody holes in the mercenaries' bodies with their sharp, thorn-like weapons. These death guards trained in a strange kind of fighting aura. They seemed to be able to borrow the power of the evil god in battle. There was a natural evil aura on their bodies, and they could actually use their eyes to make people's souls tremble. The strange fighting aura had a strong corrosive power, often able to destroy the opponent's defenses and directly injure the physical body. Sitting cross-legged on a cliff in the valley, Han Shuo was driving the fierce battle as the Hand of Darkness. He was silently circulating his magical yuan, slowly absorbing the lingering power of Tanai Mountain's dead body into his body while paying close attention to the battle below. The miraculous performance of the Death Guard surprised Han Shuo. Han Shuo could even sense a bit of the evil god's aura from these Death Guards. Last time in Valen City, the necromancer Clarendon, who died tragically at the hands of Han Shuo, had used the altar to summon the three-eyed evil god Ansidezi. Also, the aura of the 1,000-meter-tall evil god with green eyes had appeared in Han Shuo's mind in the lower layer of the Cemetery of Death. Han Shuo could sense a bit of it from these Death Guards. Due to their fanatical faith in the evil god, the Death Guards could obtain some of the evil god's strange divine power. Perhaps they could only borrow a billionth of the evil god's power, but this power still couldn't be underestimated in this plane of existence. This could be seen from the miserable deaths of the mercenaries. 300 Death Guards wasn't a lot, but the damage they could cause was incomparably terrifying. The Temple Knights of the Church of Light and the Death Guards were equal in strength. Judging from the strength displayed by these 300 Death Guards, Han Shuo could imagine that the Temple Knight's strength must be equally terrifying. Heh, this is getting more and more interesting. Han Shuo laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. He suddenly called out softly, "What will come, or else it'll be boring." Dark Grand Magus Edwin's brow furrowed as soon as Han Shuo finished speaking. He abruptly used the levitation spell to fly into the air and surveyed the surroundings after exiting the valley. He then quickly descended towards Loratan, who had already charged into the valley and was in the middle of a second berserk battle. He quickly called out, "Large amounts of mercenaries are converging in this direction. What's going on? The Rainbow Sickle mercenary band isn't far from here. They should have discovered us with such a large commotion. 4 to 500 of Tanai's 1,000 mercenaries have already died. As long as we hurry and finish them off, Florida will be courting death even if he comes. Just his Rainbow Sickle mercenary band alone won't be able to stop our footsteps." Loratan waved his berserker's battle axe, directly cleaving apart an orc warrior around 2-3 meters tall. He responded casually and once again charged into the crowd. It looked like he was fighting to his heart's content. No, it's not just the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, there's also a large group of orcs. Edwin was burning with anxiety as he yelled at Loratan. "Damn it, what's going on?" Loratan was startled and suddenly jumped in front of Edwin, asking in shock. "Kill them." Adam Menlo was riding a 10-meter-long flamingo in the air above the valley. Behind him were his clansmen riding all sorts of flying magical creatures. Outside the valley, the muffled sounds of iron hooves pounding on the ground like the beating of drums. The experts of the three powers were converging towards Tanai. Loratan and the others' path out of the valley had already been blocked. "Fight! Otherwise, no one will be able to leave." Lorton naturally understood the current situation and immediately howled towards the sky. His ferocious nature exploded as he charged towards the remaining mercenaries in the valley. Chapter 297. 3,000 versus more than 600, including the infamous 300 death guards of the Calamity Church. The difference in strength was completely disproportionate. The remaining 600 people in the valley had long since been destined to die. It was just that they needed to delay it for a few more minutes. Human lives became cheap. Along with ear-piercing screams of misery, mercenaries of different skin colors and races slowly collapsed into pools of blood. Strands of aura that were hard to see with the naked eye rose from the bodies of the recently deceased and gathered at a corner of the valley. As the Hand of Darkness, Han Shuo was extremely happy. He sat cross-legged in an area where no one could spy on him, allowing the three Yin demons to observe the situation. He happily absorbed the strange energy that had yet to dissipate. Han Shuo, who was in the bloodlust realm, was restless, but was firmly suppressed by reason. Time passed as lives were lost. Of the 600 experts guarding the mithril mine in the valley, only 200 remained. Among them, the mages were still tirelessly casting all kinds of magic. Of course, their targets were the well-dressed mercenaries. Not a single one of them wasted any more magic on the death guards. Adam Menlo and his family's elite troops had arrived earlier. They only attacked Tanai's Lorton's group with magic crossbows from afar, watching the remaining members of Tanai's family being slaughtered without lifting a finger. It wasn't that they weren't willing, but that they didn't dare. The elites of the House of Menlo who could fly were all riding flying magic beasts. This group of elites was the foundation of the House of Menlo's survival. It was a pity that their numbers were too few, far from Tanai and Lorton's Cairo mercenary band. Although Adam Menlo's heart was bleeding as the members of the House of Menlo were killed one by one, he didn't dare approach them to save them. This was because he deeply understood that if he landed, what awaited them would be a devastating blow. He was waiting for Florida and Catter's men to arrive and surround Lorton's group from outside the valley. He was waiting for more members who could only travel on land to gather, and then he would explode his accumulated hatred on Lorton's group. Father, save me. In the middle of the valley, a middle-aged man who looked vaguely similar to Adam Menlo was riding on an armored black bull. He was anxiously looking at Adam Menlo, who was circling the valley on his flamingo. He let out a miserable cry. In front of this middle-aged man, Lorton gripped his berserker's battle axe and grinned as he surrounded him. The other berserkers beside Lorton were also snickering as they worked together with Lorton to keep an eye on him. Lorton wasn't in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he kept looking up at the sky, as if waiting for Adam Menlo to approach. However, after waiting for a while, Lorton only saw Adam Menlo's back turn, his shoulders trembling slightly. It looked like Adam Menlo's heart was twitching, but he had made the right decision. No. This middle-aged man screamed miserably as he was torn apart by Lorton's battle axe. His scream before his death caused Adam Menlo, who was on the flamingo in the distance, to almost lose his footing. The dull sound of iron hooves could finally be heard clearly. With Florida and Catter in the lead, a large number of mercenaries suddenly charged into the center of the valley. Adam Menlo, who was enduring the pain of being cut by blades, was the first to charge into the center of the valley with bloodshot eyes. Fighting aura shot out from the long spear in his hand, clashing with the flames spewed out from the flamingo and taking a few lives in an instant. An even more desperate battle was taking place in Tanai. As a spectator, Han Shuo silently absorbed the murderous aura and coldly watched Tanai's hellish battle to the death, desperately suppressing his strong desire to participate. Time flew by quickly. The already evenly matched battle caused the eyes of several parties to turn bloodshot. This time, 90% of the powers in the Valley of Sunshine had participated. Whether it was for the mithril mine, for the power of the Valley of Sunshine, or for the hatred that had accumulated over the years, they all erupted in the valley. The unyielding life energy of the strong was absorbed to their heart's content. Very soon, the ground of Tanai was littered with corpses. The corpses piled up and caused the battle to begin. For the sake of profit and hatred, the various races used slaughter to their heart's content to play out this battle. Gradually, as Han Shoa absorbed the enormous amount of energy, a blood-red mist floated around him. The entire sky above the valley was suddenly shrouded in a blood-red mist. That terrifying murderous aura, along with the nauseating smell of blood, enveloped the entire valley. Unfortunately, the various powers in the valley, whose eyes were bloodshot, didn't notice this abnormal change. They still focused all of their attention on the enemy in front of them, using the weapons in their hands, their fists, and even their teeth to attack the enemy. Everyone seemed to have gone completely mad. Han Shoa, who was about to lose control of himself, forcefully suppressed his bloodthirsty desires and finally gave an order to the Earth Elite zombie hiding underground. Han Shoa understood that this wasn't the best time because the parties were still fighting. It wasn't time for one side to win yet. In principle, he could still wait a while longer. Unfortunately, Han Shoa understood that his current condition was extremely bad. Absorbing too much murderous aura at once was beyond what Han Shoa could bear. He was deeply afraid that he would lose his reason and not have a chance. 90% of the powers in the Valley of Sunshine had been reduced to a quarter of their original number. This was definitely the most intense battle in the history of the Valley of Sunshine. The major powers that had been fighting to the death suddenly felt the earth tremble violently. However, before they could react, every corner of the valley seemed to be exploding, and the thick smell of gunpowder instantly spread. At this time, there were people fighting in every corner of the valley. Every explosion caused great damage. The mercenaries who were fighting were suddenly engulfed by the underground explosions, their bodies immediately disintegrating into bloody chunks. For a moment, the valley cracked and the mountains collapsed. The sounds of explosions rose and fell incessantly. More than half of the surviving experts in the Valley of Sunshine died in this violent explosion. Due to the underground explosion in the valley, the huge rocks above also cracked. Rocks that were bigger than humans fell like raindrops. The huge rocks fell from a height of several hundred meters. That kind of violent impact was incomparably terrifying. All the experts who were careless and got smashed directly into meat paste. The various powers that had been fighting in Tanai were all dumbfounded by this sudden explosion. Now that 90% of the Valley of Sunshine's forces had joined in, this kind of earth-shattering bombardment didn't differentiate between friend and foe. The damage caused was even more exaggerated. Even if Lorton and the others were slow, they could still sense the scent of a conspiracy. The huge rocks continued to fall from above, and the entire valley was about to be sealed off. All the Tanai experts who had been awakened by the explosion suddenly reacted. All of them looked up to the sky and cursed as they fled in a sorry state. Lorton and the others' voices were even louder as they shouted for everyone to quickly retreat. If it wasn't for the explosion covering up the blood mist, perhaps these people would have discovered Han Shoa's existence. After all, the fiendish Han Shoa had left an unforgettable impression on them with his blood mist attack in this very valley. However, the rolling rocks had shattered the blood mist and could no longer form a distinct blood mist. Add to that the fact that the falling rocks were too terrifying, no one paid attention to the sky. All of them only cared about escaping and didn't expose Han Shoa's existence. The leaders of the major powers sensed that there was a conspiracy, and the resentment in their hearts was as endless as the waters of the ocean. However, they all understood that this wasn't the time to look into it. The group of leaders led by Lorton frantically ordered their subordinates to leave this place as soon as possible. Florida and the others had a bad premonition ever since they'd received the warning of the crossbow bolts. When they arrived in the valley and saw that the massacre had already occurred, and the explosions didn't differentiate between friend and foe, they immediately understood that Tanai's Lorton and the others had also been plotted against. Florida and the others turned pale with fright. They even thought that this was the work of one of the three empires surrounding the Valley of Sunshine. Their goal was to eradicate all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine and take complete control of the Valley of Sunshine. It was because of this that they naturally thought that the explosions were only the beginning, and that there might be a sea of soldiers from the other empires bearing their fangs at them. Therefore, when Lorden fled, they also fled in a panic. They never would have thought that this conspiracy was the work of one person, and that such a large-scale attack was the work of one person and the miraculous Earth Elite Zombie. They completely lost their bearings as they fled in all directions. As the leaders of a faction, they naturally thought more, but it was a pity that not every mercenary under their command was that smart. Most of these mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife were still simple-minded. The fierce battle with Tanai's side had caused their comrades to die one by one, and their enemies to run around them. These people didn't have the time to think and immediately attacked. Thus, even as they fled, the major powers were still locked in battle due to their unresolvable hatred. The sounds of metal clashing and the final screams of the dead continued for a long time outside the valley. However, at this moment, the instigator of all this had turned blood red and was surrounded by a strong killing intent. He was clearly on the verge of a breakthrough. On the contrary, the demon's lair edge hovered in the air above the valley, replacing Han Shoa as the current beneficiary of all the powers. Chapter 298. Corpses were strewn all over the ravaged valley. What was even more frightening was that most of the corpses weren't complete. Their severed heads were like blood-stained rubber balls, scattered all over the valley floor. They formed a stark contrast with the enormous blood-stained rocks. Broken limbs were like powerless tree trunks, quietly lying on the valley floor that had been split into long and narrow ravines. The scene of Azura Hell was serene and bloody under the moonlight. The soul energy that hadn't yet dissipated was drawn by some sort of force from the valley cliff, spiraling from incorporeal to tangible. Wisps of soul energy fluttered into the sharp hilt of the weapon that sparkled with a dark brown luster. The demon's lair edge silently stood on top of Han Shoa's head, like a loyal follower of its master. The dark brown edge didn't reflect any luster under the moonlight, but the wisps of soul energy that drifted in and met Han Shoa's murderous aura caused a dazzling change. Specks of star-like light shone brightly within the blood-red aura. The dazzling specks of light were like tiny dancing spirits. After slowly blossoming beautifully for a moment, they finally completely converged into the dull brown demon's lair edge. Nearly 2,000 people had died in this battle, and every single one of them wasn't weak. Naturally, their soul energy was also very abundant. 60% of this soul energy had entered Han Shoa's body, and the other 40% was being absorbed by the demon's lair edge. As the mastermind behind the scenes, Han Shoa had coincidentally eavesdropped on the battle, causing all the factions in the Valley of Sunshine to suffer great losses. All the leaders were panicking and making wild guesses, which led to Han Shoa's breakthrough into the Bloodlust realm and the demon's lair edge's fierce aura once again. Clouds of blood-red mist were so thick that they wouldn't dissipate, forming strange lines that surrounded, entangled, and tightened around Han Shoa. Within the mist, Han Shoa's skin and flesh glowed with a dark red luster as his bones crackled. A terrifying aura of death, murderous aura fluctuated between strong and weak. His handsome face trembled strangely. This state lasted from the long night to the scorching sun. Gradually, the entire ruined valley was shrouded in the blood-red mist. The mist was as thick as a layer of clouds, covering most of the sky above the valley. The scorching sun couldn't penetrate the obstruction of the blood clouds, but instead increased the brightness of the bloody light, causing the entire valley to seem as if it was shrouded in a bloody hell. The corpse-strewn valley seemed even more desolate, evil, and terrifying due to this layer of bloody light. For 3 days in a row, the entire Valley of Sunshine was in a constant state of anxiety and fear. The blood cloud within the valley constantly changed, until blurry, shadow-like figures slowly drifted out from the back of Han Shoa's neck. These shadows that had separated from his body gradually merged with the blood cloud. Then, all sorts of grotesque, ferocious, and terrifying demon heads slowly materialized from illusory form. All of the blood clouds and blood mist merged with the shadows. After 5 days, they finally transformed into 12 monsters of different shapes but all the same sinister appearance. These monsters either had sharp heads and claws, or densely packed fangs like sharks, or had barbs growing out of their backs like barbs. These 12 demons were completely different from each other, but they all shared the same aura. It was a unique aura that came from Han Shuo's body. It was the same aura as Han Shuo's. Little Skull had been hiding in the crevice of the valley all this time. It was because of this familiar aura that the Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie didn't make any unfriendly moves. Another 7 days passed. The 12 demons constantly changed their forms, sometimes even taking on the exact same appearance as Han Shuo. What was even more strange was that on the 5th day, there were actually 12 identical copies of Han Shuo hovering around Han Shuo. On the last day, the 12 constantly changing things returned to their original appearances as if they had returned to their original form. Then, they turned into rays of blood-red light and hid within Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo let out a light sigh. After all the demons had hidden themselves within his body, he opened his demonic eyes and swept his gaze across the entire valley. Han Shuo murmured, "I've finally reached the separate demon stage." Due to the enormous explosion, the valley had collapsed amidst the earth-shattering tremors. All of the paths into the valley had been sealed off, leaving only a sliver of sunlight in the sky. During this period of time, the little skeleton, Earth Elite Zombie, and Wood Elite Zombie had been guarding Han Shuo with all their might. The various powers in the Valley of Sunshine had sent their spies to investigate not long after the tragedy. Unfortunately, not a single one of them had escaped alive after being ambushed by the 3 dark creatures. They'd all turned into vengeful spirits like the mercenaries in the valley, and even their corpses were quickly rotting away. The stench of Tunai's rotting corpses was truly unbearable. Han Shuo creased his brow and thought for a moment. He reached out and grabbed the demon's lair edge floating above his head. As soon as the demon's lair edge entered Han Shuo's palm, it strangely turned into specks of dark brown light and disappeared without a trace. Activating the art of the demonic ninth heavens, Han Shuo broke through the air and left this hellish valley in the blink of an eye. 5 miles north of the Valley of Sunshine, at the top of a low mountain. Loriton of the Cairo Mercenary Band, Florida of the Rainbow Sickle Mercenary Band, Adam Menlo of the House of Menlo, and the chief of the Katar Orc tribe had all gathered. The leaders of the various powers in the Valley of Sunshine, including Trunks who had just returned from a mission, were all invited. The leaders of all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine had gathered here. Everyone had ugly expressions, especially the victims who had participated in the tragedy of the Mithril mine. Their faces were especially gloomy as they tried to find the truth and seek revenge, trying to come up with a countermeasure for the future of the Valley of Sunshine. Who is it? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Apart from the few major powers that had experienced the tragedy and suffered heavy losses, anyone who hadn't participated in the incident had become a target of suspicion. Even some of the smaller factions in the Valley of Sunshine who'd escaped faster and suffered fewer losses had become suspects. Trunks, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band didn't participate in the battle this time. Among all the powers that didn't participate in the Valley of Sunshine, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band is the strongest. Now, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength isn't the slightest bit affected. Due to our heavy losses, your Soul Destroyer mercenary band's strength isn't too far off from ours. It seems that you're the biggest beneficiary this time. I'm thinking, could it be your doing? Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band said sinisterly as he stared at the relaxed Trunks, his handsome face covered with a dark green hue. Trunks, who was inwardly pleased, really didn't know how to repay the mastermind behind the scenes. However, on the surface, Trunks had a pained expression and was still pretending to sigh in pain. When he heard this, he suddenly slammed the stone table and stood up angrily. The hastily assembled stone table suddenly shattered into pieces. Trunks didn't even look at the experts around him blocking the broken stones. He only glared angrily at Florida and shouted, "If you want to spout venomous slander, then we'll fight to the death right now." Half a month ago, our Soul Destroyer mercenary band accepted a mission. All the experts, including myself, left the Valley of Sunshine. Chief Lorton knows this the best. We have the least to do with this matter. Florida, everyone is here today. If you really want to kill me, then we might as well have a fair and square duel. There's no need to resort to such underhanded schemes. When Trunks had slammed his palm on the broken stone table just now, a wisp of silver radiance had appeared in his palm. Everyone present was a crafty old fox. They all knew what a silver fighting aura meant to a swordsman. Due to his own efforts and the effects of the rebirth pill, Trunks had already advanced to the great swordmaster level. All the leaders had to carefully consider whether this palm strike had any other meaning other than a show of force. During this period of time, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had been able to openly recruit experts in the Valley of Sunshine due to Trunks' previous fame and the foundation of the original Rainbow Sickle mercenary band. They had developed at a high speed in a short period of time. If it wasn't for Tanai's tragic accident, perhaps the Soul Destroyer mercenary band wouldn't have been taken seriously by Lorton, Florida, and the others. It was a pity that Tanai's side had suffered disastrous losses. The strength they had accumulated over the past few years had been destroyed in a single day. With their sharply reduced strength, they no longer had the confidence to firmly deal with Trunks. In addition, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was in the dark. The various powers still didn't know where their nest was. This caused the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to become a powerful existence that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the four great powers. The great swordmaster Trunks had displayed his extraordinary strength as soon as he made his move. He had taken an unyielding and formal challenge to Florida. This attitude was clearly different from his previous concealment and obscurity. Although Florida, a light archmage, had also cultivated lightning magic, he had yet to completely recover from the serious injuries he had suffered at the hands of Han Shuo. Florida didn't doubt that Trunks would take the opportunity to tear him to shreds when he faced Trunks, who had advanced by leaps and bounds to become a great swordsman, with Trunks' unforgettable hatred for him. Therefore, Florida's cheeks trembled with anger as he gloomily glared at Trunks. In the end, he said in a low, stiff voice, "The most important thing right now is to find the mastermind behind the scenes. I don't have the time to fight with you right now." When these words were spoken, all those in power in the Valley of Sunshine understood one fact. Florida was afraid. Chapter 299. Trunks didn't persist and sighed, "As a member of the Valley of Sunshine, I'm also very sad that such a tragedy has occurred. The most important thing now is to understand everything. Otherwise, if the enemy has other tricks up their sleeves, then the successive blows will be unbearable for any side." None of the leaders believed Trunks' lament. As the leader of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band that was completely unscathed from the great changes in the valley, they definitely wouldn't believe that Trunks wasn't rejoicing in others' misfortune. Of course, at this moment, especially after Trunks had displayed the strength of a great swordmaster, they naturally wouldn't be so foolish as to provoke him. After an awkward silence, Lorton of the Soul Destroyer mercenary band finally spoke, "I think the murderer's target this time is all the powers in the Valley of Sunshine." The Soul Destroyer mercenary band being able to escape this calamity was completely a fluke. Even the subordinates I sent to the valley after the incident didn't return. This time, our Valley of Sunshine may be facing a huge problem. If it wasn't for the fact that both sides had suffered heavy losses, the various powers that had been engaged in a bloody battle a few days ago would never have such a friendly conversation in a place like this. Florida of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band shot a rude glance at Lorton, a trace of hatred mixed in his hazy face. He said in a cold voice, "So what do you think we should do?" Taking a deep breath, Lorton seemed to have already thought of an answer. His large bell-like eyes scanned everyone before he finally said in a low voice, "Let's put aside our grudges for now and find the mastermind behind all this." Whoever can figure out the truth first will be the one to take control of the Valley of Sunshine. Do you have any objections? Loreton, who had always been in control of the Valley of Sunshine, was definitely not a generous person. In fact, Loreton was famous for being petty and mad. Logically speaking, these words shouldn't have come out of his mouth at all. However, the strength of the Cairo mercenary band after the great changes in the valley was far from what it used to be. Although the other three parties had also suffered heavy losses, the Cairo mercenary band wouldn't be able to withstand them even if they relied on the superior terrain of the Valley of Sunshine. Rather than that, he might as well happily release the authority that he might not be able to hold and use the future authority of the Valley of Sunshine as a bargaining chip to lure the three factions, causing them to split up over this authority that they couldn't hold for the time being. Although Loreton's limbs were well developed, his mind wasn't simple. On the contrary, being able to sit in such a high position in the Cairo mercenary band, Loreton had the mind of a schemer. Almost as soon as Loreton's words fell, the eyes of Adam Menlo and Catter, who'd originally been following Florida's lead, immediately shot out a glint of ambition. The two of them were silent for a while, and looked at each other. They didn't look at Florida's desperate wink, and actually agreed very readily. The leaders of the small forces that were originally tied to Loreton hesitated for a moment before nodding their heads one by one. When Trunks saw that most of them were nodding their heads in agreement, he also gladly agreed. When everyone's gazes landed on Florida, who originally had the highest chance of obtaining this power as long as Adam Menlo and Catter supported him, could only agree bitterly in his heart even though he secretly cursed all the relatives of his two previous allies. Even he, Florida, had no choice but to submit to the irresistible trend. Very good, then we can discuss the details now and even draft up an agreement. All the forces in the Valley of Sunshine will be supervisors to prevent anyone from going back on their word when the time comes. Loreton's face darkened as he grinned and proposed in all seriousness. This kind of agreement was as laughable as a prostitute saying she was still a virgin. However, there were times when it was necessary. Although everyone understood that the agreement would immediately be torn apart as long as one side was strong enough, it still needed a ceremony after all. Especially when everyone had a hidden enemy, this would always give them some psychological comfort. Therefore, the major forces in the Valley of Sunshine, each with their own ulterior motives, came to an agreement that they had to abide by. In such a place, all parties would temporarily stop fighting and fully focus on tracking down the mastermind behind the scenes. After learning everything from Trunks, Han Shuo gave a strange, non-committal chuckle. He didn't give any explanation to Trunks and quietly left the Valley of Sunshine, this enormous maelstrom that everyone thought of as the mastermind. Trunks' heart trembled slightly at Han Shuo's hair-raising smile before he left. He looked at the trace of pride in Han Shuo's eyes that was difficult to detect, yet also seemed to be deliberately revealed. He suddenly seemed to have grasped something. However, Trunks didn't ask any questions. Instead, after Han Shuo left, he led the Soul Destroyer mercenary band to carry out the magnificent feat of searching for the culprit with great fanfare. He appeared to be even more diligent than Loreton and the others. However, during this process, Trunks, who was openly searching for the culprit, took advantage of the convenience of coming and going to continue his shady business of recruiting soldiers. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band, which had ample funds and was gradually becoming famous, actually attracted quite a few strong experts to join them. After leaving the Valley of Sunshine for 7 days, Han Shuo returned to Asan City. He gave some instructions to the housekeeper of his mansion, then secretly left through the Dark Mantle's transportation matrix. Brettel City wasn't a solid city. Due to the habitual weakness of the previous city lords when facing the invasion of the 7 Grand Duchies, Brettel City's city guards had become a motley crew. Once a true attack descended, the soldiers, who knew how to preserve their strength, would always flee faster than the civilians. It was precisely because Brettel City was habitually breached that the Lancelot Empire didn't dare to spend a huge amount of money to build a transportation matrix within the city. After all, once the Grand Duchies occupied Brettel City, if there was a transportation matrix within the city that led to other places, no one could guarantee that the invaders of the 7 Grand Duchies wouldn't be able to easily enter the other cities and towns of the Lancelot Empire through the transportation matrix. Brettel City was indeed barren, but the Lancelot Empire also had many rich and prosperous cities. If these invaders really did enter the other cities and towns of the Lancelot Empire in large numbers through the transportation matrix, then no one dared to imagine the damage that could be caused. Therefore, as a city that was almost abandoned, this double-edged sword of the transportation matrix project had always been in a state of limitless shelving. Spring has truly arrived, but it's a pity that the scenery isn't pleasant at all. Han Shuo muttered to himself as he sat in a carriage, gazing at the scenery along the way through the open carriage curtain. Starting from the transportation matrix in Seamist City, which was close to Brettel City, Han Shuo had been sitting in the carriage as it slowly drove towards Brettel City. Along the way, beggars wrapped in cloth loitered all over the place. Flies fluttered in the air above the conspicuous corpses on the side of the official road, causing a choking stench to persist. Seamist City was a well-defended and wealthy city in the east of the Lancelot Empire. However, the miserable scene on the road from Seamist City to Brettel City was as different as heaven and earth from the Seamist City he'd just left. During the 3 days of travel, Han Shuo had already discovered more than 10 bandits causing trouble through the Yin demons. These bandits were only local bandits of the Lancelot Empire. They weren't fake bandits like those from the 7 Grand Duchies, who might have regular soldiers disguised as bandits. Even the tenacious Han Shuo couldn't help but be a bit stunned by the various tragic scenes. Along the way, Han Shuo had personally killed no less than 50 beasts in human skin. "Brian, I didn't think that your territory would be this kind of place. The scenery along the way is enough to challenge one's nerves. I think that Brettel City will also make you feel embarrassed." Chester, who was determined to follow Han Shuo no matter what, had given up a good mission led by Emily and willingly acted as a coachman to stick to Han Shuo, insisting on coming to this notoriously chaotic and filthy Brettel City. Chuckling lightly, Han Shuo looked playfully at the courageous Chester and asked, "Chester, why do you insist on following me, even when I've refused?" Chester, who was focused on acting as a coachman, had already become extraordinarily resilient along the way. He whipped the warhorse fiercely, stopping the extraordinary warhorse's curiosity towards a corpse in the grass on the left. He replied like a philosopher, "If you want to obtain more things, not only do you need perseverance and indomitable will, you also need at least a little bit of foresight." Interesting thinking. Han Shuo responded to Chester's reply with a faint smile. His eyes calmly watched the civilians around him fiercely fighting over a piece of bread. His voice was elegant, gentle, and indifferent. The situation in Brettel City was so bad that apart from some of the original residents who were unwilling to leave their ancestral lands, some special merchants who tried to use violence, and the nobles and soldiers who couldn't leave due to their duties, the rest of the civilians were trying their best to break free from the shackles of sin. They desperately wanted to enter the rich and peaceful Seamist City. However, the road to Seamist City wasn't peaceful. Even if they risked their lives to reach the city gates, they would still be mercilessly turned away if they didn't have an expensive entrance fee. These civilians of the Lancelot Empire would be left to fend for themselves. After all, the poor civilians would only become the most despicable and unstable beggars in Seamist City. With Seamist City's capacity, it couldn't have too many beggars that would affect the city's image. Therefore, even the nobles and merchants could enter the city. The civilians of Brettel City who could prove that they had the ability to live could also enter after paying a considerable fee. Otherwise, even if they died outside Seamist City's gates, the guards wouldn't feel the slightest bit of pity. "So this is my territory, I've finally arrived." Han Shuo muttered to himself as he gazed at the wide-open Brettel City in front of the dilapidated city gates. Chapter 300. A carriage that couldn't be considered extravagant sped through the dilapidated city gate. There were few people on the streets. Occasionally, 1 or 2 people could be seen with eyes full of resentment and despair. This was a silent protest against their miserable lives. Bretel City was just as dirty as Han Shua had expected. The scenery was only slightly better than what he'd seen along the way. A few lazy soldiers watched the carriage enter the city indifferently. They actually didn't question him about his origins or urge him to pay the entrance fee. It looked like Bretel City was indeed on the verge of death. "Hey, may I ask where the city lord's mansion is?" Chester pulled on the reins and asked a commoner who looked like a beggar with a smile. The commoner lay lazily under the sun, picking at the fleas on his body. He didn't even raise his head as if he hadn't heard Chester's question. "1 silver coin, where is the city lord's mansion?" Chester, who'd been born in poverty, had a good understanding of the temperament of these poor people. He asked with a smile again. Sure enough, adding a silver coin immediately produced an effect. The beggar who'd just been deaf seemed to smell the alluring scent of gold. He suddenly focused all his attention on Chester and pointed in the direction of East Street, saying, "Go straight for 300 meters. The tallest and most dilapidated mansion is the city lord's mansion." A silver coin glittered under the sunlight as it rolled down to the ground in front of the beggar. Chester didn't thank him. He only jerked his warhorse and the carriage slowly left, heading straight for the city lord's mansion. The beggar hurriedly picked up the silver coin and clutched it tightly in his palm. He then looked in the direction the two had left and murmured, "Someone actually came to Bretel City. If it's not a profiteering merchant, then it's that legendary unlucky count. What a pitiful fellow." Once Bretel City was invaded, the city lord's mansion would become the focus of attention. The walls of the tall building weren't sturdy, and there were even a few holes that hadn't been repaired from the explosions. When Han Shua's carriage entered, there were only less than 5 maids and a dozen or so soldiers. These maids and soldiers looked at Han Shua coldly. They did not have the enthusiasm that a subordinate should have. Of course, it was even more impossible for them to welcome Han Shua at a banquet that was normally held in other regions. The city lord's mansion was at least 5 times larger than Han Shua's mansion in Asan City. However, this city lord's mansion didn't have any good points apart from its large size. Because the city lord was always the first to leave after every invasion, the city lord's mansion that didn't have any soldiers stationed there was often the first to be looted. Some of the things that the city lord couldn't take away for the time being had been completely obliterated in the repeated attacks. The funny thing was that Han Shua actually saw a piece of white jade floor being taken away, leaving behind a large square hole in the ground. This allowed Han Shua to imagine the true situation of Bretel City. "Can you tell me about the current situation in Bretel City?" Han Shua asked Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle, after hearing the news and sitting down in the dilapidated hall at the center of the city lord's mansion. Dick was a man in his 40s. His appearance was ordinary, with only the bridge of his nose appearing rather high. This was a characteristic of the mountain people of Bretel City. Dick respectfully saluted Han Shua, speaking in a somewhat awkward imperial language. When the previous city lord of Bretel City left, he took with him a total of 500 family soldiers. Currently, there are only 3,000 soldiers in the entire Bretel City, and less than 50,000 residents in the city. 3,000 soldiers is simply not enough to guard Bretel City's city gates. Not to mention that these soldiers often escape faster than the civilians. Bretel City's defenses have been damaged time and time again. Without funds to repair them, the city has almost lost its defensive capabilities. The true local mountain people of Bretel City mostly live on the steep mountains around the city. These mountains produce some valuable ores. Since the mountain people are very familiar with the terrain of the mountains, coupled with the fact that the mountains are indeed very difficult to attack, they have been able to resist every invasion by the 7 Grand Duchies. Up until now, Bretel City has actually been relatively safe. This is because the 7 Grand Duchies have experienced dozens of large and small invasions. They all understand that there's no more profit to be reaped from Bretel City. To them, wasting time to plunder Bretel City is no longer able to reap the rewards they deserve. Therefore, there haven't been any more invasions in the past few months. On the contrary, the mines guarded by the mountain people in the mountains around Brettel City have become the targets of attacks by bandits and private soldiers. However, the mountain people are not as incompetent as the Empire's soldiers because they have the geographical advantage. Up until now, they have been able to barely pass through the mountains at the speed of a turtle. Han Shua gradually gained an understanding of the situation in Brettel City under Dick's introduction. When Dick finished, Han Shua glanced at a soldier in the city lord's mansion and said, "Summon all the soldiers of Brettel City to the front of the city lord's mansion. I want to see what these soldiers look like." "Yes, Lord Count." The soldier replied lazily, riding a weak and thin horse at a moderate pace out of the city lord's mansion. "My lord, you will be disappointed." Dick shook his head and sighed as he said to Han Shua, "I know. However, I want to make sure that I won't be disappointed in the future." Han Shua said with a light smile, then furrowed his brows in silence. After nearly 2 hours, the soldiers scattered all over Brettel City gathered in front of the city lord's mansion at a moderate pace, with no order or military discipline. None of these soldiers were very strong. Perhaps it was because of the food they ate, but they had a sickly complexion. That kind of sloppy mental state without a trace of a soldier's spirit was proof that their combat strength was bound to collapse at the first blow. The long swords, bows, and spears in their hands were all rusted and of inferior quality. Han Shua even felt that a sharp weapon forged by the dwarves could break all of their weapons. Only a third of these 3,000 soldiers were young men in the prime of their lives. The rest were old men past their prime. Who could count on these people to have any fighting strength? Han Shua stood on the high platform of the city lord's mansion for a while, pondering for a while with a calm face. He grinned maliciously and said, "From today onwards, your good days are over. All soldiers over the age of 50 will be expelled from this troop. I will guarantee that these people will have a normal life. The remaining soldiers will be given enough food to fill their stomachs. You will also be given brand new weapons, armor, and war horses. Of course, you will also be tortured by cruel training. When the next invader comes, you will wash away the previous shame with blood. With me here, Brettel City will change." The elderly soldiers below were incessantly clamoring. They were indifferent to Han Shua's proposal to have them leave the army, but were full of doubts about Han Shua's guarantee of food and clothing. The young soldiers looked at each other in dismay, slowly pondering the meaning behind Han Shua's words. They didn't know what he wanted to do. Beside Han Shua, Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle here, looked at Han Shua in astonishment and asked, "My Lord Count, are you serious? Your lordship, even if we have more than 1,000 people with weapons and war horses, do you think that we can withstand the attack of 10 to 20,000 bandits or the 30 to 50,000 regular soldiers of the 7 Grand Duchies with such a dilapidated city wall?" A soldier with a rough appearance and a full beard shouted as he looked up at Han Shua. "This isn't something you should care about. As a soldier, if you can't stop the enemy's invasion, then use your own heads to wash away the shame of failure. If you dare to struggle at death's door and flee, I'll personally slit your necks." Han Shua looked coldly at the brawny man and berated. "City Lord, I think you should leave this place as soon as possible. This place has already been abandoned by the Empire. Do you think you alone can change the current situation of Brettel City? Without 100,000 elite soldiers of the Empire standing guard, Brettel City will never be able to change the situation of being invaded. If you want to court death, please don't take us with you, okay?" The soldier was extremely disdainful, turning a blind eye to Han Shua's coldness as he retorted. Whoosh! A dark brown luster flashed past. No one could clearly see what it was, but the head of the soldier who'd been arguing with Han Shua fell to the ground just like that. Fresh blood spurted out from his neck like a paintbrush sketching a bright painting on the ground. From now on, all you have to do is listen to orders. You don't need to have any doubts. Even if you do, just rot them in your hearts. Han Shua's voice was strangely cold and murderous. That kind of ruthlessness was like that of a butcher's, causing the soldiers below to keep quiet out of fear. A troop of more than 100 people riding brightly colored warhorses and wielding bright weapons slowly rode towards the city lord's mansion. One of them was wrapped in silver armor and held a silver spear. He bowed slightly towards Han Shua and said, "Sir Count, Earth Knight Fok will serve you and obey all your orders." Han Shua didn't need to think too much to know that this Fok must have been arranged by Lawrence. Han Shua could feel the murderous aura of a fierce warrior from this person. He understood that this person was a true soldier who'd experienced hundreds of battles. Han Shua immediately looked at the Bretel city soldiers below with malicious intent and laughed mischievously. "Fok, from today on, I'll leave them to you. Use the cruelest methods to train them. I won't blame you if they die during training." Chapter 301. Bretel City had become somewhat different. The commoners in the city dressed like beggars often saw scenes that were different from the past. The soldiers who used to live like cowardly worms in Bretel City were now full of vigor, as if possessed by ghosts and gods. They would actually line up in neat lines, panting and running while carrying heavy loads, or practice sword skills in the city lord's mansion that had been repaired. These originally cowardly and incompetent soldiers had a trembling and fearful expression on their faces, but under the ruthless training of a team of silver-armored knights, they gradually gained a bit more backbone. Their originally sallow and emaciated faces also gained a bit more firm lines. These changes happened inadvertently. Not only did the soldiers in the city change, but other places in Bretel City also had subtle changes. For example, the broken city gates and broken city walls had been repaired by some retired soldiers who had spent a lot of time. The city lord's mansion in particular seemed to have suddenly regained its vitality. The people coming and going were actually a bit disorderly. The commoners of Bretel City, whose hearts were like dead ashes, didn't feel much when they saw these changes. They were used to the city lord being the first to run away, so they didn't feel that these changes would have any effect. On the contrary, they had some malicious guesses that these actions might bring harm to them. The bandits and soldiers of the 7 Grand Duchies, who hadn't visited the city for a few months, might think that there was more profit to be made from the changes in the city. If they were in the mood to come here and plunder again, it would be another miserable experience. Inside the city lord's mansion, Han Shua slowly walked out of his secret room one morning. Fok, Dick, and Chester were waiting in the living room. Han Shua looked at the three of them and moved his space ring. Shining weapons and bags of food slowly piled up. He looked at Fok and said, "Make full use of these weapons and chariots. You also have to control the food. In addition, from today onwards, as long as it's a young and strong commoner, you can join the army. Apart from a guaranteed food allowance, each person will be temporarily given 1 gold coin each month." As an Earth Rider, Fok naturally had extraordinary abilities since he was able to be arranged by Lawrence. During this period of time, Fok had already killed a few of the soldiers due to the high-intensity training. However, the deaths of these soldiers had an immediate effect. In a short period of time, all the soldiers truly understood the cruelty of training. Not a single one dared to make up the numbers. During the day, Fok madly drilled these soldiers, and at night, he even lectured some high-ranking soldiers on military strategy. Han Shua had listened for a few days and felt that he had benefited greatly. He felt that this Fok was indeed a trustworthy officer. Understood. Fok wasn't a person who liked to talk too much. Under normal circumstances, he had an old-fashioned look on his face. He had a straightforward and hot-blooded aura that was ingrained in his bones as a soldier. "Dick, have there been any abnormalities in the vicinity recently?" Han Shua asked with a smile as he glanced at Dick, the person in charge of the Dark Mantle's operations here. "My Lord Count, apart from some commoners who don't understand your actions, there hasn't been anything out of the ordinary around Bretel City. However, according to our Dark Mantle's observations, I believe that a group of bandits will arrive in the next few days." Of course, their target should only be the mountain people on Mount Tali near Brettel City. Dick replied courteously. Although the soldiers of Brettel City were cowardly and incompetent, the Dark Mantle was still operating normally. There were Dark Star envoys hiding in the surrounding mountains. Nodding, Han Shuo said with interest, "Very good. Keep a close eye on this matter. You must find out when those bandits will return, as well as their numbers and movement routes. Fok, perhaps we should also test out these soldiers. If we don't give them a bit of stimulation, I think it will be very difficult for them to truly grow." "My lord, your words make a lot of sense. I will make them more spirited," Fok replied. 3 days later, on Mount Tali to the southwest of Brettel City, a battle that frequently occurred was currently playing out. Redbeard Troda was leading 4,000 fierce bandits, recklessly charging up Mount Tali. The mountain people hiding in the rocks, trees, and shrubs on the winding mountain path used bows and arrows to obstruct the bandits from ascending the mountain. The mountain people had long since gotten used to this kind of attack and naturally had their own way of dealing with it. The falling rocks and arrows caused quite a bit of damage to the bandits. The mountain people hiding behind the rocks were much braver than the soldiers of Brettel City. They didn't fear the bandits' attacks at all and used all kinds of attacks to attack the invaders. "Fok, do you think these bandits will be able to win?" At the foot of Mount Tali, Han Shuo was a distance away from the bandits. He turned his head to look at Fok and asked. Shaking his head, Fok calmly replied, "Impossible. Although Redbeard Troda has more bandits, it's a pity that the mountain people of Mount Tali occupy the terrain. In addition, they've long since gotten used to fighting on the mountain. It's impossible for warhorses to travel on the rugged mountain path, and Troda doesn't have the determination to fight to the death. This battle is destined to be fruitless. Only 100 of the 4,000 fierce bandits have died. Fok, do you think we have any hope of getting rid of them?" Han Shuo asked again. "That's also impossible. The path below Mount Tali is flat and we don't have any terrain that we can use to our advantage. In addition, these soldiers haven't been trained for long. I don't think they have the courage to face the Redbeard bandits immediately. Not to mention we only have 1,300 people. My lord, this isn't a good idea." Fok was shocked and immediately tried to persuade Han Shuo. Unfortunately, Han Shuo didn't listen to Fok's advice. He laughed mischievously, "Fok, you've forgotten that I'm an Archmage Necromancer. Archmage Necromancers should be most proficient in this kind of large-scale battle. Not to mention, there aren't any outstanding light Archmages among these bandits. I think we can give it a try." Before Fok could stop him again, Han Shuo had already walked out with a smile. As he walked towards the Redbeard bandits, Han Shuo ordered, "Attack with me. I think you know what to do." Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff from his space ring and chanted a low incantation. Dark creatures appeared one after another. With the existence of the skeletal staff, the power of a summoning spell was doubled. With the 10 evil knights in the lead, 50 hate warriors, 200 zombie warriors, 700 skeletal warriors, and 300 gargoyles were summoned by Han Shuo using the skeletal staff and expending a large amount of mental strength. More than 1,200 dark creatures, including the terrifyingly powerful evil knights and hate warriors, as well as the fiercely whistling gargoyles, lined up neatly and marched towards the bandits under the command of Han Shuo's skeletal staff. When Fok saw that so many dark creatures had appeared under Han Shuo's incantation in just a few short minutes, Fok's expression became somewhat dazed. Only when Han Shuo's figure was about to disappear from his line of sight did he suddenly react. He abruptly roared at the fearful soldiers behind him, "Today is the day to test the results of your training. You've all seen the city lord's methods. I don't doubt that he has the strength to kill all of you by himself. Any coward will meet a miserable end. Therefore, all of you can only listen to my command and attack. When the originally trembling soldiers heard Fox roar and saw the sinister expression on Han Shua's face as he brandished the skeletal staff, their hearts suddenly turned cold. Courage and fear strangely converged together, and all of them inexplicably gained the courage to fight. They tightly gripped the weapons in their hands, their gazes resolute. They were prepared to not fall into the hands of the city lord even if they had to die in battle. The little skeleton, whose body was covered in sparkling white bones, rode a peculiar undead creature that was 5 meters long and 3 meters tall. Its body was covered in sharp bone spurs. This creature looked like a giant hedgehog that had been magnified 1,000 times. It dragged a tail that was covered in thorns and thorns. It only had a single grayish-white eye that emitted a deathly stillness. The Earth Elite Zombie and Wood Elite Zombie were each riding a fire-spitting, black-armored warhorse that only evil knights could possess. They stood on either side of Little Skull. The 3 little things were actually even more arrogant than the 10 evil knights. They actually appeared at the very front of the group. What was strange was that the 10 evil knights didn't show any dissatisfaction and obediently followed behind Little Skull and the other 2. Wah, what's that? A cowardly bandit at the back suddenly heard a muffled sound behind him. He turned his head and was immediately dumbfounded, screaming out loud. The sullen and irritated Red-Beard Troda stood on a rock and roared. When he heard his subordinate's shouts, he immediately cursed, "Stupid pigs, charge up. Boss, behind, look behind you." The bandit was frightened out of his wits as he pointed anxiously behind him and screamed. Troda raised his head and saw a dark aura of death rush towards him. A dense horde of undead creatures with an icy aura that didn't exist in this world were marching towards them. You're tuning into the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.